बिहान आसी अनि हामीलाई त गाह्रो छ नि सर. Okay, good morning and namaste everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome to all of you in CHRD. So, as already we know, our Joint Secretary yesterday mentioned a great festival for us. So we are so happy to welcome in CHRD. Let me proceed ahead. First of all, let me formally begin the program. I would like to request our Director General, Mr. Anna Prasad Neupane, to chair this program. Thank you, sir. Likewise, may I request DP's focal Anuk to co-chair the program. Thank you very much. Likewise, DP's co-focal Shivani from FCDO, please be seated. Similarly, we have a Joint Secretary from Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. May I request our Joint Secretary to have a seat. Thank you, sir. Similarly, Director General from CDC, ERO, Jairam sir. He will join later. Deputy Director General from CHRD, Head of the Central Level Agencies, and distinguished delegates from development partners. Please have a seat. Similarly, in today's discussion agenda, we create a platform to discuss for province and local level governments. So may I request to have a seat for the representative from province and local level governments as well as EDCU. So all the colleagues from ministry as well as different agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, so moving forward, I would like to some snapshot what we do in the day to event. As you already know, we begin our program with the short reflection of day one recap that will be done by Under Secretary Madhu Ghimire and as well as DP Focal Point. Then our Director General will say something about the today's discussion or sharing. After that, our Joint Secretary will give some guideline for the further process of day two event. Then it will be followed by sharing of environmental, social safeguard and school safety compliance report. Similarly, before lunch, we will complete the sharing of field experience and reflection of local and provincial governments. After the lunch, we will share and discuss the cross-cutting issues, followed by the presentation ERO and CDC. These are the some key activities of the today's discussion. So first of all, I would like to request the chair for his opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Respected co-chair, Joint Secretary of MOIS, esteemed guests, co-focal person and delegates of DPs, all dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and good morning everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here. First of all, I would like to welcome you all in this meeting. This is an opportunity to connect, share ideas and make more fruitful of SESP program implementation. Before we begin, I would like to highlight of today's activities. First of all, Madhuji from MOEST will recap the yesterday meeting. After then, we will move on today's agenda. Before the lunch break, we will discuss on the compliance report on environmental safeguard and social safety, school safety, and progress of the school education subsector like ECD, basic education, secondary education, non-formal education, and lifelong learning. And after lunch break, we will discuss on progress of cross-cutting and cross-sectoral themes like curriculum and evaluation, teacher management and development, education in emergencies and crises, key findings of NASA and NARAN reports, and civil society organization engagement on implementation of the SESP in fiscal year 2024-25. After discussion, we will close the today's meeting. So that I would like to request you all for active participation and fruitful suggestion for betterment. Once again, thank you all for being here today. I request DDG Mahendra Parajuli to proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for your valuable opening remarks. I have a quick notice to all. We manage our overflow room in third floor. Please feel easy if there is no comfort to sit here. And then we manage a facility of interpretation. So feel free to any language, Nepali or English or sometimes bilingual. But please, for the translation process to be easier, speak slow, little bit slow. After that, yes. Yes. According to our schedule as mentioned by our Director General, our business is start from the recap of day 1. So I would like to request Under Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Mr. Madhu Ghimire, to recap the day 1. Please, over to you.
Thank you, respected Director General, Deputy Director General Mahendra Parajuli sir, respected Chair, Co-Chair, DP's Focal Co-Chair, respected Joint Secretary Shiva Kumar Sapkota sir, Director General of CDC, ERO and DDG of CHRD, Head of all agency, distinguished delegate, development partners, representatives of all province and local level, and all my colleagues. Now I am going to reflect the recap of day 1. SESP joint review meeting was started at 9:07 a.m. in documentation hall of MOEST. It was chaired by respected Chudamodi Paudel, the Secretary of MOEST, and co-chaired Mr. Thomas Muller, Head of European Union. The program was conducted by Mr. Ramesh Prasad Ghimire, Under Secretary of MOEST. Highly appreciating participation of the Ambassador of United Kingdom, Finland, Norway, Head of Agencies, Development Partners, academia from university, representation of from different ministries, commissions, CLA chiefs, along with other officials, MUN, Normin, CNT, province and local level representative as well as online participants also. Introduction of all participants were held. Mr. Sivakumar Sapkota, the Joint Secretary of Planning and Monitoring Division of MOEST, welcomed all the dignitaries and all the valuable participants of this event, highlighting the goals and major interventions of SESP along with the synopsis of SESP midterm review and SESP implementation status. Symbolizing the JRM event is a long-waiting festival that has engaged us to pave a way towards achieving goals of SESP. He also elaborated the achievement, progress and concrete agenda made by 18 technical working committees and 5 working thematic committees regarding the total budget in education in fiscal year 2024 and 25. About to 10% budget are supported by development partners and about to 90% budget are allocated by Government of Nepal, among them 52% budget by parents and 48% budget by Government of Nepal. He clarified of education is a priority of government. He stressed the key performance indicators such as NER, GER, dropout rate, survival rate, GPI, etc. has improved. Apart from this, non-formal and lifelong learning has run away from different perspective as 68 districts has declared literate. Madhes and Karnali province are also going to declare soon. Real plan, teacher bank, career council, Darbandi Milan, school mapping, school merging are major achievement of the ministry. Beside this, he mentioned bottleneck of law and act, challenging of capacity enhancement of total education system, increasing of domestic funding gap, fulfilling the special need of children with disability, deprived and marginalized group. JRM agenda was presented on the screen by Mr. Ramesh Prasad Gimire, the facilitator of that meeting. Short remarks has been given by respected Anna Prasad Naupane, Director General of CHRD, as he mentioned complete synopsis of present scenario of education at the moment of the federal system with anatomy analysis of education with figure and facts. Opening remarks of UK Ambassador, His Excellency Rafen Thomas Muller, the head of European Union, His Excellency Ambassador of Finland, Petri Fuaka, Her Excellency Ambassador of Norway, Digni Amjos, UNICEF Representative D. Elias Akunga, ADB Senior Consultant Mr. Jainju, JICA Representative Mr. Amzuki Mustajaki, UNESCO Country Representative Jaco Du Toit, UNESCO Deputy Country Director Neis Yas Beris of altogether 8 partners had given with education access and participation, quality and relevance, equity and inclusion, and alternative pathway of learning. Beside these, contribution of development partners in enhancing equitable quality educations to Nepal also stated from their side in their opening remarks. The first segment was closed by respected Chair Chudamodi Paudel with his insightful remarks by showing current status of school education. The technical session was started at 11 a.m. after coffee break and it was chaired by Sivakumar Sapkota, Joint Secretary of Ministry. Firstly, it was the presentations of status report of SESP with KPI, PRF, DLIs and global covenant by Respected Mahendra Parajuli, DDG of CHRD, lead the session by giving some preface and remarks. He overhanded to Nilkantha Dhakal, the Director of Planning and Monitoring Section of CHRD. Mr. Nilkantha sir presented status reports on the screening with 50 beautiful slides on the subject matter of budget allocation, expenditure, major achievement, disbursement link indicator, coordination and collaboration, lesson learned and reflection, consolidation, recommendations and major comments and responses of status report. The presentation was so fancy and finished that depicted the complete scenario of financial expenditure of the agency by categorizing of above 80%, 50% and below 50% respectively. He had stated that due to conceptual ambiguity, budget was not been proper expenditure in the presentations. There were major achievement of SESP in the figurative status and local level education plan. He also had committed to make local level education plan to all local governments in fiscal year 2082 to 83. As 353 local governments has already made their plan. A very good responses had come from the participants as he committed to make local government with education plan. The DPs and participants had appreciated with clapping. Respected Mahendra Parajuli sir again requested Bhakta Godars, Director of IEMIS section of CHRD, to present KPI and PRF. Bhakta sir presented this indicator of current scenario with the comparison of SESP beginning year 2022-23. Most of the indicators are satisfactory and some of the key performance indicator has to be improved to meet the target, as most of them are above targeted line. Both the presentation led by CHRD were completed and had been given the present status of SESP and whole scenario of school education in the current status. Third session was conducted after lunch break, started by respected Shiva sir. Floor was opened. DPs and participants commented on the presentations of CHRD. Shivani Mishra, Anna, Indra Gurung, Nevin, Auna, Maya, Pramod Bhatta, Janardhan Nepal, Jai Krishna, Municipal Representative, Guardian Association Representative, Physically 11 and Dipendra Vikram Thapa from online. Altogether 12 people commented as they highly appreciated the presentations of Nilkantha sir and raised some issues of data accuracy and consistency. Some suggestions also had been given by Dipendra Vikram Thapa and Janardhan Nepal, who were ex-secretary of Ministry of Science and Technology, and development partners, representatives to strengthen the capacity system. Responses of the comments had been given by Nilkantha sir from CHRD with evidence. Next segment was started with the presentations of PFM by Shankar Adhikari, Under Secretary of MIST, with clear depiction of PAP, where some PAP's action do not show specific progress. Then Vishnu Prasad Bhusal, Under Secretary of Economic Administrations of MIST, presented progress and issues of program and budget implemented in the fiscal year 2024 and 25. Progress updates on agreed actions of BRM 2025 was presented by Ramesh Ghimire, Under Secretary of DAX Division of MIST, in a precise and fantastic way. Respected Shiva sir opened floor. The Maya ma'am, Jimmy sir, Anamika ma'am, Sunita ma'am commented on presentations of PAP, PFM and agreed actions, and Narendra sir responded with clarification. Final wrap-up remarks was given by Shivani Mishra and Anup, as they gave big thanks to the government of Nepal and development partners for collaborations and partnership. Respected Shiva sir concluded the meeting. The day was so fruitful. All the participants were active in the whole meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhuji. You capture almost of the key activities of the Day 1 JRM 2025. Thank you very much. Anuk, would you like to add something?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. DG, Siba sir, colleagues. Happy to be here and looking forward to another very fruitful day. I think MOSC colleague already highlighted most of the things of yesterday. I just wanted to underline that what stuck with partners yesterday, once again, is the openness of the ministry to not only receive congratulations and positive reinforcement of all the good things and all the achievements made, but also the willingness to discuss more challenging issues. What was also very good to see yesterday, but of which we are of course all very well aware, is the very close collaboration between the ministry, CHRD and other colleagues, and local level governments. I think the current PIP orientations that are ongoing is a very good example of this. The fact that there were provincial and local governments representatives in the room. So from that point of view, again, I think this is an excellent example of a very good partnership. I think for us, as we have already seen in status reports and in other reports that were submitted, a lot of progress has been made, but we cannot just sit back or rest. More needs to be done, especially when it comes to learning outcomes. We were very happy to hear yesterday also the intention for the out-of-school children individual profiles. This is going to be very, very useful to make sure that all kids are in school and that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuk, for your supplementary of some of the key discussion agenda to be left by Madhu sir. And I request Madhu sir keep some ideas shared by Anuk and make a complete documentation of the reflection day 1. Moving forward, this meeting is on the blended mode. We equally valued our participant who joined in the screen. Let's welcome all the participants who join in screen. Please, if you have any concern, issues, feel free to chat. Yes. Now, moving forward, with us, our respected Joint Secretary Shiva sir from Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So, may I request for his guidance? Yes, over to you, Shiva sir.
Thank you, Mahendraji. Chair of the today's session, DG CHRD, co-chair, co-focal, colleagues from the ministry, colleagues from the CHRD, DG from different departments, former Secretary Janardhan sir, colleagues from provinces, Palika, EDCU, DP colleagues, JFA, colleagues from outside JFA, TA, DP colleagues, project colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, namaste everybody, good morning. I also would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to today's session, second day session of JRM. Yes, this is basically the continuation of yesterday's session. Today is today is the discussion meant on the basis of yesterday's sequence, and now I think we have to be very much aware of how can we, build on the whole discussion today on the basically yesterday's sequence, so that we will have a kind of link and the linkage in terms of generating ideas and also in terms of building our understanding, and at the end of the day we should have a very kind of concluding sort of mind making in the minds of all the participants, right? So in that case we should have that sort of thinking in sequence and in a link of entire course of joint review mission. And I see colleagues from departments, so there are quite a few themes. I'm sure there are colleagues from the relevant departments to speak on the themes scheduled in the program today. So as I see here, DG CDC has already been part of this program, and DG from ERO, maybe colleagues from ERO have already come and you have joined the meeting. So and colleagues from NEB, is there anybody from NEB here? Okay, Janga sir, member secretary, or Subhas, who is there? Okay, so at least, or maybe they are sitting in the overflow rooms as well. So at least we have to make sure that we should have a participation of at least thematic responsible agencies and the colleagues. Now I would like to first of all say that best of luck for the success of today's whole discussion, and you will be equally happy at the end of today's course, right, when you go back to your home this evening. There are quite a few things that I would like to remind you so that you can time and again refer back that while designing discussion and also while participating in the discussion. Number one is, I think this is the platform. Today only is the platform available with us for discussing on whatever pending agenda of the mission, right? So in that case, I am reminding you that this is the second day of the yesterday's discussion, meaning it is already on the sequence. So we have to maintain that. For that purpose, we also have to be mindful of though tentatively agreed, but we have agreed certain points and certain priorities for the remaining period of SESP during the MTR workshop, right? And I think this is the platform where we can lead our discussion towards the direction and make sure that we will also be able to verify and confirm the agreed priorities that we have come up with in terms of conclusion and also a kind of common consensus, right? So that has to be confirmed and verified in the discussion today. I think this is only the platform where which we can make use of. And the number two is there are thematic areas. Now I would like to request you entire colleagues from DPs and the government that at least we should have one or quite a few agreed actions from each of the thematic areas, because agreed actions are not only the burden to the government and to the people who work in the system, right? The agreed actions are also something that will move us forward, right? And that will take us to the reform effort and that will definitely be futuristic and reformistic in terms of nature and in terms of the engagement that will require in future. So in that case, we have to be a little bit focused in generating actions, reform actions, futuristic actions from the thematic discussion that we structure or that we organize in the meeting today. And another point could be as we discussed yesterday, and we entire the stakeholder and also the participants of the mission have emphasized on certain agenda, certain points that have been recorded, and many of our colleagues have already taken note of those points which have been emphasized by the participants in the mission. That has to be taken into our notice, and we have to also take that points on in the discussion today. So one of which can be, there are so many contents and the points and the priorities that the participants raised yesterday, and you can definitely bear in mind those points while discussing in the meeting today. And one of those was the government is very shortly trying to start a kind of very responsive, very intensive response or say intervention in Madhya Pradesh to overcome the illiteracy issue. We have now 63% of literacy ratio in Madhya Pradesh, right? So Madhya has become a little bit very strong agenda in terms of NFE implementation or in terms of a literacy program. So in that case, I think there is a theme on non-formal education and lifelong learning, right? So I think we have to focus a little bit on what could be the very responsive intervention in Madhya that will be possible to do within this fiscal year, so that we can make sure that Madhya province can be declared literate territory in the couple of months to come, or maybe in the early next year, right? So for that purpose, since this is also the priority of our Honorable Minister, so I would like to, Mr. Chair, request you basically to take this on for discussion, and also to identify and figure out the very kind of doable and pragmatic steps and actions, so that we can go with this activity in a couple of days time with formal decision and all the administrative preparation as well. And the another point could be DP colleagues, you have already discussed yesterday. We had a presentation on agreed actions, right? And I have noticed a couple of actions still not achieved in terms of the output that we have envisioned, right? So if there is any agreed actions with kind of backlog of achievement and making progress, we can also bring that in the discussion, right? And if it is something that we can continue with, modified language and the redefinition or reinterpretation of that action into the memoir of this particular JRM meeting, we can also do that, and we should carry that on, since the agreed actions are something that we have agreed during the last vision, with the assumption that those actions will create kind of momentum in terms of reform initiative in the field of implementation of SESP. So in that case, so we can also look into the backlog of agreed actions of BRM ad memoir, right? So with this, I would like to conclude my remarks right here. And colleagues, everybody, all of you from different agencies, different departments, government departments, I'd like to encourage you to participate in the discussion, whatever language you feel comfortable with. That doesn't matter at all. What matters is your idea, your concept, and your knowledge, which we should bring to the discussion in the floor, and we will definitely be able to make use of your wisdom and knowledge to go further, and also your knowledge and experience will be basis for generating agreed actions in the memoir. So your valuable participation and contribution is always welcomed, and I would like to encourage all the government colleagues as well, and DP colleagues definitely as usual. You have very valid and practical suggestions and feedback that we used to have as usual. So I am sure you will also use this platform to provide us your practical suggestions and feedback. And there are project colleagues, you are also highly encouraged to participate in to share your progress and achievement of the projects and your engagement so far, right? So your, though it is tiny in terms of the engagement, but at least your inputs and your experience of the projects like JICA colleagues will be very much useful for us. So in that case, and at the end of the day, we have already identified rapporteur for the reporter of today's session, recap, right? For tomorrow, we'll definitely be able to hear those the consensus and the summary of discussion that you have today. With this, I'd like to conclude my remarks right here. Best of luck. Namaste. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joint Secretary Shivakumar Sapkota, sir. We truly acknowledge your guidance and encouragement. Your idea really makes us easy to move forward. We will try our best in line with your direction. With this, let's welcome our first presentation of the 2 days on sharing of environmental, social safeguard and social safety compliance report. That will be presented by environment specialist Ganga Paudel. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Mohendra sir. Namaskar and warm welcome to everybody present here at the Joint Review Mission of 2025. Firstly, I would like to discuss on the environment and social issues and challenges, likewise the way forward for the government of education. Slide, please. I would like to give a brief discussion on the environmental, social safeguard and school safety compliance report of the fiscal year 2024-25 reporting period. These are the outlines of my presentation. Firstly, I would like to discuss about the update on the policy documents till this reporting period, which are related to the environment and social safeguard, school safety and green school. Moving forward, with the technical support from the TPs and different co-creation workshops, these are the policy documents which are being updated. Firstly, the environment and social management framework, which is in the condition of final draft, comprehensive school safety master plan, final draft, comprehensive school safety implementation guideline, draft, green school implementation standard, final draft, Green School Quality Standard Draft. Likewise, Child Friendly School National Framework Draft, WAS Guideline Draft, School Health and Nutrition Strategy Draft, and lastly, the Free and Compulsory Education Implementation Action Plan. These all documents are related to the environment and social issues and principles of the environment and social issues to make minimal impact on the environment and social issues of the nation, federal nation. Moving forward, I'd like to add some brief information about the compliance status of the environmental and social safeguard. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the update on the environmental and social management framework. Harmonized and sectoral ESMF draft is finalized. Translation of it into the Nepali language is going on. Likewise, the dissemination of the ESMF is being conducted to all the local government education section chief of the 753 LGs. I'd like to give update. This dissemination program has been completed in the 4 provinces of Nepal out of 7 provinces. The next update I would like to give about the aid memory agreed action of the BRM, in which the ministry MOEST forwarded a letter to ensure a focal person or focal point of ENS in all the LGs in the coordination with the MOFAGA. I would like to convince one thing here, that this focal point in which the section he or she is located acts as the committee for the all the environment and social issues. Moving forward, the ENS compliance report has been prepared and will be more enhanced with after the comments from the DPs is addressed. ENS focal person CHRD is the environmental inspector to oversee and regulate all the environment and social issues and does the periodic reporting in every 6 months. Moving forward, for the grievance redress mechanism, a grievance desk has been established at the CHRD following the principle of the grievance redress procedure 2074, which has been further revised in 2076. The GRM desk at CHRD is envisioned or controlled by the information or communication officer, likewise the JC focal point in the local governments. Not only that, CHRD is also working its most on making GRM more functional and systematic through its EMIS reporting system. Talking about the grievances, which comprise of child protection, sexual exploitation and abuse, likewise sexual harassment, teaching learning, physical construction, and school governance and transparency too. I would like to add some information about the incorporation of safeguard provision. The safeguard provision are also integrated in the School Physical Infrastructure Construction Standard 2080. A master plan was prioritized by a high-level committee for the physical facilities to make it more child-friendly, which is in the approval process. School physical facilities programs covers all the most of the safeguard provisions to make all the schools safer, resilient, green schools and inclusive too. Talking about the Girls and Inclusive Education Network update, till this reporting period, 212 different ELGs has formed GIEN and has been implemented in more than 8,000 schools. The orientation and strategy is in the process. If you want to know about any information regarding the GIEN, you can fully coordinate with the inclusive section of CEHRD. Some of other related programs for promoting inclusive education are midday meal, sanitary pad, remote hostel, scholarship, including the disabled, and lastly, the WAS facilities. Moving forward for the community consultation and information disclosure, which is done through the following ways. Firstly, the social audit, interaction with the parents through Parents-Teacher Association or SMC meetings, school management committee meetings, regular update in the emails, likewise publication in the school website, school medias, social media, and school apps, display of the information in the school notice board, and finally inclusion of environment related actions or activities in the school calendar annually. I would like to talk about the compliance status of the comprehensive school safety. Firstly, the formation of school disaster management committees, likewise integration of basic DRR concept in the education curriculum through the curriculum development sector in the sector of environment and social, likewise school risks and assessment to make them more safer, easier, convenient and comfortable, capacity building programs on drill and simulation like fire, earthquake, etc. for the pre-preparedness and response in the ELGs, likewise education in emergencies, data collection through EMIS. School safety provision has been incorporated in the updated school improvement plan and local level planning too. And finally, the dissemination of CSSMP within all the 753 LGs which is going on. I would like to give a short information about the CSSMP mapping and its overall coverage. Overall, out of 7 provinces, 35 districts is covered, 112 local governments, likewise 1151 schools coverage, 9 cluster members reported, and finally 115100 children reached. This is the organization-wise coverage of CSSMP. We can see in the x-axis the name of the organizations are presented, while in the y-axis percentage of school coverage, total students, schools, LGs, districts and provinces where the CSSMP work is covered or coverage. Moving forward, this is the consolidated mapping of 2023 to 2025 of the CSSMP. The blue color indicates the first mapping period update of 2023, orange by the second mapping update of 2025, and grey color shows the combined mapping of CSSMP from 2023 to 2025 till this reporting period. Now I would like to give a short discussion on the disaster reduction management fund. Firstly, emergency preparedness has been strengthened and institutionalized by the MOEST with the proper allocation of emergency funds of net worth 0.24 billions, of which 48 millions for Kosi province, 82.4 millions Bagmati province, and 22.5 millions to Madhes, Gandaki, Lumbini, Karnali and Sudur Pasim province each. Now talking about the compliance status of green schools, the green school related customized teachers training guideline and curriculum is now in the implementation process. Likewise, the elective curriculum of the environmental science for grade 9 and 10 has been is in the process of revision and finalization by the Curriculum Development Center, Nepal. Likewise, Green School Management Standard 2075 has been updated and processed to Green School Implementation Standard 2081. Most schools have set up the eco clubs in their premises for conducting different safeguard related programs and aware the students about the environment and social issues. Moving forward, Green School Quality Standard is being drafted, which incorporates or includes 17 actions and 77 activities relevant to schools till this reporting period. Orientation of the green schools for LGs is also going on, in which we mainly focus the training on impact of climate change on education, climate smart education, likewise resilient education and resilient school, and finally education in emergencies like fire and earthquake drill, etc. The feedback is being collected from the LGs and schools on the green school quality standard also, and finally some of the DPs is being working for the green school piloting activities. In the conclusion, I want to conclude that safeguard provisions such as ENS screening and its mitigation measures, which has been integrated into the contract documents with the help of principles of different relevant guidelines, including the training manual and school infrastructure development standard 2080, to make and protect the schools for more resiliency, green schools, and inclusive designs for the physical infrastructure too. Talking about the comprehensive school safety and education in emergency programs are conducted by the government in its 3-tier cascading trainings and orientation, including the dissemination for disaster risk reduction and safeguarding elements for the minimal environmental and social impacts in the education sector. Moving forward, green school and other school safety initiatives are in place to address the climate change, to make minimal impact in the environmental and social issues of the federal government too. Finally, I would like to conclude with our supporting cross-cutting issues like midday meal, wash facilities, hostel facilities, sanitary pad, and scholarship programs, which promotes the inclusion education too. Some of the issues and challenges may be resource gap, preparedness, coordination, and capacity development in all the 3 tiers of government, likewise effective implementation, reporting mechanism, and inadequate integration of school safety, climate change, and green school components in the school improvement plans, as well as the local level education plan. The way forward can be proper integration of safeguard actions on comprehensive school safety and green school activities, likewise coordination and collaboration with related stakeholders for the effective outcomes, sufficient budgeting, strengthening and reporting mechanism of the grievances, likewise capacity development at all the 3 tiers of government, including the schools. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the head of my section, Hari Prasad Aryal, the head of department of my section, Mahendra Parajuli sir, and the Director General of CEHRD, Anna Prasad Nepani, for providing me this golden opportunity to share the environmental and social issues and work within the premises of federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganga Paudel ma'am. Really, you did a wonderful presentation. Congratulations to you. Almost of the idea that you try to capture. However, if something is missing, director from School Standard Hari Aryal sir, as well as director from CDC are here. Before this, I would like to request dear colleagues, DP's partner, if you have any concerns or issues regarding the presentation, over to you. Hari sir, it's your business to address the comments, so be careful.
थ्याङ्क यू म नेपालीमै बोलौँ हुन्छ है ट्रान्सलेटर हुनुहुन्छ सजिलो हुन्छ अब म डाक्टर सूर्यप्रसाद अधिकारी हेड एजुकेसन प्लानिङ एन्ड म्यानेजमेन्ट सेन्ट्रल डिपार्टमेन्ट अफ एजुकेसन त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालय टिचरलाई यो प्रेजेन्टेसनहरू केही आइसकेपछि बोलौँ बोलौँ जस्तो लाग्दो रहेछ किनभने ठ्याक्कै कनेक्सन हाम्रो कक्षा कोठासँग र व्यावहारिक जीवनसँग जोडिँदो रहेछ मैले योसित सँगसँगै अब फेरि बोल्न पाइएला नपाइएला दुईटै कुरा अगाडिको प्रेजेन्टेसन र यो प्रेजेन्टेसन दुईटैलाई कनेक्सन गर्न चाहेँ पहिला मध्य प्रदेशमा लिट्रेसी रेट चाहिँ बढाउनलाई गर्ने प्रयासहरूको सन्दर्भमा अलिकति जोड्न खोजेँ अहिले भर्खरै म क्लासबाटै आएँ यहाँ आउँदा अलिकति ढिला पनि भएको थियो एकजना मधेसकै विद्यार्थी जसले बेटी पढाऊ बेटी जोगाऊ बेटी पढाऊ बेटी बचाऊ बेटी पढाऊ भन्ने ठ्याक्कै टाइटलमा थेसिस लेख्न मैले इन्स्पायर गरिरहेको छु र उनले थेसिस लेख्दैछन् मलाई लाग्छ मधेसका समस्या के हुन् त मधेसबाट कोही रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ गर्नुभएको छ प्लिज हुनुहुन्छ कोही हुनुहुन्न मधेसको समस्या के हो भन्ने बारेमा वास्तवमा मधेसमै पुग्नुपर्छ एउटा कुरा दोस्रो कुरा त्यहाँको लिट्रेसी रेटबाट बढाउनका लागि अहिले जुन साइकल वितरण मात्रैले पनि धेरै फरक पारेको रहेछ र बेटी बचाऊ बेटी पढाऊ भन्ने कुराले मात्रै पनि त्यहाँका अभिभावकहरूको कन्सस चाहिँ बढेको रहेछ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले त्यो खालका प्रोग्रामहरू लान सक्छौँ कि सक्दैनौँ भन्ने कुरा आउँदो रहेछ त्यसैले मधेस मैत्री पाठ्यक्रम निर्माण लेखन कार्य गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ यद्यपि हामीले भन्ने गर्छौँ पहिलाका पाठ्यक्रमहरू निर्माण गर्दा हिन्दू धर्म मैत्री बाहुन क्षेत्री मैत्री हुन्थे भने अबका पाठ्यक्रमहरू धार्मिक रूपमा इन्क्लुजन र जातीय रूपमा पनि इन्क्लुजन भेगीय रूपमा पनि इन्क्लुजन भएको पाइन्छ त्यसैले अहिलेका पाठ्यक्रमहरू पहिलाको तुलनात्मक रूपमा सुधार हुँदै गएको छ तर शिक्षकको सन्दर्भमा के छ भने जस्तो मदर टङबाट पठन पाठन गर्दाखेरि मात्रै पनि विद्यार्थीको ड्रप आउट रेट चाहिँ केही कम भएको देखिन्छ रिसर्चहरूले त्यो देखाएको छ यसमा मैले जोड्न खोजेको रिसर्चलाई नै फोकस गरौँ र अगाडि बढौँ जसको कारणले हामीले रियल त्यहाँको डाटा आउँछ र त्यसअनुसार हामीले कार्यान्वयन गर्न सजिलो हुन्छ त्यसका लागि त्रिभुवन युनिभर्सिटी फ्याकल्टी अफ एजुकेसन छ है यति मात्रै मनन गरेर कार्यान्वयन गऱ्यौँ भने भइहाल्छ दोस्रो कुरा अहिले भर्खरै म्यामले प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुभयो इन्भाइरोमेन्टको बारेमा रूपान्तरण प्रोजेक्टबाट त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयमा गार्डनिङको कन्सेप्टबाट डाक्टर कमल आचार्य डाक्टर यदु प्रसाद उप्रेती लगायतले पिएचडी गर्नुभएको छ र उहाँको फिल्ड चाहिँ चितवनमा थियो भर्खरै पिएचडी सिद्धाउनु भएको छ हामी सँगै भर्ना भएको थियौँ चितवनमा थियो त्यो इन्भाइरोमेन्टलाई कसरी जोड्न खोजिँदो रहेछ भने बच्चाले दिसा पिसाब गर्छ त्यसलाई मलको रूपमा उत्पादन गर्छ अनि त्यो मलको रूपमा उत्पादन गरिसकेपछि पिसाबले पनि अर्ग्यानिक तरकारी उत्पादन गर्न खेती उत्पादन गर्न सहयोग गर्ने भयो अनि मल पनि तीन महिनाको अन्तरमा चाहिँ त्यो प्रयोग गर्न मिल्ने खालको बन्दो रहेछ दिशा गरिसकेपछि पाट पनि र त्यहाँ गार्डनबाट निस्किने फोहोरलाई पनि फेरि त्यहीँ मल बनाउने प्रक्रिया चाहिँ गरिँदो रहेछ र त्यसरी उत्पादन भएको कुरा अहिले भर्खरै स्कुल मिल और डे मिल अर्थात् डे/मिल भनिराखेको छ अब त्यो चाहिँ आइहाल्दो रहेछ त्यसकारण डे मिलको लागि कहाँबाट ल्याउने भन्ने कुरै गर्नु परेन विद्यालयको क्षेत्रफल कति हुन्छ कति हुनुपर्छ भनेर निर्धारण गर्ने काम चाहिँ सरकारले गर्नु पर्यो जब सरकारले त्यो गरिन्छ त्यसपछि चाहिँ के हुने भयो भने त्यहीँबाटै गार्डनिङबाटै उनीहरूलाई डे मिल हाइजेनिक खाना पनि सिक्यो अनि हाइजेनिक खानामा सिक्यो मात्रै होइन अब उसले चाहिँ कसरी गार्डनिङमा खेतीपाती गरिएको छ भन्ने कुरा उसले ताजै स्कुलमा उत्पादन गरेको बिरुवालाई घरमा लगेर पनि उसले के गर्नुभयो, खेतीपाती उत्पादन गर्ने भयो र अर्ग्यानिक रूपमा खाने भयो। अहिले भर्खरै मैले यहाँ रूपन्देहीबाट दिल्लीजी आउनु भएको छ, दिल्ली सर जो प्रिन्सिपल हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँलाई मैले यसो नजिकै राखेर बोलाएर सोधेको तपाईँले पनि के गर्नु भएको छ तराईमा भन्ने कुरा गर्दै गर्दा उहाँले आफै भन्नुभयो हामीले माछा पालन गरेका छौँ, इकोसिस्टमलाई पनि सजिलो, उहाँ साइन्सको मान्छे पनि हो, इकोसिस्टम पनि राम्रो बन्यो। अनि त्यसपछि माछा पाल्ने कुरा चाहिँ तराईमा पोखरीहरू बनाउन सजिलो, माछा पालन सजिलो, त्यसैले त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ इकोसिस्टमलाई पनि सजिलो बनायो र बच्चाले गर्दै सिक्दै पनि पायो। त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ के गरिँदो रहेछ त भन्दा इन्भाइरोमेन्टलाई पनि सपोर्ट गर्यो। सामान्य इन्भाइरोमेन्ट भनौँ न पार्टबाट इन्भाइरोमेन्टको कुरा ल्याउँदै गर्दाखेरि बल्ल हामीले ग्लोबल वार्मिङको कुरालाई जोड्न सक्दा रहेछौँ नि त। त्यसरी हेर्ने हो भने हामीले जङ्गलको हिसाबबाट चाहिँ हाम्रोमा भएको प्लान्टले चाहिँ अहिले हामीले अक्सिजन उत्सर्जन गरे बापत हामी पुरस्कृत भएको कुरा पनि जोड्न सकियो। भनेपछि सानो सानो कम्पोनेन्टबाट जाँदै गर्दाखेरि माथिसम्म जान सकिँदो रहेछ भने हामीले ठ्याक्कै हाम्रो शिक्षा, हाम्रो पाठ्यक्रम, हाम्रो व्यवहारलाई हामीले रियल फिल्डमा रहने भनेको स्कुलहरू अर्थात् लोकल लेभलसम्म उनीहरूलाई बढी दिन सकियो भने सजिलो हुन्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। हस्, थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच।
Thank you, Ganga ma'am, for the presentation. Couple of comments and suggestions. Firstly, great work on the ESMF document itself. Very coherent and very concise and specific. But I think there are already structures and mechanisms in place that we can inbuild rather than create new mechanisms. For instance, for the GRM strengthening at school level, just a recommendation to make it more in alignment with the complaint response mechanism and the GIEN mechanism that that is also part of the GPE multiplier, as well as something that has been ongoing since SSTP period. In terms of coherence, I think the fact that there are multiple suggestions related with occupational health and safety, particularly to contractors, related with SMC, I think it's important that we align with PPMO procurement guidelines as well to ensure that that is well aligned and rather not segregated as just for school sector itself. That should be the basis for us to really implement in terms of the coherence for the contractors and occupational safety and health hazards. So that's another suggestion. In the news yesterday, we've also seen that there are news of particularly bamboo structures also going to be incorporated within the physical infrastructure development. So just again, I think another suggestion is to make that alignment if possible and make references to more climate friendly, climate resilient and green standards in that sense to incorporate within the school infrastructure construction. And finally, few minor tweaks, but important, I think, in terms of the document itself is there's still mention of USAID in the document, so perhaps a quick suggestion to our colleagues here to remove USAID as part of the document and perhaps include FCTO, which is not at the moment included in the ESMF document. And finally, Hari sir is looking at me and he knows that I'm going to push for deadlines. The CSSMP implementation guideline has been taking quite a long time, and we know we're almost done with the translation as well. But I think if we can take the GRM as an opportunity to at least have an agreement in terms of deadline for when can we anticipate the approval of CSSMP IG, because it has gone through a rigorous round of review process and consolidation has taken place, a very participatory approach. So maybe a deadline. And finally, for Green School, I think what we've agreed jointly is that perhaps we'll do some implementation in terms of Green School and then only endorse the documents. But I think tentatively, let's have that also as another deadline for us to ensure that Green School standards are well aligned, rolled out, and then accreditations can start, because I believe that it is quite an opportunity for the schools to unlock more funds. And for Nepal, I think it's much more of a good example that can contribute to NDC, as well as to report on the Green Climate Fund on a longer run, on a strategic note. But at the implementation level, it would be really useful. So thank you.
Vincent?
No, thank you so much. Thank you for the very lovely and joyful presentation. It was really picked up my mood to see all of the wonderful progress I'm trying to stay with a positive language in the presentation this morning. But yeah, I just actually was going to start by, so I'll start by seconding Anamika's suggestion on providing a very clear deadline for endorsing several of these guidelines that have been sitting there waiting endorsement, and that would be the CSSMP pieces, also the green schools, and so on. And just to note that these tools are already now being used to support the piloting, implementation, scale-up of the CSSF and green schools at local levels. So I think it would be important to finalize that. I just wanted to clarify also in the presentation, which was again wonderful, but I think we missed a really big impact there in a sense because of the way it was presented. So one of the first slides on the coverage of the comprehensive school safety at school level showed a 3% coverage this year, but that's actually additional to the mapping that was done last year. So what we've seen over the past, really it's been about 8 months, 9 months, coverage of CSSMP has increased by 3% of all of the schools in Nepal, which is an exceptional achievement given that we only started that about 9 or 10 months ago. And I think for us, the big takeaway and something we were hoping would be happening, and I think so far is happening, is that by strengthening this part of the government system, we've identified a mechanism that can help all partners focus on something that will help us get impact at scale in Nepal. And that is actually an exceptional kind of shift. So that's really encouraging. I think the other part of it is that this only has started the scale up of this work, so we're expecting that will actually accelerate even further. But that's also a platform that we're using partners together to integrate the climate action pieces around mitigation adaptation with the green schools component. So that's also very good. There was one point that was noted as a challenge, although I question if it is a challenge, and it was around integrating into local planning processes. So as you know, of course, we have actually focused on integration of climate issues into local education plans. And there is an appraisal tool that has been shared in the PIPs, of course, that is actually very good and that we had developed jointly with NSET. And if Sabina's in the overflow room, she can maybe speak to that, unless I cover it already. But the preliminary sharing of that appraisal tool was actually, the feedback I've gotten was actually exceptionally strong and has been used to support those local governments even further strengthen how they're planning and budgeting for climate issues in the local education plans. And that's something, again, that is at scale, right? So far it's 353 local governments that have completed plans. So, you know, that, again, a really a transformational intervention there potentially. Just to clarify also, on the literacy rates in Madesh, so I've looked at some data previously on that for Madesh, and if I didn't misunderstand where illiteracy rates are higher in Madesh, it's typically for the older age populations. It's less for younger children. So the kind of target population, if you will, that we're working to support through the education system will typically be those who are still in basic or secondary or NFE type of thing. Not to say that the NFE sector can't support them as well, of course, but I just wanted to point that out, not to send a message that a large number of young children going to school are illiterate in Madesh. I don't think that's the case, although it is an issue. And I think one of the interventions that CHRD has been working on quite successfully, I think, based on the initial rollout of this, is the multilingual education training pedagogies for children in school to address this issue of multiple languages and to support them become literate and also stay in school and so on. And Vaishali has been working on that with the CHRD team and might be able to speak to that. But I just wanted to clarify that to make sure I didn't misunderstand where illiteracy is highest in Nepal and how that would kind of shape the work around NFE, of course. Yeah. Thank you. That's it for me. But great job as well, yeah.
Hello? Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and recap of the day. म चाहिँ अलिकति नेपालीमै बोल्छु. नेपालीमा बोल्दाखेरि अलि बढी खुलेर बोल्न पाइन्छ. आफ्नो भाषा पनि हो र धेरै जसो हामी नेपाली नै छौँ. मलाई चाहिँ अलिकति यो मधेसको शिक्षालाई विशेष गरी गर्ल्सहरूको एजुकेसनलाई चाहिँ कसरी गर्ने भन्ने अब प्रमोट गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरालाई जोडेर थोरै कुरा अब हाम्रो भिएसओको साथी यहीँ हुनुहुन्छ, सायद उहाँले पनि ल्याउनु होला केही. यो भिएसओले अथवा थ्रु ब्रिटिस एम्बेसीको सपोर्टमा, काउन्सिलको सपोर्टमा चाहिँ गरेकोमा यो बिग सिस्टर लिटल सिस्टर भन्ने प्रोग्राम चाहिँ हामीले 2-4वटा डेमोन्स्ट्रेसन हेऱ्यौँ र एकदमै राम्ररी गइरहेको छ. हामीले चाहिँ त्यो नानीहरूसित बिग सिस्टर र यो लिटल सिस्टरसित पनि इन्ट्रेक्सनहरू गरेका थियौँ. केही ठाउँहरूमा चाहिँ अब सबै ठाउँमा त कस्तो छ भन्न सकिँदैन. मधेसको चाहिँ विशेष गरी हामीले 12 हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ एकदमै प्रभावकारी देखिएको थियो. अब त्यसले पनि जुन अब मातृभाषाको कुराहरू आएको छ होइन, स्थानीय, किनभने स्थानीय भाषा बोल्नलाई स्थानीय मान्छे नै भयो भने, सम्बन्धित कम्युनिटीकै मान्छे भयो भने राम्रो हुन्छ. अरू मान्छेले सिकेर जस्तो हामीले गएर सिकेर सिकाउने र त्यहीँको चाहिँ बच्चादेखि बोल्दै आएको मान्छेले सिकाउनेमा धेरै फरक हुन्छ. त्यस कारणले त्यस्तो खालको कार्यक्रमलाई पनि अलिकति हामीले चाहिँ सरकारी कार्यक्रममै चाहिँ इन्टिग्रेट गरेर लैजाने हो कि एउटा अप्सन त्यो हुनसक्छ कि होइन. हामीसित किनभने प्रोभन लेसनहरू छ हामीसित अलरेडी, इफेक्टिभ छ भनेर होइन, त्यस्तो कुराहरूको पनि अलिकति रेकमेन्डेड गरेर त्यसलाई पनि गराएर जानुपर्छ होला, चाहिँ के भन्छ पहिचान गरेर जानुपर्छ होला र साथसाथ लिएर जानुपर्छ होला. अर्को कुरा अब यो इन्भाइरोमेन्टको कुरामा उहाँ सरले अघि हाम्रो डाक्टर सूर्य रेग्मी सरले भनिहाल्नु भयो. एकदमै म चाहिँ 100% सहमत. मैले पनि 2-4 वर्षदेखि उठाउँदै आएको कुरा हो यो. र हामीले चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूलाई क्लासरुम र यो जुन धेरै विद्यालयहरूमा चाहिँ कति छ भने थुप्रै ल्यान्डहरू यत्तिकै खेर गइरहेको छ. स्कुलको कम्पाउन्डभित्र पनि कम्पाउन्ड बाहिर पनि व्यवस्थापन राम्रो छैन. त्यसलाई कसरी व्यवस्थापन गर्ने भन्ने कुरा हामीले स्कुल लेभलमै पनि छलफल गरेका थियौँ. अब हामीले चाहिँ एउटा अलिकति कङ्क्रिट एक्सन नै बनाएर त्यस्तो स्कुलहरूको, त्यस्तो विद्यालयहरूको चाहिँ जहाँ जहाँ सम्भव हुन्छ त्यसमा चाहिँ त्यसको चाहिँ म्यापिङ गरेर र सबै ठाउँमा सम्भव नहुनसक्छ. र अहिले आएर यो नयाँ टेक्नोलोजी यो जुन के भन्छ चक्ला फार्मिङ भनेर पनि आएको छ. थुप्रै जमिनहरूलाई चाहिँ एकमुष्ट गरेर एउटै खालको चाहिँ फार्मिङहरू गर्ने, जस्तो फिसरीको कुरा आयो, पोल्ट्रीको कुरा छ, इभन विन्डको कुरा छ, सन फार्मिङ. अस्ति हामीले चाहिँ बुटोल जाँदाखेरि एकदमै धेरै सोलर एनर्जी फार्मिङको चाहिँ हार्भेस्टिङको चाहिँ एकदमै खतरा टेक्नोलोजीहरू मोडेलहरू देख्यौँ बाटोमा हिँड्दै गर्दा. अनि थुप्रै कुराहरू छ. त्यस्तो खालको कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ इन्टिग्रेट गरेर अलिकति इन्टिग्रेटेड अप्रोचमा स्कुलको चाहिँ गार्डनिङ अथवा फार्मिङलाई चाहिँ अलिकति हामीले चाहिँ प्रमोट गर्ने हो कि, र त्यसैको उत्पादनले चाहिँ विद्यालयमा मिड डे मिल पनि प्रोभाइड गर्ने भयो. एक्स्ट्रा भएकोलाई चाहिँ बेचेर स्कुललाई एक्स्ट्रा इन्कम हुने भयो, बच्चाहरूलाई इन्कम हुने भयो. र यो कुरा चाहिँ एकदमै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ. हामीले अलिकति कङ्क्रिट एक्सन प्लान गरेर अगाडि बढौँ होइन. स्कुलको विद्यालयको म्यापिङबाट सुरु गरौँ र कुन कुन कुरा कहाँ टेक्नोलोजी चाहिँ कुन लाउन सम्भव हुन्छ त्यसमा चाहिँ जाउँ. र यो चक्ला फार्मिङको कुरामा पनि अलिकति हामी अध्ययन चाहिँ खोजी नीति चाहिँ गरौँ. धन्यवाद. थ्याङ्क यू.
Thank you. It's really great to hear that the grievance is functioning. It's one of the most important things that we really love to hear. तपाईसँग चाहिँ नि ग्रिभेन्स फङ्सनिङ गरिरहेछ भन्ने सपोर्ट गर्नको लागि if you are able to provide some data like how many grievances you have recorded in the past review period and what are the broad nature of those grievances, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
गुड मर्निङ. म उद्धव भट्टराई एआइएनलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्दैछु. यो नेपालीमा बोल्ने प्रिभिलेजलाई मैले पनि आत्मसात गरेँ. यो ग्रिन स्कुलको कुराकानी गरिरहँदाखेरि हामीले पनि केही विद्यालयहरूमा, हामी जस्ता सङ्घ संस्थाहरूले पनि केही विद्यालयमा यसलाई पाइलोटिङ गरिरहेको भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि यसको इनिसियल रिजल्टहरू चाहिँ एकदमै इन्करेजिङ आइरहेको छ. र हाम्रो एकदमै ठुलो सिकाइ भनेको चाहिँ के छ त भन्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ अक्रस द नेपाल नै यो कन्सेप्टलाई हामीले पपुलराइज गर्ने हो भने चाहिँ वी निड टु स्टार्ट वर्किङ थ्रु द करिकुलम भन्ने खालको कुराकानी चाहिँ छ. करिकुलमलाई अलिकति यो ग्रिन स्कुलको पर्सपेक्टिभबाट क्लाइमेट चेन्ज, क्लाइमेट एडाप्टेसन, इन्भाइरोमेन्टल सेफगार्डिङका कुराकानीहरू करिकुलमै हामीले इन्जेक्ट गर्न सकियो र त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ पाठ्य पुस्तकमा आर्टिकुलेट गर्न सक्यो भने चाहिँ सबै विद्यालयमा यो जाने रहेछन्। जबसम्म यसलाई इन्स्ट्रक्सनल कन्टेन्ट हामीले बनाउन सक्दैनौँ यी किसिमका कुराकानीहरू पढाइँदैन रहेछन् विद्यालयमा। त्यसो भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो स्टार्टिङ पोइन्ट पाठ्यक्रम र पाठ्य पुस्तकमा यी ग्रिन स्कुलको कुराकानीहरूलाई एज अ कन्टेन्टको रूपमा इन्जेक्ट गर्न सकियो भने चाहिँ थ्रु आउट द कन्ट्री नै यो एजेन्डा अलिकति पपुलराइज पनि हुन्छ होला र स्कुल लेभलबाट गर्नुपर्ने इनिसिएसनहरू पनि सुरु हुन्छ होला जस्तो हाम्रो एउटा ठुलो लर्निङ यहाँ सेयर गर्न चाहे। धन्यवाद।
Quickly on that notion of green school चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ हार्मोनाइजै गर्नुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। Maybe I would hope that CDC will reply to this. I think that's a lesson learned as well, right? Green school भनेर के चाहिँ हो, green school भन्ने खालको चाहिँ varying concepts चाहिँ आउनु भएन। A comment that I missed out earlier was also that AIN को huge distribution INGOs हरूमा देखिरहेको छ green school को लागि हैन। We are hoping that maybe that will also reflect as part of the AIN presentation. But just want to reiterate that while we are harmonizing many conceptual frameworks together, let's also ensure that green schools and हामीले together यहाँ CHRD, CDC, ERO सबैजना बसेर काम गरिरहेको छ त्यसलाई नै इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा चाहिँ लगाउँ। मल्टिपल मिनिङमा चाहिँ गर्दाखेरि अलिकति एउटा रिस्क चाहिँ हुनसक्छ based on all the lessons learned from the past. Thank you.
Shivani ji.
Just a small comment on GINs. So this is, I think, one topic which is discussed again in every budget review mission, every joint review mission. We see that progress has been noted in terms of the number of GINs, but in terms of operationalization, whenever we go on field, there is a huge variance, right? I think we can be honest and say that we are struggling, but it is such an incredible platform. I had the opportunity of visiting one of the schools where VSO was present, and it was incredible to see that where GIN works and where it's operational, it has a rippling effect on all outcomes for girls, right? But where it's not operational, where it's not working, which is the case in a vast majority of contexts, it feels like a missed opportunity. And so much investment has gone into building this platform that I think we have to somehow come together and think, where are the bottlenecks and how can we move on to the next phase of GINs where it becomes like a platform which can truly be mobilized for change, right? Which was the imagination. And in terms of grievance response mechanisms as well, some of the things that we picked on in the recent school visits for the JRM visits was that the nature of the ways in which students are expressing complaints are changing. So as students are becoming more vocal, it's not the case everywhere, but where girls are becoming more vocal in some sub-metropolitan settings, the standard sort of grievance response mechanisms through a box is maybe not as effective. So I think as a group, we also need to have a conversation on what's next for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Vaishali ji, Durva sir.
Two points from my side. One on the complaint response mechanism, the monitoring of it. So in collaboration with the inclusive education section of CHRD, we had piloted a monitoring tool, an online monitoring tool. It's a very simple tool, it's just a spreadsheet, but we really wanted to know what kind of complaints actually come in the schools, the 5 categories that were mentioned in the slide. So how many of those sort of complaints come in, how many are addressed? If they aren't addressed, what happens to those complaints? So it's just a sheet where schools fill in, so LGs, it's monitored by the LGs. And we just piloted in about 22 LGs. And the results that came out of it was very strong. So about 85% of the complaints actually being resolved at the school level. But the ones that aren't being resolved within the school were mainly related to sexual harassment or someone complaining that their parents are getting them married off. So things which is beyond the control just of the school. But then what happens to those? So that is why the discussion had started with the LGs, that the referral mechanism then needs to be very strong. So what do the schools do if they can't address the problems in the school? Who do they contact? So that referral mechanism, strengthening of that referral mechanism. What was discussed in the thematic working group was that now that online tool needs to be embedded so that every LG follows. And there were discussions that started, do we actually embed it within the EMS system, or should there be another platform where we monitor? So that was still under discussion, but then the discussion has started that we need to have a monitoring tool where then we can keep track. And like you said, we did discuss that maybe not all students, now they can be more empowered to put down their complaints through other mechanisms as well. So should we have a sort of an online system as well where some of them can complain, put down their complaints, maybe not replace it completely, because then again, we're talking about the entire country. So maybe have a complementary system where there is an online mechanism as well, where students can complain if they want. So those discussions have started in the thematic working group. Hopefully in the next couple of months, we should have sort of a plan in place. The other thing I wanted to mention about, there was a lot of discussion happening about Madhesh. So last year, I can clearly remember there were two very big events that the provincial government had sort of done. One was a provincial education conference, and the second was a provincial dialogue on girls' education. So there were two commitment documents that the provincial government has come up with, which has, I think one of them has about 10 commitments and the other one has 14. So it's just about, I think what we also need to be aware is whether we know what their commitments are and how as partners and as federal government we are supporting their commitments, whether we are helping them implement their commitments and whether we are actually keeping track of and supporting them to meet all these commitments that they have in these two big plans. Maybe it's going to be a good way forward. That's just what I wanted to mention.
Briefly, one super quick thing. And it was something that triggered me that Anamika had said about climate financing. If I can propose an action as well for your consideration, of course. So the challenge that the education sector is having right now in accessing green climate funds across any of the financing instruments is who the pen holders are for writing these proposals from the government side. So right now it's MOFI primarily, together with AEPC. With AEPC being the government accredited entity from the Green Climate Fund. AEPC is consistently, its track record is to develop proposals that are around clean energy, which is great, it's wonderful. Proposals around forestry and protection, again, wonderful, perfect. But none of them are looking at financing the education sector. And this is maybe understandable if you're talking about the mitigation financing instrument, but when you're talking about the adaptation financing instrument and the newly established damage and loss fund, it makes no sense. Because the sectors that are most impacted and need greatest adaptation, arguably education is one of them, yet the government, because of who the pen holders are, is excluding education, so far as a track record. So, you know, and this is not to be critical of them, they do wonderful work, but I think if we want to ensure that climate financing will come to education in Nepal through the GCF, it might be useful for the ministry with partners, some of the key development partners possibly, and so on, who sit at some of these global tables as well, to have a discussion with the pen holders of the government to see how we can unblock this bottleneck. Just wanted to suggest that. Thank you.
Yes, Durva sir.
Thank you, sir. I just would like to add on the greening education that there's a very, very big movement already started in the greening education. It is the right time to restructure the target of the green schools. As you might know that there is only 100 schools have been targeted for the greening education during the SESP phase. So if we are restructuring the SESP targets, we have to rethink on the greening education and model greening schools. That's my just information. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Durva sir. Yes, of course, it's time to welcome the people in the screen. I think Dipendra sir is waiting for a long time. Anna, are you ready?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Parajuluji. I think I will be using 100% facility today also. सबभन्दा पहिला त एकदमै राम्रो प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुभयो मैले खास गरी उसमा यो हाम्रो गङ्गा पौडेलजीले गर्नुभएकोमा थोरै राख्न चाहेँ मैले सरकारलाई बधाई पनि दिन चाहेँ अब इन्भाइरोमेन्टल र सोसल सेफगार्डमा डिजास्टर पनि परेछ विच इज रियली गुड असाध्यै राम्रो काम सुरु भयो म त अब यो शिक्षा मन्त्रालयको फ्यान नै हुँ सिस्टमहरू राम्रो बनेको छ खालि थोरै भ्यालु एड गरेर पुग्छ भन्ने मेरो जहिले पनि यो खालको मन्तव्य रहन्छ नै मैले खालि अब यो सेफगार्डमा चाहिँ यदि परेछ भने एकदम राम्रो भयो परेको छैन भने चाहिँ यो परोस् भन्ने मेरो आग्रह र अनुरोध मात्रै हो खास गरी चाहिँ अब यो म चाहिँ आफू स्कुल पढ्दाखेरि अहिलेसम्म आउँदाखेरि चाहिँ यो बुलिङ भन्ने चाहिँ जहिले पनि जहाँ पनि छ के स्कुलमा चाहिँ सिनियरले जुनियरलाई गर्ने अनि क्लासमेट पनि अलिकति बलियोले सानोलाई चाहिँ हेप्ने होइन टिचरले पनि कहिलेकाहीँ हेपिदिने त्यसपछि आएर टपरले चाहिँ मिडोकरलाई हेप्ने अनि कहिलेकाहीँ कम्युनिटीले पनि चाहिँ बुलिङ गरिदिने कामहरू भएर मनोविज्ञानमा चाहिँ बच्चालाई असर परेको मैले फिल गरेको छु होइन त्यसैले हाम्रो यो सेफगार्डको चाहिँ उसमा फ्रेमवर्कमा चाहिँ बुलिङ पनि परोस् है भन्ने आग्रह गरेर चाहे यदि परेको छ भने असाध्यै बेस भयो परेको छ भने परोस् भन्ने चाहे मैले धन्यवाद समय
Okay, Bimal sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you quite
Namaste.
well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just wondering if we can agree on the deadline for the approval of the draft harmonized environmental and social framework. This is one. And my second point is that we have noted that the Mofaga has sent a circular on 26 August 2025 to all local government to appoint environment and social focal as per the decision of the Ministry of 18 August 2025. However, as per the Safeguards Program Action Plan, one of the action plans, all LGs were supposed to form a committee with the representation from Planning and Infrastructure Unit, Social Development Division, and Education Unit, which will be responsible for environmental and social risk management. And the required costs should be covered from the allocated education budget of the local government. So I really appreciate if any further discussion is going on this one, or are we still pushing to form the committee, or we'll limit it to the ENS focal point only. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you. Again. Asimji. Yes.
हजुर सो मेरो चाहिँ प्रश्न मात्र थियो यो बजेट विनियोजनको मात्र प्रश्न थियो होइन सो डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्सनमा मैले देखेको चाहिँ प्रदेश वाइज बजेट हेर्दा चाहिँ बागमती र कोशीमा अरू प्रदेशभन्दा चाहिँ अलिकति धेरै विनियोजन भएको देखियो होइन सो त्यसकै अलिकति इलाबोरेट गरिदिनुहोस् भनेर मात्र मेरो प्रश्न थियो हजुर
Thank you, Asinji. I think Jaya sir is waiting for his turn.
धन्यवाद मैले नेपालीमै सेयर गरेँ एउटा सानो आइडिया मात्रै सेयर गरौँ यो छलफल हुँदै गर्दा छुट्टै बजेट सृजना गरेर कतैबाट एडिसनल बजेट पनि नहुने यो गर्छौँ भन्न चाहिँ सिस्टमलाई पनि गाह्रै हुने होला तर यही भित्र भएको कुरामा के गर्न सकिन्छ भने यो डकुमेन्ट 50, 60, 100, 65बाट घटाएर एकैचोटि थोरै गाइडलाइन गरौँ भनियो होइन निर्देशिका पनि त्यस्तै ढङ्गले घटाइयो यो सबै कहाँ कहाँ छन् त भन्यो भने हेर्नै गाह्रो पर्ने किसिमको अवस्था पनि रहन्छ त्यो अलिकति थोरै बनाएर स्थानीय तहमा साथीहरूले पल्टाएर हेर्दै गर्दा पनि को हो कहाँ हो के हो भन्ने कुरामा अलमल नहुने गरिकन गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ होला त्यो सिलसिलामा एउटा कुरा के देखिन्छ भने स्रोत पनि विनियोजन छ जस्तो इन्टर्नको लागि भनौँ होइन, टेक्निकल धारका विद्यार्थीहरूको लागि इन्टर्नमा जानै पर्ने किसिमको प्रोभिजन राखिएको छ। त्यो अलिकति निर्वाहको लागि भनेर थोरै स्रोत पनि राखिएको छ भने यो इन्भाइरोमेन्टसँग सम्बन्धित कुराहरू हुन सक्ला, प्लान्ट साइन्सको कुरो छ, त्यो एग्रिकल्चरको कुरा छ भने त्यो गाइडलाइनमा अलिकति संशोधन गरेर ती विद्यार्थीहरूलाई स्कुलमा मोबिलाइज गर्न सकिने अवस्था हुन्छ होला। त्यो अल्मली राखा हुन्छन् होइन, बोर्डमा आलु फलाउने इत्यादि गर्ने बस्ने किसिमको कुरो भन्दा स्थानीय साना किसानसँग पनि जोड्न सकिने होला। त्यो यङ विद्यार्थीहरूले अरू जुनियर विद्यार्थीहरूलाई पनि गाइड गर्न सक्ने अवस्था होला। त्यसमा चाहिँ ग्रेन स्कुलमा पनि सपोर्ट गर्न सक्लान्, स्कुल गार्डनिङमा पनि सपोर्ट गर्न सक्लान्, स्मल फार्मरलाई पनि सपोर्ट गर्न सक्लान्। त्यस कारण कतै न कतै लिङ्क गर्न सकिन्छ कि जस्तो लागेर मैले क्वेसन होइन सुझावको लागि मात्रै कुरा राखेको। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Jaya sir, for a very innovative idea.
I think we take more than 15 comments, feedbacks. Please don't forget to watch the watch. It's 10:44. We are being 44 minutes late. So please. Yeah, Ramesh sir, would you like to add something?
Very quick. Addition to the ongoing discussion with regard to this green school or safety or grievance readdressal mechanism, everything. So we have been talking at more policy level, but I am thinking of how we concretize it at the school level, how we can take this concept to every child at the school level. For that, in addition to the, incorporation of these things in the curriculum, we should also focus on teacher training as well. So this is what I suppose. I remember one approach that Australian kindergarten adopted with my child when I was there. So they sent a plant seed to the child home, and the child was taught how to seed it at grade 4. The child was only at, age 4 in the kindergarten. The child planted the seed at home and the school taught them to water every day, and they are teaching science at school with the story of their plant in a very integrated way. So if we can provide this sort of idea to every child at school, early grades, then the greening will automatically occur. We should not worry much about it. So thank you very much.
Rameshji, Hari sir, if you have any special comment, you can go ahead.
धेरै लामो समय हामीले चाहिँ जिज्ञासाहरू लिने उसमा चाहिँ खर्च गर्यौं। समयको पाबन्दी पनि भएको भएर सबै जिज्ञासाहरूको सम्मान गर्दै यहाँहरूलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद दिँदै अब युनिभर्सिटीको सरले राख्नु भएकोमा चाहिँ यो ग्रीन स्कुल भनेर खालि बिरुवा रोप्ने मात्रै हैन, एउटा होलिस्टिक एप्रोचबाट हेरिएको छ। यसलाई छुट्टै छलफलहरू आवश्यक पर्छ र धेरै हजुरले जुन एक्सप्रेस गर्नु भएको छ त्यसको लागि धन्यवाद। त्योभन्दा धेरै अगाडि बढेर पोलिसी डकुमेन्टहरू बनेको र अभ्यासमा पनि गएको अवस्था छ, त्यति मात्रै भन्छु। र अरू यो जति पनि सामग्रीहरू हामीले अघि त्यहाँ प्रस्तुतिमा आयो नि, त्यो सामग्रीहरू चाहिँ करिब एक वर्षको बिचमा चाहिँ अपडेट गर्ने हिसाबले चाहिँ आएको चिज हो। अब ESMF को हकमा चाहिँ नै त्यो स्ट्यान्डर्ड अपरेटिङ प्रोसिडियर बनाउने भन्ने कुरा छ। त्यसमा अलिकति हामीले सपोर्ट खोजिरहेछौँ। ADB वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्कको अघिल्लोचोटिको हाम्रो TWG मिटिङमा नि कुरा भइराखेको हो त्यो बारेमा। अब यो सकिने बित्तिकै केही हामी पस्छौँ होला सँगै। अनि अर्को यो CSSMP को त हामीले अब अप्रुभलको लागि मन्त्रालयमा पठाइसकेको छ। ESMF को पनि खालि ट्रान्सलेसनको काम मात्रै बाँकी हो। त्यो मेन डकुमेन्टको चाहिँ खालि SOP को चाहिँ छुट्टै काम गर्न बाँकी छ। अनि इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गाइडलाइनको पनि त्यो ड्राफ्ट बनेको छ। भोलि पर्सिदेखि नै छलफल गरेर एक हप्तामा एउटा रूपमा हामी त्यसलाई ल्याउने भनेर सल्लाह गरिरहेछौँ युनिसेफ एन्ड सेटसँग। त्यो कुराकानीहरू भइराखेको छ। अब यो अर्को हजुरको म्यापिङको कुरामा अघि एकदमै मेहनत गरेर हाम्रो युनिसेफको सबिनाजी भर्खर आइपुग्नु भयो म्याम होइन। हिजो मात्रै बेलुका त्यो सामग्री सेयर गर्नुभयो र हामीले यहाँ त्यति भने नि गर्न पायौँ। उहाँहरूलाई धेरै धन्यवाद पनि म त्यसमा दिन चाहन्छु। र कमसे एउटा सिनारियो कसरी काम भइरहेको छ, अरू साथीहरूले पनि कसरी गरिरहनु भएको छ भन्ने कुरा पनि त्योबाट चाहिँ थोरै आइडिया भयो। यो गुनासो सुनवाईको कुरामा चाहिँ जस्तो हाम्रो शिवानीजी होइन उहाँले भन्नुभयो नि हामी पनि त्यही लाइनबाट अब त्यो निर्देशिकालाई संशोधन गर्ने कुरा भइराखेको छ त्यसलाई मापदण्डको रूपमा त्यसमा चाहिँ त्यो खालि बक्समा मात्रै हालेर होइन हाल्ने हिसाबको होइन कि फेस टु फेस गएर नि गुनासो गर्न फोन गर्न म्यासेज गर्न सक्लान् इमेल गर्न सक्लान् बच्चाहरूले त्यो लाइनबाट त्यसमा थप कुराहरू चाहिँ राख्ने भनेर हामी पनि छलफल गरिरहेछौँ त्यसको हजुरको सुझावको लागि पनि धन्यवाद छ र दिपेन्द्र सरले राख्नु भएको त्यो बुलिङको कुराहरूमा अब हाम्रो त चाइल्ड सेफ्टीको हिसाबले त हरेक त्यो चाहिँ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट र सोसल पाटोबाट पनि सेफ्टी भनेपछि त्यो कुरा समेटिन्छ होला जस्तो चाहिँ लाग्छ। अब एउटा मात्रै यो करिकुलमको कुरा हाम्रो उद्धवजीले राख्नु भएको यसमा धेरै काम भएको छ सर करिकुलमको बारेमा धेरै काम भएको छ कसरी चाहिँ यो इन्भाइरोमेन्टको कुराहरू र खास गरी ग्रिन स्कुलको कन्सेप्टहरू कसरी त्यहाँ राख्ने सेफ्टीको कुराहरू भनेर कामहरू नि भइरहेको छ अपडेट गर्ने प्रोसेसिङ छ थप चाहिँ केही परे सिडिसीबाट चाहिँ आउँछ होला त्यो बारेमा चाहिँ हजुरहरूले फेरि बिचको छलफलहरूमा सुन्न सक्नुहुन्छ होला। अनि डेडलाइनको कुरामा चाहिँ हामी नि एकदमै सचेत छौँ अब एकदमै ढिलो भयो भनेर खालि के भने कहिलेकाहीँ त लाज पनि लाग्छ सरकारी कर्मचारीलाई अब डिपिजहरूले चाहिँ छिटो गर्दै भन्नुभयो भने मलाई कहिले सुरुमा चाहिँ यो अन्यथा नलिनु होला खालि यो पोलिसी इन्टरभेन्सनमा मात्रै उहाँहरू बढी फोकस जस्तो बढी इरिटेट जस्तो नि भयो क्या कतिपय सुरुमा आउँदाखेरि चाहिँ हजुर अनेस्टली स्पिकिङ होइन अनि पछि गएपछि त्यो नभएसम्म त अगाडि बढिन्न नि त त्यसै भएर जुन अब त धेरै हामी 1 वर्षको बिचमा त धेरै नै डकुमेन्टहरू हाम्रो चाहिँ अन्तिममा पुगिसकेको छ अब ठ्याक्कै अब यसलाई इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा लान फेरि पाइलोटिङको हिसाबले पनि हामी गइरहेछौँ जहाँ अरू जस्तो हाम्रो नीलकण्ठ सरको शाखाबाट अहिले जुन भइरहेछ 4वटा उसमा भयो नि अहिले प्रेजेन्टेसन धेरैचोटि यो सबै डकुमेन्टहरू त्यहाँ डिसिमिनेट भएको छ अनि हामीले पनि त्यो छुट्टै शाखा तर्फबाट गर्ने कार्यक्रमहरूमा पनि यो डकुमेन्टहरू उहाँहरूलाई सेयर गर्ने यसको बारेमा एउटा सेसन नै लिएर त्यसरी पनि हामी कामहरू अलिअलि गरिराखेका छौँ। खास अब रिसोर्सको चाहिँ अब समस्या हो अलि ठुलो स्केलमा एकैचोटि जान स्कुल लेभलमा पुर्याउन भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ होइन त्यो छ। र अब अर्को यो बजेटको कुरा चाहिँ अघि राख्नु भएको थियो नि यो उसको चाहिँ विपदको बजेट बढेको भन्ने कुरामा मैले तुसुक शङ्कर सरलाई सोधेर मैले थाहा पाएको जानकारी अनुसार चाहिँ यसपालि अलिक डिजास्टरको चाहिँ मात्रा चाहिँ बढेको भएर बजेटको भोल्युम थोरै बढाएको भनेर भन्नुभयो। अरू हामी सँगै छौँ यो बिचमा फेरि पनि हामी थप कुराहरू गरौँला। हस् धन्यवाद।
थ्याङ्क यू हरि सर। यस सबिनाजी।
Thank you, sir. I'm really sorry that I was upstairs, but I thought I'd rather come down and talk to you. First of all, really like to thank you, the leadership of government, Ministry and CHRD for moving this agenda forward. I just wanted to, because I think Harish has already explained and answered everything, but I just want to give one scenario, and that's comprehensive school safety program that we started in 2019, and here in 2025 we have access 26% of school. That's also that way. But looking at Nepal's vulnerability, I don't think we have the luxury to go for another 18 years to cover all the schools. So how do we move forward on that part? So that's my humble, I think as a technical working group, definitely we are here to support the government, but through systemic process, how this will go forward. And it requires two things. The increasing budget is there, but the capacity strengthening of the local government and the teachers. And how do we do that through the system? I think that is one discussion we really need to discuss further. And I hope with this kind of approach, we definitely move forward, but this rather need an urgent action. So I'm here just to raise that point. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sabina ji. I think Naran sir. Yeah, regarding Dipendra sir concern, as he mentioned in terms of bullying in school, yes, of course, our ER report that mentioned that 53% of the students, they feel bullying, most of that related to nickname by the friends or teacher. So regarding this, BSO Nepal is here. With the help of BSO, our inclusive section that develop the package, taught, and some sort of capacity development program. I think Naran sir, would you like to add something? Be quick.
हस् नमस्कार एकदम छोटकरीमा बताउन चाहन्छु विशेष यो जिआइएनको सम्बन्ध गर्ल्स एन्ड इन्क्लुसिभ एजुकेसन नेटवर्क र अलिकति बुलिङको सम्बन्धमा हामीले यो काम गरिरहँदाखेरि सिआरजाडीसँग बसेर स्कुल र कम्युनिटी लेभल प्लस प्रोभिन्स लेभलमा जाँदाखेरि अलिकति स्कुल लेभलमा चाहिँ यो फङ्सनलाइज अलिकति कार्यान्वयनमा लैजाने अवस्थामा चाहिँ केही स्कुलहरूले एकदम राम्रो पनि गरिरहनु भएको छ। त्यहाँ चाहिँ यो अघि हाम्रो यो कम्प्लेन रेस्पोन्स मेकानिजमको कुरा पनि आएको थियो। यो अल एबाउट चाहिँ एउटै प्याकेजले चाहिँ एउटै सिस्टमले चाहिँ सबै कुराहरूलाई समेटियोस्, स्कुलको लाइफ पनि त्यो बर्डन पनि कम होस्, विद्यार्थीले सहिलेसँग कम्प्लेनहरू गर्नुहोस्, अलिकति कम्युनिटी अफ प्र्याक्टिसको रूपमा चाहिँ लैजानुपर्छ। त्यो भयो भने राम्रा कुराहरू पनि सेयर गर्छ। बच्चा भाइ बहिनीहरूले चाहिँ सिधै चाहिँ कति कम्प्लेन बक्समा आउँछ, कति बाहिर भनिरहेको ती सबै कुरालाई ल्याउन सकिन्छ भन्ने राम्रो प्र्याक्टिस गरेका इक्जाम्पलहरू पनि छन्। यसलाई अलिकति सघन रूपमा चाहिँ विद्यालयसँग छलफल गरेर लैजाने अझ राम्रोसँग लैजान सकिन्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भ हो। अलिकति बुलिङको सम्बन्धमा चाहिँ सिआरजाडीसँग बसेर यो एउटा बुलिङको म्यानुअल नै चाहिँ पब्लिस भइसकेको छ। यसले चाहिँ यो इन्डिङ अल एबाउट बुलिङ एन्ड एब्युज इन स्कुल भनेर यो सचेतना सामग्री छ। यसलाई चाहिँ एउटा रेफरेन्स म्याटेरियलको रूपमा लैजानुपर्छ भन्ने किसिमको विद्यालयको चाहिँ कुराहरू जुन हामीले पाइलटिङ गर्दाखेरि कुराहरू चाहिँ ल्याएको हामीले चाहिँ पाइरहेको छौँ। यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति अझ अगाडि चाहिँ लैजान सकिन्छ भन्ने हो। यसमा चाहिँ विभागले हाम्रो सिएचआरडीले चाहिँ जुन इनिसिएटिभ लिएको छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ सबै विद्यालयसम्म पुर्याउनको लागि चाहिँ हामीले आफ्नो पनि प्रयास चाहिँ जारी छ। यति भन्न चाहन्छौँ र यो सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ हाम्रो एकैबद्ध पनि रहन्छ। धन्यवाद।
ओके
I also prefer to use नेपाली। यो कस्तो भयो भनेदेखि धेरैवटा हाम्रो डकुमेन्टहरू आइराखेको छ। अब पहिला पनि पटक पटक कुरा भएको हो। अब एउटा कम्पाइल्ड डकुमेन्ट राख्नु पर्यो भनेर अब अहिले वेबसाइटमा अब यो मापदण्डहरूको अथवा निर्देशिकाको कम्पाइल्ड उता प्राप्त छ। तर पनि अब फेरि थप्पै गर्दाखेरि एउटा के समस्या छ भनेदेखि हामीहरूले यहाँ निकाल्छौँ, वेबसाइटमा राख्छौँ, तर चाहिँ त्यो स्कुलसँग पुगेको हुँदैन। त्यो स्कुलसँग पुर्याउने कुरा चाहिँ हामीले महत्त्वपूर्ण मान्नु पऱ्यो। किनभने हामीले यहाँ जति बनाए पनि जबसम्म स्कुलमा पुगेर त्यहाँको जो खास त इम्प्लिमेन्टर त स्कुल हो नि, त्यो उहाँहरूले बुझ्ने अवस्थासम्म पुर्याउन सकिएन भने हामीले मापदण्ड बनाएर मात्रै पनि त्यो स्कुलसम्म पुर्याउने कुरा चाहिँ ज्यादै महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा हो। र वेबसाइटमा राख्दाखेरि पनि एकदमै धेरै डकुमेन्टमा चाहिँ खोल्नु पनि गाह्रो छ कि लिने मान्छेलाई। र अब मापदण्ड यति धेरै लागु भएको छ जुन मापदण्ड चाहिँ स्कुलहरूले थाहा पाउनलाई पनि धेरै मिहिनेत गरेर खोल्नुपर्ने हुन्छ। त्यो हिसाबले पनि अलि मापदण्ड बढी गर्ने भन्दा पनि अब भएका मापदण्डमा नै हामीले अपडेट गर्नु पाए हुन्थ्यो कि जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई।
Thank you, sir. I think by this we have to wrap up the first presentation. Congratulations.
हेलो नमस्कार सबैजनालाई। म चाहिँ यहाँ संयोगले परेको छु, आज बोल्ने मौका पनि पाएँ, धन्यवाद। म मालेखा परीक्षाको कार्यालयबाट विगत 6 वर्षदेखि चाहिँ म स्थानीय तहको अडिट पनि गर्दैछु। त्यहाँको समस्याको बारेमा अलिकति थोरै राखौँ भनेर मैले माग गरेँ। एउटा त हामीले पोलिसी बनाइएको छ, एकदमै राम्रो छ, पोलिसीहरू सबै राम्रा छन् हैन, कहीँ राम्रो इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन पनि भएको छ, कहीँ चाहिँ एकदमै नभएको पनि अवस्था छ। एउटा मैले राखिहालेँ इक्जाम्पल, सेनिटरी प्याडको हामीले यहाँबाट दिइन्छ, वहाँ खरिद हुन्छ, वितरण पनि हुन्छ हैन, त्यसको गुणस्तरको एउटा मापदण्ड पनि छ। विद्यालयलाई मापदण्ड पनि थाहा छैन, कोही अब लेखाले किनेर दिन्छ, उसले कस्तो किन्ने पनि थाहा छैन। अनि कसैमा अब विद्यालय निरीक्षकले किन्नुहुन्छ, कसैमा स्वास्थ्यको कर्मचारीले किन्नुहुन्छ, त्यसको चेक गर्ने मापदण्ड पनि छैन। अनि गइसकेपछि विद्यार्थीले युजै गर्न नमिल्ने क्वालिटी लेस सेन्टर प्याड गइरहेको छ कतिपय विद्यालयहरूमा, त्यसको चाहिँ अनुगमन कसैबाट पनि छैन। अर्को हाम्रो अब इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको लागि बजेट जान्छ हैन, खर्च पनि हुन्छ। अब कोहीको त अब समयमै सम्पन्नै हुँदैन। जस्तो पोहोर परारको के थियो भने शौचालय बनाउने एउटा चाहिँ मापदण्ड थियो, हामीले 7 लाख कि कति दिन्थ्यो एउटा शौचालय बनाउनलाई।
उनीहरूले के गर्छन् भने अब पालिकाको इन्जिनियरलाई त मापदण्ड थाहै हुँदैन, उसले जानकारी नै हुँदैन के मापदण्ड छ कस्तो बनाउने उसलाई जानकारी हुँदैन, हाम्रो यहाँबाट समन्वय पनि हुँदैन कस्तो बनाउने, उसले आफ्नो हिसाबले डिजाइन गर्छ। हामीले छात्रलाई छुट्टै गर्ल्सलाई छुट्टै बोइजलाई छुट्टै बनाउनुपर्छ भन्ने हाम्रो मापदण्ड छ। उसले एकमुष्ट एउटै बनाइदिन्छ, निर्माण सम्पन्न गरिदिन्छ, भुक्तानी लान्छ, सकियो। त्यस्तो स्थिति छ। हामीले आज कुरा पनि उठ्यो, अब धेरै राम्रो कुराहरू पनि उठेका छन्। त्यसलाई इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन कसरी गर्ने त, कसले गर्ने त, जिम्मेवार कसलाई बनाउने, विद्यालयले सक्छ सक्दैन, पालिकाले चाहिँ त्यो विषयमा जानकारी छ कि छैन, त्यो बारेमा चाहिँ एकचोटि राम्रोसँग अध्ययन गरेर गर्नु होला। अनि अर्को कुरा, हाम्रो 5-7 वर्षदेखि महालेखा परीक्षकको कार्यालयबाट कमेन्टहरू पनि आएका छन्। स्थानीय तहमा के समस्या छ त, विद्यालयलाई हाम्रो अनुदान दिइन्छ, छात्रवृत्ति दिइन्छ, छात्रवृत्ति हेर्दाखेरिमा पैसा गएको छ, विद्यार्थी काउन्ट गर्दाखेरिमा विद्यार्थी सङ्ख्यै पुग्दैन छात्रवृत्ति उ गरेको, कोही इमेज डाटासँग भिडा नै हुँदैन विद्यार्थी, त्यस्तो समस्या पनि देखिएको छ। त्यसलाई चाहिँ सम्बोधन गर्ने हिसाबले जानुहुन्छ कि भन्ने मेरो सुझाव मात्रै। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I think the first presentation and discussion we take more than 1 hour. So thanking, first of all, thanking the presentation that is made by our colleagues Ganga Paudel. Actually, our presentation pick up so gravity for that invite in our thought idea. So we all welcome all comment, feedback, and ideas that you about here. So by saying that, I would like to request to share the field experience. The field experience is one part of this joint review meeting that is led by our director Nilakant Dhakal. Over to you.
Thank you, DDG Mahinda sir, respected chairman of this program, focal point, co-focal point, distinguished dignitaries of all development partners, all delegates of government colleagues, and all the participants from provincial level government, local level, and ADCO, and all of the friends of Ministry of Education and CHRD. Thank you, Mahinda sir, for providing me this opportunity. Yesterday, I talked in detail about the status SESP implementation in 2024-25. Now, this time, I want to reflect joint review meeting field trips. Basically, this year, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology has planned not a different field visit plan, but Ministry integrated the field visit plan regarding the provincial level workshop schedule. So I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology to manage this field visit program. I want to divide my presentation into two parts. First part is the best practice of our joint field meeting reports or reflection that will be led by Meena ma'am. And second, the best practice of local level education planning exercise that will lead by myself. And thirdly, from our joint financing partners and development partners also visited the field visit experience and also local level planning exercise. So lastly, I would like to request them to reflect their overall reflection on the basis of field visit and local level education planning. In this, during our BRM field visit, JRM field visit, we managed the field visit program in Lumbini province and Gandaki province. In Lumbini province, we visited 2 schools, including with the from joint financing partner in UNICEF, ADB, FCDU in Finland, and development partners WFP, UNFPA, British Council, and AIN. Similarly, in Gandaki provincial level program orientation, 2 schools were visited during that workshop. So I would like to I would like to request Meena Madam for the reflection and overview of the field visit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nilkanta sir, chair of this program, co-chair and co-focal point, and all distinguished participants of this program. As Nilkanta sir already told, we visited altogether 4 schools in different 2 provinces, Lumbini and Gandaki province. And in Gandaki province, orientation program as well as field visit was held at that time. Orientation program, especially planning local level education plan was observed. The overall activities, including the status of SESP implementation, was observed from the field team and visited the school. So in Rupandehi, CRE rural municipality, Triveni basic school was visited. In that school we found child-friendly and decorated ECD. There was child-friendly and decorated ECD rooms, well-equipped science lab. Well-equipped science lab, ICT lab, and library was there. Likewise, students engaged in local crafts and skill-based learning. Active child club and scout groups were mobilized there. Midday meal program supported by school farming, so the local product was provided there. And prioritize investment in quality wash facilities, as we saw in the picture as well. There was the good wash facilities. And another one, public secondary model school of CRE rural municipality of Rupandehi. There was also, we picked up some major interventions the schools has been utilizing or implementing. Digital learning through smart boards and labs, strong student engagement and vocational learning, high community trust and reward system, and inclusive practices with scholarship for girls and marginalized students, sustainable programs like midday meal farming. So we saw the homegrown or local food utilizing as school midday meal in that school as well. So the third one, Bindabasini Secondary School, Pokhara Kaski. So it is in Gandaki province. And we visited that school and we found that school was selected as the best school in terms of the achievement of the student, which is conducted by ERO. So that school is one of the best schools of the of Nepal, and there is fully supported school management committee, and we found the information from the school. The school management committee met over 56 times a year. So they had 56 meetings in a year. Active parents-teacher association and student clubs, frequent parent meetings is being held there. So the parent involvement in the school activities is a bit frequent there. And head teacher award for students who get 80% or above in every terminal exam. So there is an award which is named head teacher award, which is provided the students who gets 80% or above in every terminal exam. Likewise, another best practice of that school is 15 minutes yoga class during assembly. Dedicated head teachers and teachers, and found additional teachers from interest of parents or alumni trust fund. So there were altogether 54 teachers. Out of them, 31 is permanent teachers, and other remaining teachers are from their own fund. And the exam is taken. After 1 week, the result will be published, and another 1 year is for result analysis. So this is also one good practice of that school. Clear division and delegation of roles and responsibilities. I have already talked dedicated head teachers and teachers, so there was very clear responsibility divisions. And outsources canteen, but they are not using the product, the food, junk food. So it is the food is out of that junk food. And another another best practice is large computer lab and science lab. 140 children in ECD class. So in ECD class there were 147 students, and one complaint was that from that school is only one facilitator was there in ECD, and the students are also not counted to get the grants. And insufficient playground from there is from their teachers and head teachers. We found that we are informed that there were insufficient playgrounds. If the students, all students play, then that playground is insufficient. Visiting one good performing school once a year. From that school, they usually visit one school per year that is very good performing. Another one is Janaprakash Secondary School of Pokhara of Kaski, Gandaki province. That school is also, you can see the picture, very good view of Annapurna range there. So homegrown school feeding also implemented in that school. Use of IMIS report card, and there is updated school improvement plan, interactive school management committee, and that committee is also very near with the school. Big school, it is also one big school which the conditional grant will go from the federal level to province. And another one, child center classroom. We observed there the classroom, and we found they are very child friendly classrooms. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Meena ma'am, for sharing the best practices of visiting school visiting reflection during our JRM meeting. I think our joint financing partner and development partners also visited that schools. After my presentation, they will add more something about the best practices of school. Now, second presentation is the local level education planning and practices. I want to highlight it that in our 4 provincial level, we already finished our provincial level orientation program. Then we have a schedule for remaining 3 provinces also. After the JRM will finish, then we will move to from Bagmati province, then after Madhya province, then after Kosi province, then after we finishing all the provincial level programs, then we will make one plan for the follow-up support and other activities. During our provincial level program orientation, especially 1 or more than half an on days, we totally discussed about the local level education planning, and basically local level education, local level are used our local level planning guidelines and SESP, a common framework. CHRD had already developed, and that guidelines were uploaded in our website also. So we can say that the local level planning, local level education plans are based on evidence, because we use developed some calibration toolkit for targeting and for targeting the indicators also. So I heartily agreed that at that time the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology and CHRD coordinating all the development partners and coordinating all the provincial level government and local level government for development and for appraising of local level education plan. So that's the great point. And under the ministry, under the government's of logo, all the development partners were represented and supported us for the developing and appraising the local level education plan. Then we already know that the purpose of local level education plan was it was the contextualizing SESP target into local context. They developed their capacity and priorities also. That plan also increased the ownership and accountability at local level. This local level education plan also in line with the investment in education under a common plan. They are trying to ensure the limited resources are invested based on evidence according to needs and where they have the highest impact. Then platform for collaboration with the federal, provincial and local governments, development partners and civil society. It means all the development partners who are working on in local level area, they also invited and they also provided some inputs to develop and evaluation of the local level education plan. Most of the local level education plans were developed, they were updated and published in their website also. I will explain the total details of the in summary sheet. We finished in Karnataka provincial level orientation program. In that program, our respected secretary also participate in that program. Similarly, we finished in Sudur Paschim province. Our DG sir and DDG sir were also presented in that program. In Lumbini province, our joint secretary from ministry and our DG sir and DDG sir also presented in that program. In Gandaki province, our respected secretary, our DG sir and DDG sir also presented in that workshop. Now, while we are conducting the local level planning workshop, we CHRD with the support of development partners, we mapping across all the local levels. Those who are supported from development partners or not, we mapping out all the across. We mapping out all the local levels. Then similarly, this is the final updated sheet of local level education planning. Can you give me a mic? It's a bit difficult to see here because it's low height. So can you provide me a mic? Okay. It's difficult to see in the screen. Yeah. Okay. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. The total status of local level education planning status is that we already mentioned that 353 local level education plan are approved. But in 7 provinces, 248 local level plans were not initiated. Means they are trying to prepare their education plan. Some are working in some chapters, some are formatting only the formulating of the planning teams and collecting some information. So the highest score of the local level education plan seems that in Sudur Paschim province, almost 75% local level plans were developed and approved also. So I already mentioned that in Gandaki, Lumbini, Karnataka and Sudur Paschim we already finished. Then remaining province we will start very soon. So after completing all the provinces level orientation program, then we will make another plan for their supporting and other for supporting and for developing capacity also. During our program orientation in local level education planning, we did some best practices. Before the workshop, we distribute all the local level education plans for development partners or experts to review their local level education plan. And during our local level education planning session, we did the individual local government officials. They did self-appraisal their plans. Then after that, some of the friends also appraising their education plans. Then after that, after their presentation, our development partners or experts from different JC climate resilience experts review their local level education plan, provide some guidelines and feedbacks, and agreed that they will update their local level education plan based on the JC and climate resilience. In our program orientation program, we did some exercise, based on some exercise. So some of the participants were also presented in this program. So based on our orientation program, we did 2 exercises from all the local levels and the province level also. What about the implementation status of SESP, and what about the education plan, status of education plan? All the local governments, including their districts, make a plan. They presented in that during that session, and in SESP implementation status and local level education plan status. Based on this presentation, I think the Gandaki province, Samjana Pohrel is participating here. She is going to present based on this template also. The modality CHRD is leading to facilitate the local level education plan development and appraisal tools. Our expert groups also reviewed their local plans and provided some feedback also. We used local level education planning and calibration toolkit is the main document of local level education plan development and appraisals. While during our workshop, we did some exercise. There are basically 10 criteria for local level planning appraisal. First one is comprehensiveness, ownership, education and relevance, JC and equity, quality and learning focus, efficiency, coherence, feasibility and monitoring and evaluation, and climate resilience. After reviewing all the local level education plans, we found that, as Nevinji also mentioned, that in climate resilience part, some of the local levels plan did not use the major activities or strategy of this chapter, because we just ready to approve our policy guidelines, comprehensive school safety master plan, child-friendly school framework, other guidelines. So they did not know how to target the major intervention of climate resilience. So we took more time to disseminate the climate resilience activities and strategy during that session. Then after that, we observed the local level education officer they self-reflect their education plan. Then they worked with their groups and share their experience, what they found during that pre-appraisal. Then after that, our expert from this appraisal expert expressed or delivered some information about these appraising tools. Then after that, we categorized all the local level education officers in 4 groups. Those groups who approved already their education plan make one group. Then those who are not, those education plans they are approved but not uploaded in their website make another group. Then those local levels, those who are planning but not finished, in one group. And after that, those who are not initiated, we made one group. Then after that, working in group works, the local levels, those who are not initiated their education plans, we made one plan, individually plan. Then after present their plan, future plan, and those who are uploaded in their website, they also agreed that there are many parts that we in the development phase, many parts are missing. So we have to update our education plan, and then we re-upload in our website. They committed. Every local level government from the group leader presented and committed. That committed will also record it to us. This is one example. Bihadi Gaupalika in I think in Parbat district, one of the local level education officer made this type of plan and submitted to us. So these local level will not initiate the local level education plan. So he committed and he made that plan. He presented in during that session, and then that local level, all the local levels, those who are not initiated, they they gave us this plan for the implementation and support for the local level education plan. Then the next step. Now first we give the priority to complete local level education plan appraisals in remaining 3 provinces within 2025. Then after that we finalize action plan to support remaining local governments to develop appraisal and approve their local level education plans. Then analyze total commitment in local level education budget to SESP. After that, then establishment resource hubs at EDCU and provincial level education training center to support technical backstopping. Then we have to make another point that explore performance grant for implementing of local level education plans. Then the strengthen linkage with local government periodic plans and midterm expenditure frameworks. Then enact MOU with MUA and NARMIN on joint monitoring of implementing of local level education plans. So we make these next steps. Then yesterday I committed that. After the end of this fiscal year, we have 753 local level education plan with the basis of Jersey and climate resilience. I promise, I committed again. Thank you very much for this sharing. Now I would like to request our development joint financing partners and development partners to reflect the reflection of school visit and local level education planning exercise during that workshop period. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Thank you very much, Nilkanta sir. First of all, I think it was a wonderful idea to organize field trips in this way. I think it was like really good opportunity to meet at the same time so many local government representatives, chief of educations from so many different local governments, and really kind of discuss with them and learn what is the process with local education plan and what is the reality in the palikas. So it was really good idea, and also I would like to maybe add something what Mina presented about the schools. I mentioned this already last week that I was especially impressed in this Chana Prakash Secondary School about this homegrown school feeding approach, because they had hired 6 people to work in the kitchen, and they were using local products, local vegetables, and we were also testing the food ourselves, and it was really, I was happy about the quality of food and so much green, fresh vegetables. And then Nilkanta sir helped me. We were both actually in the kitchen, and you helped me to kind of interview the people who were working in the kitchen, and I think that they were very committed to their work, and they had good understanding what is like healthy nutrition. So I was very impressed about that. Second thing, my observation is related to what Mina already said about the school management and the role of head teacher and the principal. This was actually also mentioned yesterday by our Honorable Minister of Education, the role of headmasters, the role of head teachers, principals in schools, that if we have well-functioning leadership, that's already really big support to teachers and to the whole school community. And according to my observation, it was really clearly defined, this management, and also these school principals in the both schools which I visited, they were ready to also to share responsibilities, you know, that they were kind of they were ready to share basically their power, decision-making power, and delegate the work, and then work together and listen to school management committee, assistant headmasters, and so on. So that was really nice to see. The third thing what I want to mention is the portion of children with disabilities. This we already discussed in this Kandaki PIP together with the local governments. In both schools where I visited, I got the school report card, which is produced based on EMIS data. And in the other school, there were 1,500 students, and the other school 1,100. And according to this data, in both schools, there is one child with disability. And then I was asking, like, what type of disability is it? And in both schools, it was like physical disability. But then, since my background is with special education, I'm special education teacher, I was interested to roam around and discuss with the students, and I could immediately see that there were children who probably are on the autism spectrum or who have intellectual disabilities and so on and so on. So I think this data showing that there is one disabled child per school is probably not correct. I think the problem are these screening tools. Early screening tools are maybe some way missing or not used. So I think in real life there are much more children with disabilities in these schools, but we just cannot see it in this school report card. And if we don't recognize these children, then we also cannot provide learning support. So I think this is something what we really kind of seriously need to discuss, also related to SESP and how we are going to support the local governments and the schools and the teachers with this kind of issue, because it's not based on like 2 quite quick visits. I can already say that it's not correct that there is only one student with disability per school. There are much more. So this is my observation. But I would like to thank one more time, like very well organized field trips. And it was wonderful to see Neil Kantasir's approach in these sessions with the local governments. You were using these participatory methods, and you were really, really sensitively hearing what they were saying. You were even singing there to make everyone feel comfortable. So I really have high respect on you on this, and very, very happy to see this approach. And thank you to Mina and Sabine and Jimmy and all the people who were there to support this approach. Thank you.
Similarly, Jimmy ji, would you like to say something about field visit? And then after that, Shivani ma'am will add something.
So thank you so much. Maybe I'll stand. Thank you so much. And obviously it's been like very, very a great experience to sort of be on the road with the team for I think 5 weeks now. But it's also, it really showed like how if we engage, like the CHD was very proactive, like you say, it was very participatory. And I think we often sit here in Kathmandu and we talk about the provinces and versus the EDCUs and the local governments and how all that comes together. And I think every province, we saw all of them coming together. We saw Muan Narmin participating, telling about ownership. We saw the CSOs telling about stakeholder consultations. We saw development partners coming on the one logo, the government logo. So I think Neil Kantasir and the team has really introduced a new approach. I think once this is over and once we have completed COSI and get some sleep, I think it would be a really good idea that we sit down and properly map all of this, because I think this could really guide the way that we engage with local governments in the time to come. We now will have the program result frameworks of hundreds of local governments that could actually be your foundation for the second phase of SESP, because that shows the priorities, that shows the context, and that shows what the ambition is of 753 local governments combined. So I'm just really happy to have been part of this and still being part of this, but thank you so much for that. I think in terms of the school visits, we obviously visited some of the best schools, I would say, that are there. it was really about seeing some best practices and seeing some innovations. I mean, we went to schools, and Sir is here as well, our Sir here from Rupandey is here, so thank you so much. But there were schools that are building drones, right? Like we were amazed about, there is no need for public schools to be any less than a private school here. It was very clear. And I think what was really interesting is, like, every time we asked, but how do you finance this? There was innovation, right? Like, first of all, there was access to provincial, federal, local government grants, but there was also a group of ex-students that had set up a trust fund, and out of the interest of that trust fund, they were paying teachers. So they weren't even using their investment, they were using the interest. So lots of inspiration there, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy sir. Now Parmos sir and Indra ma'am also join this field visit. Parmos sir, will you say something? Okay. After that, Shivani ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I mean, nothing really much to add other than appreciating, how wonderfully they have been organized. And we have, Nilkanta sir has been great, both in the formal orientations as well as in the informal orientations. Yeah? So it was great to be, and the schools we went to, so we were amazed to see, how well equipped they were. So it was a basic school, but it had, functional smart boards, and students were using it to showcase their project work. So it was, we see that, there's a lot of, strengthening and, increased use of ICT in schools as well. So which is a very promising point for us. Thank you.
Okay, now Shivani ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you, Nilkanta sir, Meena ma'am, and the entire CHRD team for inviting us. I think still in awe of how you managed to pull off an event of that scale and in all 7 provinces. Echoing my colleagues' comments on the school visits, it was exemplary. I think I made this remark at the Gandaki closing as well, that most of the schools that I visited, but also the headmaster sir is also here, so I would like to again reiterate that it was better than the private school that I had the opportunity to attend in Kathmandu, right? And getting alumni to contribute to 2 school buses, that is extraordinary. I think that says everything about what the students feel about attending a public school. But I would like to ground my feedback more on as an agency that tried to pilot a demand-driven system strengthening program this year, right? And admittedly, in the beginning, we had a lot of challenges at the local level trying to explain what this program is trying to do. We would always get questions like, what are your list of activities? And then we would sort of look at our notes and say, we had the same question for you, what are your list of activities? So I think we take for granted that we have these forums and platforms in Kathmandu. We meet quite often, we discuss these things on a regular basis, but perhaps that level of frequency of being in a forum like this is not really available at local and provincial levels. And the way of articulating their own demands was a little bit not there, at least in the local governments that we were trying to work with, right? And so we were really getting a little bit existential about whether it's even worth trying to pilot this sort of demand-driven system strengthening program when local governments don't feel comfortable articulating where their gaps and needs are. But that's when a program like this that is led by the government comes along. And I can say, like as an example, that the local governments, the 2 LGs that we were working with in Lumbini, they actually followed up with our technical assistance team and said, now we can tell you where the gaps are after the self-appraisal process. So the expertise appraisal, I think we wouldn't want to take too much credit on that, but the self-appraisal and peer appraisal processes were very important in creating an atmosphere of openness where local governments felt comfortable to admit where their gaps are, and especially when that was calibrated in comparison to their other peers or other LGs, right? So that atmosphere, our learning from this is that atmosphere cannot be created by any other development partner. No matter which expert you hire and put on the table, we cannot create that level of comfort and openness, right? That can only come from the government. So it was really great to be part of that sort of system strengthening led by the government. It has really facilitated our TA process going forward. So huge thanks for that. And it's not every day that you get to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with hundreds of LGs for 5 days. So it was an incredible opportunity and dream scenario for a program like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for providing this feedback and observation of the field visit. Okay, Indra ma'am, yeah.
पब्लिक सेकेन्डरी स्कुलबाट हेड टिचर चाहिँ यही हुनुहुन्छ प्रिन्सिपल सर होइन फिल्ड जाँदाखेरि कहिलेकाहीँ हामीले चाहिँ एकदमै सोच्दै नसोचेको अचम्मको कुराहरू विद्यार्थीहरू पनि भेट्न पाइँदो रहेछ। यसपालि उहाँ सरको विद्यालय भिजिट गर्दा चाहिँ त्यस्तै भयो। एकजना विद्यार्थी चाहिँ भाइ यस्तो चाहिँ मल्टी ट्यालेन्टेड बच्चा भेट्यौँ कि उहाँको त्यो बच्चाले चाहिँ एक्लैले साइन्स स्ट्रिम पढ्ने बच्चा रहेछ र आफूले चाहिँ क्लासमा पढेको आधारमा आफ्नो टिचरहरूले पढाएको आधारमा फिजिक्समा जे पढ्नुभयो उहाँले त्यसको आधारमा चाहिँ आफैले एउटा एरोप्लेन दुईजना बसेर उडाउनै सक्ने खालको मिल्ने खालको चाहिँ एरोप्लेन चाहिँ तयार गर्नुभएको छ। सबै स्ट्रक्चर रेडी छ, खालि अब अलिकति कभरेज हाल्न बाँकी छ र विङहरू फिट गर्न बाँकी छ। विङ पनि बनाएर ठिक्क रेडी राख्नु भएको छ, फिक्स गर्न बाँकी छ। तर अब बजेटको अभावले चाहिँ त्यहाँ बसिरहेको छ। तर उहाँ त्यो भाइको चाहिँ अब त्यो मात्रै स्किल नभएर अरू पनि थुप्रै मल्टिपल ट्यालेन्ट्सहरू चाहिँ रहेछ। अनि मैले उहाँ सरहरूलाई चाहिँ के भनेको भने स्कुलको मल्टिपल ट्यालेन्ट्स भएको बच्चाहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले यतिकै छोड्नुहुन्न, उनीहरूको ट्यालेन्टको युज हुन नपाएपछि जता पनि लाग्न सक्छ। यस्तो खालकोलाई चाहिँ हामीले अलिकति हन्ट गर्नु पर्यो। अब कसरी हुन्छ मन्त्रालयसित फेडरल लेभलबाट प्रोभिन्सियल गभर्मेन्टको चाहिँ पहलमा कसरी हुन्छ हामीले चाहिँ गरेर अब राष्ट्रिय अनुसन्धान केन्द्र छ, अहिले मिनिस्टर हुनुहुन्छ अनुसन्धान केन्द्रको संस्थापक, यस्तो बेलामा चाहिँ हामीले अलिकति कनेक्ट गरिदिने काम चाहिँ गरिदिने हो कि ब्रिजिङ गरिदिने काम भन्ने। थ्याङ्क यू।
थोरै मैले धेरै कुरा राख्दिनँ, थोरै मात्रै राख्छु। यसमा चाहिँ हामीले फिल्डकै प्रस्तुति सबै हेरिसक्यौँ। सक्सेस स्टोरीहरू धेरै राम्रोहरू कामहरू भइरहेको छ पालिका नगरपालिकाहरूले। यसै सन्दर्भमा हामीले कार्यक्रम गर्दा पनि एउटा मेगा विद्यालय अवधारणा विकास चाहिँ एकदमै अनिवार्य देखिएको छ र यो गर्न नसके पनि सबै विद्यालयमा विषयगत दरबन्दीहरूको व्यवस्था गर्नुपर्ने चाहिँ देखिन्छ। प्रायोरिटीको लागि सङ्घीय सरकारले चाहिँ जम्मा इङ्ग्लिस, नेपाली र म्याथ इङ्ग्लिस, विज्ञान र म्याथलाई मात्रै दरबन्दी दिने गरेको छ। यो चाहिँ अलिकति असमानता देखियो कि सबै विषयलाई नै एकै प्रकारले हेरेर दरबन्दी गर्न सक्यो भने चाहिँ अझै राम्रो हुने जस्तो देखिन्छ। अनि अर्को चाहिँ मेन बाल शिक्षकको व्यवस्थापन एकदमै समस्या देखिएको चाहिँ अहिले स्थानीय तहमा बाल शिक्षाको व्यवस्थापन गर्न नसकेको कारण र योग्य नभएको कारण ट्रेनिङहरू त दिइराखेको छ। अनि बाल मैत्री कक्षा कोठा व्यवस्थापन अब कति प्राय नगरपालिका उसले चाहिँ अहिले गरिराख्नु भएको छ। निःशुल्क भन्दा पनि यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति गुणस्तरतिर जाने हो कि भनेर गरिराख्नु भएको छ। तर अझै दूर दराजका स्कुलहरूमा चाहिँ अझै सक्षम बाल शिक्षकहरू चाहिँ हुनुभएको छैन र उहाँलाई अब कसरी उहाँहरूको तलब वृद्धि यस्तो कुराहरूको पनि इस्युहरू चाहिँ चलिरहेकै छ। यो कुरालाई चाहिँ अलिकति ध्यान दिएर अगाडि बढ्यो भने अझै गुणस्तरीय बनाउन सकिन्थ्यो भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ राख्न चाहन्छु।
Excuse me, just I want to add something here, my experience. I'm sorry, I don't know it's the best time to put it here. I'm Punya Bhatrai, section head, government's reform here. So just I want to say all things from the governance aspect. You may feel that. In my almost time of job I have spent in local areas, pro-rural areas, so I have lots of experiences in local levels. So I'm putting something here. More Nepali, I want to add something in Nepali, right? धेरैवटा पहाडी जिल्लाहरूमा काम गरियो लामो समयसम्म। म चाहिँ आई हेभ जस्ट जोइन्ड हियर मेयरली 1 month यहाँ चाहिँ शिक्षा मन्त्रालय वा अन्तर्गत चाहिँ थोरै समय भएको छ म जागिर खान आएको। मैले चाहिँ पूर्वमा पहाडी बेल्ट धेरै उचाइका बेल्टहरूमा जस्तो चाहिँ सोलुखुम्बु रसुवाको धेरै रुरल बेल्टहरू लगायत कर्णाली प्रोभिन्सको धेरै रुरल बेल्टहरूमा जाने अवसर पाएको थिएँ। त्यति बेर मैले स्कुलहरू हेर्दाखेरि त्यहाँनिर चाहिँ समथिङ धेरै नै दुःख लाग्दो आफूलाई पनि टिठी लाग्दो ठाउँहरू र त्यो देखेको थिएँ। त्यस कारण त्यो अहिले चाहिँ त्यो एक्सपिरियन्स थोरै सेयर गर्दा अहिले यसपछि हुने डिस्कसनमा पनि त्यसले केही एड गर्ला भनेर मैले राख्न खोजेँ। जस्तो कुनै ठाउँमा चाहिँ बाटो लड्यो भने विद्यार्थीहरू त्यहाँ भारी बोक्न पाइन्छ भनेर गइदिने त्यस्तो पनि देखियो है। अब स्कुल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर हेर्दाखेरि रिसेन्टली म चाहिँ कर्णाली प्रोभिन्समा थिएँ। कर्णाली प्रोभिन्सको चाहिँ यहाँलाई थाहा छ त्यो जाजरकोट भूकम्प चाहिँ त्यो एरियाको वरिपरि मैले हेर्ने मौका पाएको थिएँ। त्यहाँको स्कुलहरू चाहिँ रियल्ली ह्याजर्ड स्कुलहरू छन्। अनि कुनै कुनै प्लेसमा म गएँ इन्फर्मल्ली, फेरि म शिक्षातर्फबाट गएको होइन, इन्फर्मल्ली जाँदाखेरि अनुगमनकै सन्दर्भमा जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ एउटा 300 स्टुडेन्ट्स भएको ठाउँमा चाहिँ लगभग मेयरली 25% स्टुडेन्ट्स मात्रै देखियो। कहाँ गयो त भनेको यिनीहरू चाहिँ यार्साकुममा टिप्न गएको छन् अहिले होइन, वी क्यान नट स्टप देम भन्ने कुराहरू आयो। अनि अर्को स्कुलमा जाँदाखेरि के भने यिनीहरू चाहिँ इन्डियामा काम गर्न गएका छन्, यिनीहरू चाहिँ सिजनल जब गर्छन्, त्यस कारणले इन्डियामा गएका छन् भन्ने कुरा आयो। र इन्डियाकै पनि सिमला एरियातिर पनि म आफै गएर हेरेको थिएँ। त्यति बेला पनि हाम्रो मसिना विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ त्यहाँ काम गरिरहेको देखेको थिएँ त्यो खाले। अनि एक ठाउँमा चाहिँ एकदम प्रो रुरल प्लेसमा चाहिँ के रहेछ भने स्कुलको भवनको ठेका दिएको रहेछ। त्यो स्कुलको भवन हेरेको त्यो 2 तला बनिसकेको छ, फेदको तलामा चाहिँ खोस्रिँदा माटो आउँछ सबै। अनि के हो त यो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर त कसरी विद्यार्थी पढाउन सकिन्छ भनेको त्यहाँ चाहिँ अब अलि अप्ठ्यारो भयो। अनि लोकल लेभलका सबै मान्छेहरू ल्याएर तुरुन्त त्यो स्कुल भत्काउन लाग्यो र त्यो स्कुल चाहिँ तुरुन्त विदिन 7 डेज चाहिँ भत्किएर फेरि चाहिँ नयाँ स्कुल फेरि सुरु गर्ने बनाउने भने त्यो ठेकेदारलाई चाहिँ कमिट गराएर आयो भने चाहिँ यो खाले चाहिँ धेरै एक्सपिरियन्सहरू देखियो है। अब हामी अहिले यसो लाग्छ है हामी जेन्डरको कुरा एस्पेक्टबाट अथवा चाहिँ भनौँ न यो डिस्प्लेस्ड अथवा चाहिँ नि अलिकति मार्जिनलाइज पिपलको दृष्टिकोणबाट मात्रै हामी पोलिसीहरू हेरिरहेका छौँ कि गाउँमा जाने भने त होलिस्टिक दृष्टिकोणबाट हेर्दा सबै विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ डिस्प्लेस्ड अथवा चाहिँ मार्जिनलाइज जस्तो लाग्यो। त्यस्तो प्लेसहरूमा चाहिँ मैले देखेको छु र मैले धेरै समय लिन। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर टाइम। थ्याङ्क यू।
Okay, Jai sir, then after.
Hello. Thank you, sir, ma'am, for very engaging presentation. And thank you for your milestone, Nilkanta sir. I just have a suggestion only. Because we have prepared more than 300 local level plans, we have created pool of experts. So we can help remaining local governments. And we might have to go a little bit below district level, maybe at the sub-district level, create a task force, and then those can support other local governments in terms of plan initiation, appraisal, linking with their budget, and all other aspects. So this is just a suggestion only, sir. So this would make plan more diverse and suited to their context, because I have read around 200 local government plans, and I don't see a lot of diversity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all of you. Now I would like to request Mohinder sir to proceed ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your wonderful job. Actually, you completed the sign to lead the field visit team and bring some innovative idea from ground reality. Is it turn to hear something from province and local level as well as EDCU? So we are in time pressure, you know. This presentation will be around 5-minute presentation. It will take around 15 minutes. So the first presentation will be from Bagmati province. Rudra Sharma, welcome to you. So, as my information, some of the colleagues, they are raising hand in the screen. Please wait for a while.
रुद्र सर
Yes, Rudra sir is just out of the room, so I would like to request Samjana Pokhrel. She represents Machapuchre Rural Municipality, Kaski.
धन्यवाद महेन्द्र पराजुली सर, रेस्पेक्टेड चेयर, को चेयर र अन्य उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण समादरणीय व्यक्तित्वहरूलाई हार्दिक नमस्कार। म नेपालीमै प्रस्तुत गर्न चाहे। म चाहिँ माछापुछ्रे गाउँपालिकाको शिक्षा अधिकृत सम्झना पोखरेल, जुन कास्की जिल्ला गण्डकी प्रदेशमा पर्दछ। र मैले चाहिँ सर्वप्रथम त यो अवसर दिनुभएकोमा शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालय र CHRD लाई म धन्यवाद व्यक्त गर्दछु र प्रेजेन्टेसन अगाडि बढाउने अनुमति चाहन्छु। विशेष गरी मैले चाहिँ यसमा हाम्रो SESP कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयनको उपलब्धिहरू के भए हाम्रो लोकल लेभलमा र लोकल लेभलमा SESP का कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन गर्दै गर्दा के समस्या चुनौतीहरू परेका छन् भन्ने विषयवस्तुलाई तयार गरेर यो प्रेजेन्टेसन तयारी गरेको छु। It's not SESP presentation. Yeah. Yes. थ्याङ्क यू। विशेष गरी हाम्रो लोकल लेभलमा चाहिँ प्रारम्भिक बाल विकास सहजकर्ताहरूको पारिश्रमिक र विद्यालय कर्मचारी व्यवस्थापन अनुदान भनेर रकम जाने गर्दछ। यस कार्यक्रमबाट हामीले बाल विकास केन्द्रको अनुभवसहित विद्यालयमा भर्ना हुने बालबालिकाहरूको दर वृद्धि भएको, माध्यमिक विद्यालयमा लेखा प्रणालीलाई अलिकति व्यवस्थित गर्न सकिएको र विद्यालय दिवा खाजा व्यवस्थापन गर्न पनि सहज भएको हामीले पाएका छौँ। विद्यालय लेखा प्रणालीको कुरा गर्दाखेरि हामीले अझै यो सासलाई सुरुमा कार्यान्वयन गर्न खोजिएको थियो। अहिले चाहिँ त्यो सास राम्ररी कार्यान्वयनमा आइरहेको छैन। यदि हामीले त्यसलाई कार्यान्वयनमा ल्याउन सक्यौँ भने स्थानीय तहलाई काम गर्दाखेरि अझै सहज हुने थियो भन्ने लागेको छ। अर्को हामीले प्रति विद्यार्थी लागत अनुदान भनेर जाने गर्दछ। त्यसमा त्यो कार्यक्रमबाट हाम्रो लोकल लेभलका विद्यालयहरूमा बुक कर्नरहरूको व्यवस्था भएको छ। बाल विकास केन्द्रमा पनि केही सिकाइ सामग्रीहरूको व्यवस्थापन गर्न सहयोग पुगेको छ भने कक्षा 1 मा भर्ना हुने सबै बालबालिकाको पोर्टफोलियो व्यवस्थापनमा सहयोग पुगिरहेको छ। त्यस्तै गरी निःशुल्क पाठ्यपुस्तक अनुदान भनेर जाने गर्दछ। यसले गर्दाखेरि 1 देखि 12 कक्षासम्मकै विद्यार्थीहरूले समयमै पाठ्यपुस्तक प्राप्त गर्ने अवसर भएको छ, उपलब्ध भएको छ। त्यस्तै हाम्रो विद्यार्थीका लागि छात्रवृत्ति कार्यक्रम छ। छात्रवृत्ति कार्यक्रमले विद्यार्थीहरूलाई चाहिँ भर्ना दर बढेको, टिकाउ दरमा पनि बढेको अनि अपाङ्गता भएका बालबालिकाहरूलाई पनि छात्रवृत्तिको व्यवस्था, आवासीय विद्यालयको व्यवस्था भएको हुनाले उनीहरूको पनि पहुँच बढिरहेको चाहिँ हामीले पाएका छौँ। विद्यालय सञ्चालन तथा व्यवस्थापन अनुदान शीर्षकमा बजेट जाने गर्दछ, जसले गर्दाखेरि विद्यालयमा न्यून सिकाइ सामग्रीहरूको प्रबन्ध भएको छ। विद्यालय सुधार योजना सबैले निर्माण गरेर अद्यावधि गरेर त्यसलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्नुभएको छ। यहाँ विद्यालय सुधार योजनाको कुरा गर्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीले SESP अनुसार गाउँपालिकाले गाउँ शिक्षा योजना निर्माण गरेको छ। गाउँ शिक्षा योजना निर्माण गरेर त्यसलाई छपाई गरेर प्रत्येक विद्यालयलाई हामीले उपलब्ध गराएका छौँ र त्यसलाई नै आधार मानेर विद्यालय सुधार योजना उहाँहरूले निर्माण गर्ने गर्नुभएको छ। नियमित रूपमा अतिरिक्त क्रियाकलापहरू सञ्चालन हुने गरेको छ। अभिभावक शिक्षा कार्यक्रमलाई हामीले वर्षै पछि गर्ने गरेका छौँ। विद्यालयमा सामाजिक तथा आर्थिक लेखा परीक्षण हुने गरेको छ भने इन्टरनेटको पहुँच विद्यालयमा पुगिरहेको छ, जसले गर्दाखेरि अहिलेको आवश्यकता प्रविधियुक्त शिक्षालाई हामीले केही अगाडि बढाउन सकिरहेका छौँ। यस्तै गरी शैक्षिक पहुँच सुनिश्चितता अनौपचारिक तथा वैकल्पिक शिक्षा कार्यक्रम भन्ने अर्को कार्यक्रम रहेको छ, जसले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो गाउँघरका साना साना आय आर्जन गर्ने समूहहरूलाई बचत गर्ने आय आर्जनका कार्यक्रमहरू सञ्चालन गर्ने कुरामा प्रोत्साहित गर्न सकिएको छ। आजीवन सिकाइका कार्यक्रमहरू सञ्चालन गर्न सकिएको छ। समुदाय सचेतना सम्बन्धी गतिविधिहरू सिएलसी मार्फत हामीले अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ। त्यस्तै गरी सिएलसी मार्फत नै विभिन्न विकास तथा पेशागत तालिमहरू पनि सञ्चालन भएको छ। विपन्न लक्षित छात्रवृत्ति हिजो पनि धेरै कुरा उठेको थियो। यसले गर्दाखेरि विद्यार्थी भर्ना र नियमितता वृद्धि भएको छ र यसमा चाहिँ थोरै कुरा हिजो गत वर्षभन्दा अहिले डबल कसरी अझ धेरै किन आयो भन्ने कुरामा अलिकति मेरो अनुभव जोड्न अनुमति चाहन्छु। विगतको वर्षमा पिएमटी छात्रवृत्ति भनेर कक्षा 8मा मात्रै कार्यान्वयनमा थियो भने गएको वर्षमा 5 र 8 भनेका थियौँ। दुईटा डबल कक्षा भएपछि डबल हुने नै भयो एउटा विषय। अर्को चाहिँ पहिला चाहिँ हाम्रो इमेज सिस्टममा अफलाइनमा फर्म भर्नुपर्ने, फेरि त्यसलाई अनलाइनमा अपलोड गर्नुपर्ने, अनि त्यो गर्दाखेरि विद्यालयहरू र विद्यार्थीहरूले पनि अलिकति झन्झटिलो मानेको हामीले महसुस गरेका थियौँ भने अहिले अनलाइनमै त्यो फर्म भर्दाखेरि धेरै विद्यार्थीले भरेको, स्कुलले पनि गरेको पाइएको छ र यो दर चाहिँ अब आउने वर्ष अझै बढ्छ भन्ने मलाई लागेको छ। किनभने मेरै पालिकामा काम गर्दा पनि गत वर्ष झन्झटिलो हो, 1-2 जनाले भन्दा पाउँदैन भनेर हेड टिचरहरूले पनि त्यति त्यसलाई फोकस नगरेको पाइएको थियो भने अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रै पालिकामा गत 2-4 जना पढ्ने ठाउँमा अहिले 38 जना विद्यार्थीहरूले पाइरहेका छन् र त्यसले गर्दाखेरि अबको वर्षमा अझै धेरै इनिसिएसन लिएर अझै धेरै विद्यार्थी बढ्न सक्ने सम्भावना चाहिँ मैले देखेको छु। त्यस्तै गरी दिवा खाजा कार्यक्रम, जसले गर्दा विद्यार्थीलाई उपस्थिति र नियमितता वृद्धि भएको छ। विद्यार्थीको पोषण अवस्थामा सुधार आएको छ र सिकाइ सहभागितामा सुधार भएको छ। यसलाई कसरी गुणस्तरीय मापन गर्ने भन्ने विषय उठेको थियो। हाम्रो पालिका चाहिँ गाउँमा पनि छ र हामीले एउटा कन्सेप्ट के ल्याएका छौँ भने टिबेट कार्यक्रम मार्फत एउटा विद्यालय एक करेसाबारी कार्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन गरौँ भनेर अभ्यास गरिरहेका छौँ। केही विद्यालयहरूले करेसाबारी बनाएर त्यहीँबाट उत्पादन भएको तरकारीहरू चाहिँ त्यहाँ प्रयोग गर्नुभएको छ। त्यसैले यसलाई चाहिँ अर्ग्यानिक दिवा खाजाको व्यवस्थापन गर्न थोरै सहज भएको कुरा जानकारी गराउँदछु। त्यस्तै गरी नमुना विद्यालय, विशेष विद्यालयहरू र भौतिक पूर्वाधारका कार्यक्रमहरू पनि हामीमा जाने गर्दछ, जसले गर्दाखेरि विद्यालयको भौतिक वातावरण सुरक्षित र भयरहित बनेको, विद्यालयमा छात्रावास आवश्यक परेको ठाउँमा सञ्चालन पनि भएको र विशेष गरी विज्ञान प्रयोगशाला, पुस्तकालय जस्ता सुविधाहरू विद्यालयमा पुगेको छ। त्यस्तै गरी शैक्षिक गुणस्तर सुदृढीकरण एवं कार्य सम्पादनमा आधारित प्रोत्साहन अनुदानले गर्दाखेरि शिक्षण सिकाइमा आधुनिक सूचना सञ्चार प्रविधिको प्रयोग बढिरहेको छ। कोभिडको रियल प्लान कार्यक्रम पनि यसै अन्तर्गत पर्ने भएको हुनाले कोभिडको महामारीको प्रभावमा परेको सिकाइ क्षतिलाई आपूरण गर्नका लागि यसले धेरै सहयोग पुगेको हामीले पाएका छौँ। यस्तै गरी सामुदायिक विद्यालयका छात्राहरूलाई सेनिटरी प्याडको व्यवस्थापन भएको छ, जसले गर्दा छात्राहरूले बिचैमा कक्षा छाड्ने दरमा न्यून भएको छ भने छात्राहरूको व्यक्तिगत स्वास्थ्य पनि सुधार भएको छ। यस्तै गरी सामुदायिक विद्यालयप्रति अभिभावक तथा विद्यार्थीको आकर्षण पनि बढेको हामीले पाएका छौँ। किन सरेन? सरी, अच्छा थियो के? यस। यस्तै गरी यो शिक्षण सहयोग अनुदान भनेर हामीलाई कक्षा 9, 10 र 6, 8 भनेर जाने गर्दछ, जसले गर्दा हामी विद्यालयमा विषयगत र शिक्षक दरबन्दी अभावलाई यसले चाहिँ परिपूर्ति गर्नका लागि सहयोग गरेको छ, जसले गुणस्तरीय विषयगत शिक्षाको व्यवस्थापनले शैक्षिक गुणस्तरमा सुधार भएको हामीले महसुस गरेका छौँ। यद्यपि यो चाहिँ पर्याप्त चाहिँ छैन। त्यस्तै गरी शैक्षिक सुशासन, संस्थागत क्षमता विकास, विद्यार्थी परीक्षण, मूल्याङ्कन, मेन्टरिङ, सुपरभिजन जस्ता विषयमा पनि शीर्षक खर्च हामीलाई व्यवस्थापन भएको छ, जसले गर्दा परीक्षा सञ्चालन, विशेष गरी आधारभूत तह उत्तीर्ण परीक्षा लगायत अन्य परीक्षा सञ्चालनमा चाहिँ अहिले प्रभावकारिता आएको छ। विद्यालय सुशासनमा अभिवृद्धि भएको छ। नवप्रवेशी शिक्षकहरूलाई चाहिँ यो मेन्टरिङ कार्यक्रमले गर्दाखेरि अलिकति अनुभवी एक्सपिरियन्स बनाउन चाहिँ सहयोग पुगेको छ। त्यस्तै गरी स्थानीय तहमा तालिम केन्द्र मार्फत मेन्टरहरूको पनि हामीलाई उपलब्धता भएको छ भने इमिसमा पनि इमिस सम्बन्धी तालिम दिएर इमिसमा भौतिक लगायत अन्य डेटाहरू अद्यावधिक गर्नका लागि पनि हामीलाई सहज भएको छ। यति गर्दा गर्दै पनि केही विषयहरू अझै स्थानीय तहमा काम गरिरहँदा र एसएसपीले सम्बोधन गरेका कुराहरू गर्नका लागि केही चुनौतीहरू रहेका छन्। प्रारम्भिक बाल विकास शिक्षामा चाहिँ भर्ना दर 100% चाहिँ पुर्याउन सकिएको छैन। अनि न्यूनतम मापदण्ड अनुरूपको कक्षा कोठा व्यवस्थापन जो एसएसपीले त्यो मिनिमम इनेबलिङ कन्डिसन भनेको छ, त्यसलाई पूर्ण रूपमा कार्यान्वयन गर्न सकिएको छैन। सहजकर्ताहरूको योग्यता, तालिम, सेवा, शर्त, सुविधालाई चाहिँ अलिकति व्यवस्थित रूपमा गर्न सकिएको छैन। यो चाहिँ चुनौती भइरहेको छ। त्यस्तै आधारभूत तथा माध्यमिक शिक्षामा विद्यालय नक्साङ्कन, पुनर्वितरण र समायोजन गर्नु एउटा चुनौती नै रहेको छ। अनिवार्य तथा निःशुल्क शिक्षाको अहिले धारणा आइरहेको छ, त्यसमा चाहिँ पूर्ण रूपमा यसलाई अनिवार्य निःशुल्क गर्नको लागि कठिन भइरहेको छ। माध्यमिक शिक्षा पूर्ण रूपमा निःशुल्क गर्नु पनि चुनौती नै रहेको छ भने तहगत विषयगत शिक्षक दरबन्दीको व्यवस्थापन छैन, त्यसैले गर्दा पनि समस्या छ। र शिक्षक पेसागत सहयोग कार्यक्रमलाई अझै प्रभावकारी रूपमा कार्यान्वयन गर्न चाहिँ बजेट त्यति पर्याप्त नभएको हुनाले चाहिँ चुनौतीकै रूपमा रहेको छ। अनौपचारिक शिक्षा तथा जीवन पर्यन्त सिकाइमा सिएलसीहरूको प्रभावकारी परिचालन गर्नु पनि चुनौती छ। सामुदायिक पुस्तकालय र वाचनालय स्थापना तथा परिचालन गर्नु भनेर भनिएको छ, त्यो पनि हामीले अपेक्षा गरे अनुसारको कार्यान्वयन गर्न सकेका छैनौँ भने राष्ट्रिय योग्यता प्रारूप कार्यान्वयन पनि भर्खरै प्रारूप आएको छ, त्यसलाई प्रभावकारी रूपमा कसरी कार्यान्वयन गर्ने भन्ने विषय चुनौतीकै रूपमा रहेको छ। त्यस्तै अन्तर सम्बन्धित विषय क्षेत्रहरूमा चाहिँ पाठ्यक्रमलाई जीवनोपयोगी, सिपमूलक, मानव मूल्यमा आधारित बनाउनु चाहिँ चुनौती रहेको छ। लक्षित वर्गका सबै बालबालिकालाई विद्यालय शिक्षामा पहुँच पुर्याउनु पनि चुनौती छ भने शैक्षिक लगानीमा वृद्धि गर्नु पनि चुनौतीको रूपमा रहेको छ। यसलाई अब हामीले लोकल लेभलमा बसेर काम गरिरहँदा कसरी त्यो चुनौतीहरूलाई अझै न्यूनीकरण गर्न सकिन्छ त भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ मैले आफूले महसुस गरेको कुरा यहाँ उठाएको छु। सङ्घ, प्रदेश र स्थानीय तहको जिम्मेवारी, तिनै तहको जिम्मेवारीका रूपमा यी सम्पूर्ण कुराहरूलाई लिनुपर्ने र तीन तह मात्रै नभएर सरकारी तथा गैर सरकारी संस्थाहरू सबै हाम्रो संविधानको कन्सेप्ट अनुसार समन्वय, सहकार्य र सहअस्तित्वको रूपमा अगाडि बढ्नुपर्ने देखिएको छ। पाठ्यक्रमलाई चाहिँ समय सान्दर्भिक रूपमा परिमार्जन गर्दै लानुपर्ने देखिएको छ भने अघि भएका चुनौतीपूर्ण क्षेत्रहरूमा अझै लगानी बढाउनुपर्ने अवस्था छ। केही रकम स्थानीय आवश्यकता र विविधता अनुरूप पनि खर्च गर्न सक्ने गरी सङ्घीय सरकारले पनि रकम विनियोजन गर्नुपर्छ कि भन्ने लागेको छ। केन्द्रीय तहदेखि नै राजनैतिक प्रतिबद्धता हुनुपर्छ। स्थानीय तहमा काम गर्दाखेरि यो अलिकति पोलिटिकल्ली हामीलाई गाह्रो पर्छ, त्यसैले जति पनि चुनौतीपूर्ण विषयवस्तु छन् त्यो केन्द्रीय लेभलबाटै आयो भने हामीलाई सहज हुन्छ भन्ने लागेको छ। कार्यक्रमको विषयमा जति पनि कार्यक्रमका नयाँ कार्यक्रमहरू आउँछन् त्यसको चाहिँ कन्सेप्चुअल क्लियरिटी एकदमै कम हुन्छ लोकल लेभलमा पुग्दाखेरि। त्यसैले नयाँ कार्यक्रम आउने बित्तिकै लोकल लेभलको त्यहाँको स्टेक होल्डरहरू लगायत हामीको अब जनशक्ति जे हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूलाई अभिमुखीकरण गराई कार्यान्वयनमा चाहिँ गयो भने अलिकति सहज हुन्छ भन्ने अनुभव छ। विद्यालय नक्साङ्कन, समायोजन, मर्ज जस्ता विषयलाई अभियानकै रूपमा अगाडि लैजानुपर्ने हरेक टोलबाट नै शैक्षिक जागरण ल्याउनुपर्छ यसको लागि भन्ने लागेको छ। त्यस्तै गरी स्थानीय तहमा रहेको शैक्षिक जनशक्तिको क्षमता विकास चाहिँ गर्न आवश्यक छ। क्षमता विकासको कुरा गर्दाखेरि अहिलेको त्यो प्रोभिन्सियल लेभलको ओरिएन्टेसन प्रोग्राम चाहिँ एकदमै राम्रो मैले अनुभव गरेको छु र धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद चाहिँ सिएचआरडीलाई दिन चाहन्छु। मैले फर्स्ट टाइम हामीले त्यस्तो प्रोग्राम लन्च भएको हो र लिन पनि पाएका छौँ, जसले गर्दा जति पनि हामीले कार्यान्वयन गर्नुपर्ने विषयवस्तु छन् नीतिगत तहदेखि सबै कुराको बारेमा एकदमै राम्रो कन्सेप्चुअल क्लियरिटी हुने मौका चाहिँ बल्ल पुगेको छ। त्यसको लागि धन्यवाद र यसलाई निरन्तरता दिनुभए राम्रो हुन्थ्यो भन्ने अनुरोध पनि गर्न चाहन्छु। वित्तीय सुशासनको कुरामा चाहिँ एउटा त्यो मोनिटरिङ सफ्टवेयर अपडेट गरेर अगाडि बढ्न पाए पालिकामा राम्रो हुन्थ्यो र स्कुलको लागि चाहिँ सास सिस्टमलाई चाहिँ अगाडि बढाउन पाए हुन्थ्यो भन्ने छ। यो अपर्च्युनिटीमा मैले हाम्रो पालिकाले गरेका र एसपीसँग रिलेटेड केही कार्यक्रमहरूको पनि प्रस्तुत गर्ने अनुमति चाहन्छु। एकीकृत शैक्षिक क्यालेन्डर निर्माण गरेर हामीले कार्यान्वयनमा ल्याएका छौँ। स्थानीय पाठ्यक्रम र पाठ्यपुस्तक निर्माण भएर कार्यान्वयनमा आएको छ। गाउँ शिक्षा योजना निर्माण गरेर कार्यान्वयनमा ल्याएका छौँ। सिक्दै पढाउँदै कार्यक्रम हामीले गरेका छौँ। हेड टिचर व्यवस्थापन गर्ने काम गरेका छौँ। विद्यालय समायोजन र दरबन्दी मिलानका कामहरू भइरहेका छन्। आधारभूत शिक्षा परीक्षा सञ्चालन गर्छौँ। उत्कृष्ट शिक्षक विद्यार्थी कर्मचारी प्रविवेश र सिएस लगायतका सम्पूर्ण शैक्षिक सरोकारवालाहरूलाई प्रोत्साहन गर्ने सम्मान गर्ने र पुरस्कृत गर्ने काम गर्दछौँ। सुत्केरी सट्टा शिक्षकको व्यवस्था गरेका छौँ। टिबेट सञ्जाल गठन र टिबेटका कार्यक्रमहरू गर्दै आएका छौँ भने अहिले गत वर्ष मात्रै नयाँ कन्सेप्ट अनुसार बालिका तथा समावेशी शिक्षा गठन गरी बाल कचहरी भन्ने कार्यक्रम हामीले गत वर्ष आयोजना गऱ्यौँ र अहिले पनि कमिङ फ्राइडेमा हामी त्यो कार्यक्रम गर्दैछौँ। अघि जति पनि बुलिङका कुराहरू उठेका थिए, यो बाल कचहरी कार्यक्रमबाट विद्यालयमा कस्तो खालको बुलिङ हुँदो रहेछ र हामीले के गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ भन्ने कुरा हामीलाई जानकारी भएर हामीले हेड टिचर मिटिङमा यस्तो यस्तो हुँदो रहेछ, यसबाट हामी सुरक्षित हुनुपर्छ, बच्चाहरूलाई सुरक्षित राख्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुराहरू गरेका छौँ। वृत्ति मार्गदर्शन कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गरेका छौँ। आरपिएलसी परीक्षण हुने गरेको छ भने सिएलसीमा मार्फत हामीले चाहिँ झोला उद्योग सञ्चालन गरेका छौँ, जसले गर्दा त्यो झोला चाहिँ हामीले हाम्रो स्टुडेन्टलाई नै न्यूनतम अत्यन्त न्यून मूल्यमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीलाई उपलब्ध गराउने गर्दछौँ। बाल विकास सहजकर्ताका लागि तालिम तथा असल अभ्यास आदान प्रदान र हिजो उठेको थियो थप तलब दिएको छ कि छैन भनेर उठेको थियो, त्यो थप तलबको नि व्यवस्था गरेका छौँ। र पालिका स्तरीय बिएलई सेटहरू अब जस्तो एसई सेट हुन्छ नि, त्यस्तै पालिका स्तरीय पालिकाकै टिचरहरूबाट निर्माण गरेर कार्यान्वयन गरेका छौँ। र विद्यालय नर्स कार्यक्रम छ। पालिकाबाट भएका असल भनौँ कि प्रयासहरू यिनै हुन्। तिनै कार्यक्रमका अलिकति फोटोहरू चाहिँ मैले राखेको थिएँ। यो चाहिँ यहाँ छ। हाम्रो लोकल लेभल प्लानको पनि
Okay, Samjana madam, about local level plan, Nilkanta sir detail out already. So thank you very much for your wonderful and comprehensive presentation. Yes, let's welcome Rudra sir. We miss Rudra sir. So please check around 5 minutes. We miss coffee.
Thank you, Mahendra sir. Respected chair and co-chair, लगायत यहाँ उपस्थित सम्पूर्ण अग्रज व्यक्तित्वहरू, मैले सम्बोधन गरिने समय अभावले यहाँलाई हार्दिक नमस्कार। म सामाजिक विकास मन्त्रालय बागमती प्रदेश हेटौँडाबाट संक्षिप्त प्रस्तुति गर्ने अनुमति चाहन्छु। यो अवसरका लागि म यहाँहरू सबैप्रति हार्दिक आभार पनि प्रकट गर्न चाहन्छु। खास गरिकन सामाजिक विकास मन्त्रालयले 3वटा सेक्टरलाई लिएर काम गर्ने गर्छ। एउटा एजुकेसन, स्कुल एन्ड हायर एजुकेसन, त्यसपछि वुमन, चिल्ड्रेन र ओल्ड पिपल, डिजेबल्ड एन्ड माइनोरिटिज पिपलको काम पनि गर्छ भने साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजीको क्षेत्रमा पनि काम गर्ने गर्छ मन्त्रालयले। यसलाई अझै अर्को ढङ्गले भन्दा हामी स्कुल एजुकेसन, हायर एजुकेसन, वुमन इम्पावरमेन्ट, साइन्स टेक्नोलोजी एन्ड इनोभेसन, एजुकेसनल काउन्सिलिङ सर्भिस, सिनियर सिटिजन, चिल्ड्रेन एन्ड अदर सोसल वेलफेयर कार्यक्रमहरू पनि हाम्रो मन्त्रालयको कार्यक्षेत्र हो। हाम्रो मन्त्रालय अन्तर्गत त्यो तोकिएको कार्यक्षेत्र अन्तर्गत रहेर काम गर्नको लागि हामीसँग शिक्षा विकास निर्देशनालय एउटा छ। त्यसै गरी मन्त्रालय अन्तर्गत 4वटा सामाजिक विकास कार्यालयहरू छन्। प्रदेशको सिटिभिटी कार्यालय छ। त्यसै गरी 3वटा एक्सटेन्डेड युनिटमा हाम्रो शिक्षा तालिम केन्द्र धुलीखेलमा रहेको छ। त्यसै गरी हामीसँग उच्च शिक्षालाई व्यवस्थापन गर्नको लागि बागमती प्रदेश विश्वविद्यालय पनि रहेको छ भने साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजीको सेक्टरमा काम गर्नको लागि मन्त्रालय अन्तर्गत एउटा नवप्रवर्तन कोष इनोभेसन फन्ड पनि रहेको छ। अब हामीले हाम्रा कामहरू अगाडि बढाउनको लागि केही पोलिसी र लहरू निर्माण गरेका छौँ, कानुनहरू निर्माण गरेका छौँ। जस्तै बागमती प्रदेश शिक्षा नीति 2080 सालमा जारी भएको छ भने त्यसै गरी बागमती प्रदेशको उच्च शिक्षा ऐन 2078 र नियमावली 2079, त्यसै गरी निःशुल्क अनिवार्य शिक्षा कार्यान्वयन कार्यविधि, अनि बागमती प्रदेश विश्वविद्यालयको विधान, त्यसै गरी सामुदायिक पुस्तकालय सबलीकरण कार्यविधि, त्यसै गरी शैक्षिक छात्रवृत्ति निर्देशिका लगायतका हामीसँग मौजुदा कानुनहरू रहेका छन्। मैले SESP टार्गेट गरेर मात्रै SESP ओरिएन्टेड गरेर मात्रै आफ्नो प्रस्तुति राखिरहेको छु। अरू सेक्टरमा पनि थुप्रै हाम्रा नीति र कानुनहरू रहेका छन्। अब मुख्य हाम्रा चाहिँ प्लान प्रोग्रामहरूमा चाहिँ हामीले SESP कै बेसमा रहेर र SDG लाई समेत आधार मानेर बागमती प्रदेशको एजुकेसन सेक्टर प्लान तयार गरेका छौँ। त्यसै गरी कम्पलसरी एन्ड फ्री एजुकेसन प्रोग्राम हाम्रो लोकल लेभलको साझेदारीमा सञ्चालन हुने गर्छ। हाउसवाइफ वुमन इम्पावरमेन्ट प्रोग्राम पनि हामी सञ्चालन गरिरहेका छौँ। त्यसै गरी विद्यार्थीको स्कुल एजुकेसनमा एक्सेस र सर्भाइभल रेट चाहिँ अगाडि बढोस् भन्ने हिसाबले, अभिवृद्धि होस् भन्ने हिसाबले स्कुल बस प्रोग्राम पनि रहेको छ। स्कुल नर्स प्रोग्राम पनि हाम्रो रहेको छ। त्यसै गरी एजुकेसनल क्वालिटी इम्प्रुभमेन्ट प्रोग्राम पनि रहेको छ। अपरेसन अफ रेसिडेन्टल स्कुल्स, हाम्रो आवासीय विद्यालयहरू 5वटा छन् भने नमुना विद्यालय 19वटा प्रदेश सरकारले बनाएर अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ। त्यसै गरी सामुदायिक पुस्तकालय सबलीकरण कार्यक्रम पनि रहेको छ। टिबेटको सेक्टरमा मैले सर्टकटमा भने हामीसँग 3टा प्रोजेक्ट छ, NVQS, इन्स्योर र क्वालिटी। त्यसमा हामीले नयाँ एउटा शिक्षालय, प्राविधिक शिक्षालय, एउटा नमुना शिक्षालय हामीले इस्टाब्लिस गरेर काम गरिरहेका छौँ। त्यसै गरी टिबेट प्रोफाइल, प्रोभिन्सको प्रोफाइल पनि हामीले डेभलप गरेका छौँ। अनि त्यस पश्चात हामीले बागमती प्रदेश विश्वविद्यालय स्थापना र त्यसलाई अगाडि बढाइरहेका छौँ। त्यहाँबाट शैक्षिक कार्यक्रम सञ्चालनको पूर्व तयारी भइरहेको छ। त्यसै गरी हामीले अघि मैले भनेको थिएँ विज्ञान प्रवृत्ति नवप्रवर्तन र विकास कोष मार्फत हामीले केही इनोभेटिभ आइडियाहरूलाई हामीले प्रवर्धन गर्नको लागि प्रोत्साहन अनुदान पनि उपलब्ध गराएका छौँ प्रदेश सरकारको तर्फबाट। त्यसै गरी हामीले अपरेसन एन्ड म्यानेजमेन्ट अफ एजुकेसनल कन्सल्टेन्सी सर्भिस उपलब्ध गराएका छौँ र सँगसँगै हामीले इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन अफ प्रोफेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट एन्ड कपासिटी बिल्डिङ ट्रेनिङ फर टिचर्स भनेर हामीले यो कार्यक्रम पनि तालिम केन्द्रहरू मार्फत सञ्चालन गरेका छौँ। अर्को स्किल एजुकेसन प्रोग्राम इन कम्युनिटी सेकेन्डरी स्कुल, construction of the administrative building of the Provincial Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, construction of administrative building of the Social Development Office Kavriplanchok, यो अन्डर कन्स्ट्रक्सनमा रहेको कुरा मैले यहाँलाई जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। कन्स्ट्रक्सन अफ बिल्डिङ्स फर इस्टाब्लिसिङ अ रेसिडेन्सियल स्कुल विथ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर फर चिल्ड्रेन विथ इन्टेलेक्चुअल डिजेबिलिटिज, यो हाम्रो कार्यक्रम कोर कार्यक्रम यो चालु आर्थिक वर्षको। त्यसै गरी छोटो अवधिका हाम्रा स्किल बेस्ड ट्रेनिङ कार्यक्रमहरू पनि छन्। ऱ्यापिड सर्वे रिपोर्ट्स अन डिजास्टर रिलेटेड ड्यामेज एन्ड रिकन्स्ट्रक्सन अफ स्कुल्स मेन्सन इन 2081, infrastructure development for community school, senior citizens homes, drinking water facilities and other projects, promotion of moral education at the school level। हामीले सन्दर्भ सामग्री नैतिक तथा व्यावसायिक शिक्षा प्रवर्धन गर्नको लागि प्रदेशको तर्फबाट एउटा रेफरेन्स मेटेरियल पनि विकास गरेका छौँ। ICT टिचर ग्रान्ट एट द सेकेन्डरी लेभल इन पार्टनरसिप विथ लोकल गभर्मेन्ट्स, एजुकेसनल स्कलरसिप प्रोग्राम, भीमबहादुर तामाङ एजुकेसनल क्वालिटी इम्प्रुभमेन्ट प्रोग्राम इन कम्युनिटी स्कुल्स बेस्ड अन मोडर्न टेक्नोलोजी एन्ड रिसर्च, यो हाम्रो यो चालु आर्थिक वर्षको कार्यक्रम हो। लास्टमा मैले हाम्रो मन्त्रालयको तर्फबाट भएका केही महत्त्वपूर्ण SESP ओरिएन्टेड केही प्रोग्रामहरू यहाँहरूलाई राख्ने जमर्को गरेँ। लास्टमा हिजो एकजना म्याडमले पनि क्वेसन राख्नु भएको थियो क्वालिटीको विषय, र यो वर्षको बागमती प्रदेशको नीति तथा कार्यक्रममा हामीले सङ्घीय सरकारको समन्वयमा गुणस्तर मापदण्ड तयार गर्ने भनेर हामीले भनेका छौँ। यो विषय छलफलको विषय होस् भन्ने हिसाबले मैले लास्टमा क्वेसन मार्क राखेको। थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच।
Thank you, Rudra sir, for your comprehensive presentation.
So, yes, before lunch break, let's invite our colleagues from EDCU. Sudeep Giri, over to you.
धन्यवाद महेन्द्र सर, रेस्पेक्टेड चेयर, को चेयर, उपस्थित सम्पूर्णमा सम्बोधन यथोचित। मलाई दिएको 5 मिनटको समयमै म प्रस्तुत गर्ने अनुमति चाहन्छु। मैले यहाँ टपिक्स राखेँ, मिल्यो मिलेन यहाँहरूले इभ्यालुएसन गर्नुहुनेछ। अब हामीले मेन त हाम्रो शिक्षा विकास तथा समन्वय इकाइले शिक्षा विज्ञान तथा प्रविधि मन्त्रालयको एक्सटेन्डेड हेड्सको रूपमा हामीले 77 जिल्लामा रहेर काम गरिरहेका छौँ। अब पहिलाको भन्दा जिल्ला शिक्षा कार्यालयभन्दा यो छोटो सानो संरचनामा रहेर हामीले काम गरेका छौँ। हामीले मेन त हाम्रो कोअर्डिनेसन नै समन्वय मुख्य भएको हुनाले हामीले प्रदेश र स्थानीय तहसँग समन्वय गर्ने गरी हामीले मुख्यतः हाम्रो यो डिएलआई इन्डिकेटर स्थानीय तहको शिक्षा शाखा प्रमुखहरूसँग हामी हरेक पटक बस्दा यो डिएलआई इन्डिकेटरको महत्त्व के छ, यो किन पुरा गर्नुपर्छ, यो कसरी गर्ने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा हामी हरेक बैठकमा हामी छलफल गर्छौँ। हामी त्यो उहाँहरूलाई बुझाउने काम पनि गर्छौँ र हाम्रो यो इमिस व्यवस्थापन र अब त्यसको कार्यान्वयनको सन्दर्भमा हामी हरेक पटक पुरा गर्छौँ। अनि स्थानीय तहको शिक्षा योजना निर्माणको सन्दर्भमा हामी त्यसमा छलफल गर्छौँ। फ्री एन्ड कम्पलसरी एजुकेसनको सन्दर्भमा हाम्रो पनि भूमिका छ। अब सञ्चार माध्यम, अब छापा र अब रेडियो माध्यमबाट सूचना प्रसारणदेखि लिएर हामीले कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन समन्वय काम गरिरहेकै छौँ। अनि समावेशी शिक्षा अनि टिचर व्यवस्थापनको कुरा, अब शिक्षक सेवा आयोगको अध्यापन अनुमति पत्रको परीक्षादेखि लिएर अन्य सम्पूर्ण परीक्षा सञ्चालनदेखि लिएर टिचरको अब नियुक्ति पदस्थापनसम्म असौरासम्मको काम हामी गरिरहेकै छौँ। अब यो स्कुल विद्यालय नक्साङ्कन र मर्जको कुरा छ, हामी यसमा स्थानीय तहसँग समन्वय गरेर काम गर्छौँ। अब टिचर मेन्टरिङको कुरा हामी हरेक पटक स्थानीय तहमा र विद्यालयमा हामी कुरा गर्छौँ यसलाई। अब यो परीक्षा व्यवस्थापनको कुरा कक्षा 10 र कक्षा 12 को, कक्षा 9 को रजिस्ट्रेसन, 10 को आवेदनदेखि लिएर परीक्षा सञ्चालन व्यवस्थापनमा हामी सम्पूर्ण काम गर्छौँ। अनि यो नासा टेस्टको कुरा अब यो इआरओले सम्पन्न गर्छ, तर हामी जिल्लामा रहेर हामीले शिक्षा विकास समन्वय इकाइले यसको काम गर्छौँ। ट्रेनिङको कुरा, यो सास ट्रेनिङ हामीले इमिसमा सास छ, त्यसलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्ने महत्त्वपूर्ण लक्ष्य पनि छ। हामीले सास ट्रेनिङ सञ्चालन गर्छौँ। हाम्रो जिल्लामा 2 जना त्यो सासको सेन्ट्रल टट लिएको प्रशिक्षकहरू हुनुहुन्छ। हामीले उहाँहरूलाई त्यो विद्यालयको लेखाको काम गर्ने लेखाको कर्मचारीसँग हामीले एउटा मेसेन्जर ग्रुपै बनाएर हामीले जोडेका छौँ। हामीले तालिम सञ्चालन गर्छौँ। अनि त्यति मात्रै नभएर अनि त्यसमा हामीले जिल्लाले तालिम सञ्चालन गर्छ र स्थानीय तहसँग समन्वय गरेर हामीले विभिन्न पालिका मार्फत उहाँहरूलाई प्रशिक्षकको रूपमा लगेर तालिम सञ्चालन पनि हामीले गरेका छौँ। यो प्रभावकारी भएको छ। अब यो जब इन्डस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिङ चलाएकै छौँ। अब पाठ्यक्रम कार्यान्वयन सम्बन्धी पनि चलाउँछौँ। अब आइटम राइटिङ हामीले चलायौँ। आइटम राइटिङ चलाउँदै गर्दा कक्षा 8 को कार्यक्रममै छ। त्यो बाहेक अरू कक्षाको पनि हामीलाई चाहियो भनेर हाम्रो शिक्षकका पेसागत सङ्गठन र प्याप्सन मार्फत कुरा आएको हुनाले गत साल हामीले 2 समूहमा अब टिचरका पेसागत सङ्गठन र प्याप्सनसँग समन्वय गरेर सामुदायिक र संस्थागतलाई सँगै राखेर कक्षा 8 बाहेक अरू कक्षाको पनि हामीले आइटम राइटिङको कार्यक्रम चलायौँ। अब यो निड एन्ड डिमान्ड बेस्ड ट्रेनिङ पनि हामी कहिलेकाहीँ अब त्यो स्थानीय तहसँग समन्वय गरेर र अनि प्याप्सनसँग पनि समन्वय गरेर सञ्चालन गरेका छौँ। अब हेड टिचर ओरिएन्टेसन, अब अनुगमन तथा सुपरिवेक्षणको सन्दर्भमा हामीले स्कुल अनुगमन गरेर त्यसलाई फिडब्याक दिने काम, अब कक्षा अवलोकन र त्यसलाई पृष्ठपोषण प्रदान गर्ने काम, अब टिचर प्रोफेसनल सपोर्ट सिस्टमको कुराहरू हामीले गरेका छौँ। अब विज्ञद्वारा कक्षा अवलोकन गराएर अनि त्यहाँ विद्यालयका सम्पूर्ण सङ्घ पदाधिकारीसँग बसेर छलफल गर्ने हामी त्यो काम गर्छौँ। अब प्यारेन्ट्स एजुकेसनको कुरा पनि गर्छौँ। स्कुल म्यापिङ र मर्जिङको कुरामा या मोनिटरिङको सन्दर्भमा पनि हामी कुरा गर्छौँ। र यो दिवा खाजाको सन्दर्भमा हरेक स्कुलमा पुग्दा हामीले पहिलो कुरा यो दिवा खाजाको साप्ताहिक सूची छ कि छैन, त्यसमा स्थानीय सामानहरू प्रयोग गरिन्छ कि गरिन्न, कसरी जङ्क फुड छ कि प्रयोग गर्ने व्यवस्था छ कि छैन, हामी त्यसमा छलफल गर्छौँ। थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you, Sudeep sir, for your wonderful presentation. I think people who are waiting in the screen, let's first welcome them.
महेन्द्र सर।
Yes.
हजुर भन्नाले अघि ह्यान्ड रेसको कुरा गर्नुभयो कि अरू केही हो हजुर?
Yes, madam. Yes.
ए हजुर हस् आई वुड लाइक टु टक इन नेपाली बेसिकल्ली मलाई चाहिँ यो अघि नीलकण्ठ सरले लोकल लेभलको प्लानिङको कुरा गर्नुभयो नि एकदमै राम्रोसँग कामहरू भइरहेछ हामी अब गभर्मेन्टसित सिभिल सोसाइटी अर्गनाइजेसनले पनि एकदमै नजिक क्लोजली हामी काम पनि गरिरहेछौँ एकअर्कालाई सपोर्ट पनि गरिराखेका छौँ अब यति भन्दै गर्दाखेरि अबको दिशानिर्देश के हो त अब एकपटक त हामीले अब प्लानको हिसाबले लोकल लेभलमा अघि म्याडमले पनि भन्नुभयो प्रोभिन्स लेभलको डिस्कोर्स यो प्लानिङले एकदम सपोर्ट पनि गरिरहेछ भनेर होइन तर मलाई चाहिँ अलिकति अब हामी फ्युचरको लागि यो प्लेटफर्म अथवा यी इन्फर्मेसनलाई कसरी युटिलाइज गर्ने भन्ने सन्दर्भमा सबै प्लानिङको काम भइसकेपछि एक लेभलको अलिकति एनालिसिस चाहिँ वाट आर द कमन प्रायोरिटिज के रहेछन् होइन अनि कन्टेक्चुअल प्रायोरिटी मधेस तराईको कुरा भयो अनि माउन्टेन हिल विभिन्न ठाउँको अलिकति कन्टेक्चुअल प्रायोरिटीहरू पनि छन् होइन त्यसलाई लिएर जुन प्रोग्राम्स इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन प्रोसिडियर गराएर हामीले बजेट कन्डिसनल फन्डको बजेट र प्लान बनाउँछौँ नि फेडरल लेभलबाट त्यससित त्यो लोकल लेभलको प्लानिङलाई जोड्न सक्यौँ भने चाहिँ अझै बढी मिनिङफुल हुन्छ कि भनेर मलाई लागेको कुरा मैले एउटा त्यो अनुरोध गरेँ होइन यो जस्ट मेरो ओपिनियन हो त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले बेला बेलामा धेरैचोटि चाहिँ लोकल लेभलबाट आइराख्ने चाहिँ कुरा के हो भने कन्डिसनल फन्ड चाहिँ लोकलको ग्राउन्डको उसित कहिलेकाहीँ म्याच हुँदैन आवश्यकता एकातिर छ अनि बजेट एलोकेसन अर्कोतिर हुन्छ भन्नेलाई पनि त्यसले चिरफार गर्छ र हामीले यो लोकल लेभलको प्लानिङलाई नेसनल लेभलको पोलिसी प्रोसिडियरसित कनेक्सन गरेर सपोर्ट गरेको इफेक्टिभ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनका लागि पनि सपोर्ट गर्छ भन्ने हिसाबले मैले गरेँ अब यो प्लेटफर्म पाएको बेलामा मैले दुईवटा मात्र एकदम सर्टली अहिलेको सर र म्याडमहरूको प्रेजेन्टेसन चाहिँ एकदमै इन्सपायरिङ प्रेजेन्टेसन थ्याङ्क यू सो मच दुवैजनालाई अनि तिनैजना सर म्याडम एउटा यो इनोभेसन फन्डको कुरा रहेछ त्यो अलिकति थोरै त्यसको प्रावधान के रहेछ भन्ने थाहा भयो भने अरूतिर पनि हामीले यो म्यासेज डिस्ट्रिब्युसन गर्न सक्छौँ होला यो हाम्रो बागमती प्रदेशबाट सरले सेयर गर्नुभएको थियो हस् थ्याङ्क यू सर
Thank you, Lakshmi Madam. Rudra sir, would you like to add something?
क्वेरीको लागि धन्यवाद म्याडम हाम्रो विज्ञान प्रवृत्ति नवप्रवर्धन कोष 2075 सालमा बागमती प्रदेश सरकारले इस्टाब्लिस गरेको हो र सरकारले इस्टाब्लिस गरिसके पश्चात अहिले हामीसँग करिब 29 करोड रुपैयाँ चाहिँ त्यो कोषमा पैसा पनि बचत भएको छ हामीले त्यो कोषलाई कार्यान्वयन गर्नको लागि हामीसँग ऐन पनि छ नियमावली हामीसँग नबनिसकेको अवस्था भएको हुनाले अहिले हामीले केही गर्न सक्ने अवस्था त छैन तर हामी नियमावली चाहिँ अब क्याबिनेटमा हामीले पठाएको छौँ र त्यो पास भएर आइसके पश्चात त्यो न्यू इनोभेटिभ आइडियाहरूलाई हामीले कलेक्सन गर्ने पब्लिक इन्फर्मेसन मार्फत हामीले सूचना मार्फत हामी कलेक्सन गर्छौँ हामीसँग कोषमा आबद्ध हुनुभएका केही विज्ञ सरहरू म्याडमहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूले चाहिँ स्वतन्त्र ढङ्गले मूल्याङ्कन गर्नुहुन्छ र मूल्याङ्कनबाट छनौट भएका प्रोजेक्टहरूलाई हामीले त्यो सिफारिस समिति मूल्याङ्कन समितिको आधारमा हामीले अनुदान उपलब्ध गराउँछौँ यस्तो हाम्रो ऐन बन्नुभन्दा अगाडि हामीले कार्यविधि मार्फत कार्यान्वयन गरेका थियौँ यो कोषलाई 75 देखि 2081 सम्म त्यो कार्यविधिका आधारमा हामीले 5 वटा नयाँ प्रोजेक्टहरू हामीले चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्ट पनि गरिसकेका छौँ यो चाहिँ हजुरहरूले हाम्रो मन्त्रालयको वेबसाइटमा पनि त्यो प्रोजेक्टको बारेमा थाहा लिन सक्नुहुन्छ वेबसाइट मार्फत पनि लिन सक्नुहुन्छ थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच
Thank you, Rudra sir. Regarding the three presentation that lead by Rudra sir as well as Samjana Pokhrel madam and Sudeep Giri, we will discuss later. I request all the delegates to take 15-minute refreshment coffee rest. Then we will sharp meet in the hall 12:35. The session will be led by CDC Director General Yuvraj sir.
Back after the short refreshment. Let me welcome our Director General CDC, Mr. Yuvraj Paudel, for his presentation. Okay, over to you, Yuvraj sir.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, most of the chairs are empty. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Co-Chair, DPH focal and co-focal, CLA heads, DDGs from CHRD, former Secretary of Government of Nepal, Mr. Janardhan Nepal sir, representatives from DPH, ministry colleagues, CHRD colleagues, and all the distinguished personalities who are present in this room, as well as who are those who are in the overflow room as well. Yeah. Warm greetings from Curriculum Development Center. Namaste and good morning. Okay, good afternoon, Vaishnavi. Good afternoon, Vaishnavi. Good morning, sir. It is already good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's quarter to 1, so it's good afternoon. I have a very short presentation. After my presentation, there is another presentation from NEB that will be made by Mr. Subhash Sivakoti. And I also request my friend Domin Khadka to make notes regarding the queries raised that should be answered or responded by CDC. Now I'm going to start my presentation, very brief presentation. Curriculum Development Center is now going to revise the early grade childhood education and development curriculum regarding early childhood education and development. We have revised it. Similarly, the integrated curriculum, which is the foundation for further learning, further education, we are also going to revise the curriculum, integrated curriculum of grade 1 and 1 to 3. Similarly, we have revised and updated, developed 12 other curricula that is related to social studies from grade 4 to 12, then some of the curriculum related to mother tongue curriculum. For example, Tharu Dagaura, grade 1-3, Kirat, Yaka, Kirat Kulung, Maithili, Awadhi, Bhojpuri, and Tamang languages. Computer science and environmental science for grades 11 and 12. Then health and physical education for grades 9 and 10, and Sanskrit Rachana, Sanskrit composition. Those are the curriculums which we have developed and revised. Most of the curricula have been revised and developed as per the new NCF 2076 to 2019. There was a query that was raised in the first session. I think that the query was regarding to the climate issues, and it was also regarding bullying The query was whether the climate issues are addressed adequately in the curricula developed by CDC. I would like to say something about it. The climate issues is the cross-cutting issue, mainly mostly related to the social studies curricula, and we have addressed those issues in social studies curricula. Especially we have detailed out about the climate issues and the precaution to be taken by the learners, and as well as safety measures to be adapted by them. We have included this issue in grade 9 social studies curriculum. Similarly, bullying, we have to control the bullying in the classroom or in the school environment. We control it, and we maintain very high morale and motivation to all the students, all the learners in the school environment. It creates the friendly learning environments to the learners. So we have addressed this issue in perhaps in grade 10 social studies curriculum. These are the response of the query that I have already raised. Now, major initiatives in student assessment. Development of assessment guidelines, test specimen chart, and national assessment framework that have already been developed by CDC, and NAF is developed by National Examinations Board, which is mentioned and explained by my colleague Subhash Sivakoti in his turn, in his presentation. Assessment guidelines for grades 1 to 3 have already been developed. Development of simplified formative assessment form as well as tools for easier records and remedial teaching. And I think it is the inbuilt feature of the curricula. While we develop the curriculum, the assessment guideline, assessment process, assessment tools are injected in the curriculum, and those are incorporated in the curriculum. And we have also done so. The formative assessment techniques and assessment tools, assessment forms, all those are included in the curriculum. Internal evaluation guidelines for grades 4 and 12 have been developed by CDC. Similarly, facilitation handbook for practical and project work to strengthen formative assessment for grade 4 and 5 has already been developed and uploaded in the CDC's website. Assessment guidelines for technical and vocational subjects and elective subjects for grade 9 to 12 are already been developed from CDC. Similarly, for standardization of examination, development of test specimen chart and model questions of all subjects are developed. National Assessment Framework has approved, and now it is in implementation, I think. The detail will be presented in other next presentation. Item banking system has been developed already. NEB has developed item banking system, and 159 LGs are using the items from the item bank, while they are conducting their examinations. And it is aimed to increase 60%, that is about 452 LGs through this activity has been done by NEB, National Examinations Board. Further details will be given in next presentation. Other core function of CDC is to develop PRCs, print ready copies of the textbooks and other reference materials, teachers' guidelines, and other reference materials. And other next important job assigned to CDC is to update the reading materials, textbooks, curriculum. They will be regularly updated according to the suggestions, feedbacks provided by the users and stakeholders and concerned authorities, concerned people. More than 100 PRCs are developed within the 6 months by the CDC, and some of them are updated, and more than 70 are newly developed. And most of them are uploaded in CDC website. These are some of the PRCs. We have, for long time for the record, we have bind it with hardcover for their safety. These are some of the samples of PRCs. Sorry. The next activity, next initiative taken by CDC is we are creating a wide avenue of participation of teacher support mechanism with CDC, with teachers. That is one of our assigned program for running fiscal year, and we are going to conduct it through online. We'll conduct it in the first episode of this program is going to be held on the next Monday, 15th of Mangsir. This is the guideline to conduct the program, CDC, with teachers. And we will receive many feedback, suggestions from our well-wishers, from the textbook users, from curriculum users, from our readers, from those who visit our website and give us feedback. We address the queries, the suggestions, feedback raised by them in that very program. It is for the betterment of the CDC's further activities. Yes, this is one of the program for this fiscal year. These are teacher's guide of core subjects for teacher support. CDC regularly develop the teacher's guide for teacher support to make their delivery in the classroom more fruitful, more interesting, and so that the students can learn easily for sustainable learning, which helps to ensure their sustainable learning. The teacher's guide supports the teachers to effective delivery of the contents they are going to present in the classroom. These are some of the supplementary learning materials developed by CDC. CDC has developed 15 literacy materials. Then 3 other numeracy materials are developed and uploaded in CDC's website. If we visit our website, we can get those materials in the website. Okay, this is also another initiative taken by CDC. This is all about my presentation. If you have some queries, we will respond later on. Now, I would like to request Mr. Subhash Sivakoti for his presentation on behalf of National Examinations Board. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience listening. Thank you.
Hello. Namaste and good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair and respected delegates. We are very thankful with Ministry and CHRD for this opportunity. My presentation will be in Nepali. I am presenting it in Nepali from National Examination Board. Most of the things that our DG from Curriculum Department, he has explained. From the side of NAB, what we have done regarding the SESP and our work, I am going to present it in Nepali. सबैलाई नमस्कार छ। राष्ट्रिय परीक्षा बोर्ड चाहिँ एउटा सिंगल इन्स्टिट्युसन हो विद्यालय शिक्षाको करिकुलम विद्यालय शिक्षाको इभ्यालुएसनको निमित्त र यसको चाहिँ एउटा सेन्ट्रल अफिस छ। 7 वटा प्रदेशिक कार्यालय र 5 वटा शाखा कार्यालयहरू छन् र यसको कोर म्यान्डेट चाहिँ हाम्रो जुन एजुकेसन एक्ट 8औं संशोधनले जे दिएको छ त्यसको आधारमा चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय परीक्षा बोर्डले आफ्नो फङ्सनिङहरू अपरेट गर्दै गएको छ र मैले यहाँ थोरै हाइलाइट गरेको छु। यसले आफ्नो काम गर्ने सँगसँगै जो दिएको म्यान्डेट अनुसार काम गर्ने सँगसँगै to evaluate whether the standard, dignity and quality of school education examinations are maintained or not मा चाहिँ यसले त्यो कसरी परीक्षालाई रिफर्म गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा पनि यसले काम गर्छ। मैले यो एजुकेसन एक्टले दिएको जो कोर म्यान्डेटको आधारमा राष्ट्रिय परीक्षा बोर्डले आफ्नो काम गर्छ भन्ने कुरा यहाँलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। राष्ट्रिय परीक्षा बोर्डले वार्षिक लगभग 13,60,000 विद्यार्थीहरूको परीक्षा लिन्छ र मैले विद्यालय सङ्ख्या यहाँ कक्षा 10 मा 12,260 यहाँ हामीले जो डिस्प्ले गरेका छौँ। तर यो चाहिँ कस्तो भने विक्रम सम्वत 1990 देखि हालसम्म जति हाम्रो पोर्टलमा रजिस्टर गरेको विद्यालय सङ्ख्या मात्रै हो। तर जाँच दिने विद्यालय सङ्ख्या जो गत साल जाँच दिने विद्यालय सङ्ख्या चाहिँ 11,201 हो। यो कुरा यहाँलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। यो चाहिँ हाम्रो पुरा कतिपय विद्यालयहरूले चाहिँ अपियर गर्दैन, कतिपय चाहिँ बाहिर गइसकेको छ, त्यहाँ चाहिँ यो विद्यालयको रूपमै छैन। तर हाम्रो पोर्टलमा चाहिँ 1990 देखि हालसम्म जो जसले रजिस्टर गरेको छ त्यो देखिन्छ। त्यही भएर मैले यो अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र कक्षा 12 को चाहिँ हाम्रो 5,622 विद्यालयहरू हाम्रो पोर्टलमा हामीले 11 को रजिस्ट्रेसन नम्बर लिने 11 को कोड लिने विद्यालयहरू हुन्। तर जाँच दिने विद्यालयहरू गत साल जो हाम्रो रिसेन्ट एक्जाममा चाहिँ जाँच दिने विद्यालयहरू भनेको 5202 वटा विद्यालयहरूले जाँच दिएका थिए। र यसमा चाहिँ इमेजमा अलिकति थोरै प्रब्लम यसमा हामी र यसमा जो कम देखिन सकिन्छ, किनभने कक्षा 12 चाहिँ 0+2 र क्याम्पसहरूले पनि कक्षा 12 को परीक्षा सञ्चालन चलाउने गरेको हुनाले यो चाहिँ अलिक बढी सङ्ख्या चाहिँ यहाँ देखिएको कुरा यहाँलाई अनुरोध गर्छु। र गत साल चाहिँ हामीले 3,65,817 विद्यार्थीहरूको रजिस्ट्रेसन गरायौँ। यो कुरा अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र हाम्रो रिजल्ट स्ट्याटस चाहिँ कक्षा 10 को 2080 र कक्षा 10 को 2081 को रिजल्ट स्ट्याटस हामीले प्रस्तुत गरेका छौँ, जसमा चाहिँ मैले अरू कुरा भनिनँ। कक्षा 2080 को तुलनामा 2081 सालमा चाहिँ 13.94% विद्यार्थीको चाहिँ पासिङ रेट बढेको कुरा सबै नै अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र कक्षा 12 को रिजल्ट अपडेट गराउन चाहन्छु। 2 सालको रिजल्ट कक्षा 2081 मा आउँदाखेरि पास रेट चाहिँ 9.02% बढेको कुरा यहाँलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। म थोरै डिएलआई र हाम्रो इनिसिएटिभ थोरै कुराहरू यहाँ बिचमा गर्छु। धेरै कुराहरू युवराज सरले बताइसक्नु भएको छ। हाम्रो नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्क फर ग्रेड 12 एप्रुभ भएको छ र यसले हामीले डिएलआई एचिभ पनि गरेका छौँ। अनि यसको आधारमा हामीले कक्षा 12 को यसपाला जो 2025 को अप्रिलमा क्वेसनहरू यसको नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्कको आधारमा क्वेसन्सहरू बनाएर टेस्ट लिएका छौँ। यसको चाहिँ रिजल्ट एनालाइसिस भइरहेको कुरा अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। एससी इम्प्लिमेन्टेड त्यो प्रोभिन्स लेभलमा चाहिँ एससी इम्प्लिमेन्टेड भएको छ, जो चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ राष्ट्रिय परीक्षा बोर्डको रेगुलेसन फर्स्ट अमेन्डमेन्ट 2078ले दिएको जुरिस्डिक्सनको आधारमा त्यो काम भइरहेको छ। र मैले यहाँहरूलाई जानकारी गराइसकेँ, हामीले चाहिँ कक्षा 12को आइटम टेस्ट गरिसक्यौँ र त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो अहिले आइटम एनालाइसिसको काम अनगोइङ छ, यो कुरा अनुरोध गर्छु। र आइटम ब्याङ्किङ सिस्टम इन द डेभलपमेन्ट, हाम्रो आइटम ब्याङ्किङ सिस्टम बनिसकेको छ र सबै एलजिजहरू चाहिँ यसमा एक्सेस छ। त्यो 753वटै एलजिजहरू चाहिँ यो आइटम ब्याङ्क एक्सेस गर्न चाहिँ सफल छन्, जो हामीले चाहिँ यसलाई प्रोपोगेट गरी यसलाई चाहिँ प्रसार गरिरहेका छौँ, यो कुरा अनुरोध गर्छु। र हामी चाहिँ के प्लानमा छौँ भने सबै एलजिजहरू जो अघि युवराज सरले भन्नुभयो 452वटा लोकल गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ स्ट्यान्डर्ड आइटम मार्फत परीक्षा सञ्चालन गर्छन् आउने साल, जसमा चाहिँ आइबिएस मार्फत नै उहाँहरूले त्यो सिस्टम मार्फत नै आइटम डाउनलोड गरेर उहाँहरूले त्यो आइटम डाउनलोड गर्नुहुन्छ, त्यो सिस्टमबाट क्वेसन जेनेरेट गरेर एक्जाम सञ्चालन गर्नुहुन्छ। हामीले त्यो प्रक्रियामा हामी अगाडि छौँ। हामी मेबी अप्रिलमा चाहिँ त्यो एक्जाम लिन्छौँ र सबै एलजिजहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यो एक्सेस छ। मोडल आइटम्स लिने, मोडल टेस्ट पेपर, एसेसमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्क, ह्यान्डबुक फर आइटम राइटिङ स्किल्स डेभलपमेन्ट एन्ड डिजिटल एनालाइसिस एन्ड क्लासरुम टिचिङ लर्निङ म्यानुअल, त्यो चाहिँ थ्रु आइटम ब्याङ्किङ सबै एलजिजहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले एक्सेस दिएका छौँ। त्यो 2024 देखि नै यो कुरा चाहिँ ibs.neb.gov.np मार्फत उहाँहरूले यसलाई एक्सेस गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, यो कुरा अनुरोध गर्छु। र हामीले गत सालसम्म 1125 टिचर्सले इङ्ग्लिस, म्याथमेटिक्स एन्ड साइन्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजीमा चाहिँ विषयमा 338वटा एलजिसबाट त्यो टिओटी प्राप्त गर्नुभएको छ। 240जना एलजी स्टाफ एजुकेसन अफिसर्सहरूलाई पनि हामीले ओरिएन्ट गरेका छौँ। यो आइटम राइटिङको सन्दर्भमा तपाईँहरूले के गर्नुपर्छ र हजुरहरूले के चाहिँ सपोर्ट गरिदिनु पऱ्यो भन्ने सन्दर्भमा हामीले उहाँहरूलाई यो कुरा जानकारी गराएका छौँ, ओरिएन्ट गराएका छौँ। र हामीले युवराज सरले भनिसक्नु भएको छ 159वटा पालिकामा गत साल हामीले स्ट्यान्डर्डाइज्ड आइटम मार्फत हामीले टेस्ट लियौँ र यो साल अब आउने सालको प्लान चाहिँ हाम्रो 452मा पुग्ने, जसमा चाहिँ हामीले आइबिएस आइटम ब्याङ्किङ सिस्टम मार्फत नै क्वेसन्सहरू जेनेरेट गरेर उहाँहरूले परीक्षा लिनुहुन्छ। यति कुरा हामीले अगाडि बढाएको कुरा अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र हाम्रो चाहिँ के गुड प्र्याक्टिसेस हामीले मानेको के भने हामीले एमओयू र नार्बिनसँग हाम्रो चाहिँ एमओयू गरेका छौँ र जसले गर्दा के भने हामी चाहिँ उहाँहरूले पार्टिसिपेन्ट बोलाइदिनुहुन्छ हाम्रो आइटम राइटिङको लागि पालिकाहरूबाट, नार्मिन र मुहानले, अनि एजुकेसन अफिसरहरू पनि बोलाइदिनुहुन्छ। र त्यसमा चाहिँ के गर्छौँ, हामी चाहिँ एक्सपेन्स पनि सेयरिङ गर्छौँ। हामी राख्छौँ उहाँहरूलाई, रेसिडेन्सियल खर्च हामीले बिहोर्छौँ र आउने जाने खर्च चाहिँ पालिकाहरूले बिहोर्ने हुन्छ, कस्ट सेयरिङ पनि हुन्छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो कस्ट इफेक्टिभ पनि भएको र सबैलाई चाहिँ आफ्नो ओनरसिप पनि भएको हुनाले हामीलाई यो चाहिँ राम्रै प्र्याक्टिस हो भन्ने हामीलाई लागेको। त्यस्तै गरी हामीले चाहिँ त्यो लोकल गभर्मेन्टको लोकल गभर्मेन्ट स्टाफहरूलाई, एजुकेसन अफिसरहरूलाई पनि टेस्ट रिजल्ट र एनालाइसिस र टिचिङ लर्निङ इम्प्रुभमेन्टको सन्दर्भमा ट्रेन गर्छौँ। त्यो बेला चाहिँ ओरिएन्ट गर्छौँ। त्यो बेला चाहिँ हामी उहाँहरूलाई के भन्छौँ भने जो टिचरहरू यहाँ आज ट्रेनिङ लिन आउनुभएको छ उहाँहरूको लागि, उहाँहरू मास्टर ट्रेनर हो, अब ट्रेनर हो, उहाँले टिओटी लिँदै हुनुहुन्छ, त्यसैले तपाईँले केही बजेट छुट्याइदिनुहोस् र त्यो चाहिँ तपाईँको पालिकाभरि यो कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गर्नुपर्छ, त्यो चाहिँ यो टिचरहरूले अरूलाई ट्रेन गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ हामीले उहाँहरूलाई गर्छौँ र त्यही अनुसार चाहिँ अगाडि बढेको छ। त्यसैले यसलाई हामीले गुड प्र्याक्टिसको रूपमा चाहिँ हामीले लिएको कुरा यहाँलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र हाम्रो केही च्यालेन्जेसहरू छ, किनभने हामी सबै स्टाफहरूलाई, टिचर्सहरूलाई चाहिँ सबै लेभलहरूमा ट्रेन गर्न सक्ने अवस्थामा गर्नु चाहिँ हाम्रो ठुलो एउटा चुनौती नै छ। र हाम्रो अर्को समस्या, हाम्रो चुनौती चाहिँ के देखिन्छ भनेपछि हाम्रो चाहिँ लिगल प्रोभिजन स्टिल हामी चाहिँ नि 2068 साल जो बेला तात्कालीन उच्च माध्यमिक शिक्षा परिषदको चाहिँ परीक्षा सञ्चालन सम्बन्धी निर्देशिकामा अझै हामी चलिरहेका छौँ। त्यो टाइमली चाहिँ हाम्रो लिगल प्रोभिजनलाई एप्रुभ गर्न चाहिँ हामीलाई अलिकति चुनौती जस्तो परीक्षा बोर्डलाई देख्छौँ। यो कुरा यहाँ बिचमा मैले राखेँ। र हाम्रो सबै यो जुन सर्भिस डेलिभरीहरूलाई अटोमाइजेसन गर्ने कुरा चाहिँ थोरै जस्तै ह्युमन रिसोर्सको सन्दर्भमा, सिस्टम डेभलपमेन्टको सन्दर्भमा, डेटा सेक्युरिटीको सन्दर्भमा, किन भन्दा हामीसँग 1990 सालदेखिको चाहिँ एसईको डेटाहरू हामीसँग छ, लेजरहरू हामीसँग छ। यिनीहरूलाई सबैलाई सिक्योर गर्ने कुराहरू 2047 सालदेखिको कक्षा 12को 11-12को डेटाहरू छ, यसलाई सिक्योर गर्ने कुराहरू, जस्तै हाम्रो भर्खरै कुनै यस्तै खालको अवस्था आयो भने त्यसलाई कसरी चाहिँ सेभ गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू, आन्दोलनका अवस्थाले कसरी सेभ गर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ हामीसँग केही त्यस्तो खालको चुनौतीहरू देख्छौँ। अनि हाम्रो प्लान चाहिँ अब सफ्टवेयर हार्डवेयर नेटवर्क इम्प्रुभमेन्ट गर्ने हाम्रो यो अन्डर प्लान हो। डिजिटाइजेसन अफ स्टुडेन्ट रेकर्ड सबै 1990देखिको कक्षा 9 कक्षा 10 र 12को त्यो डेटा रिजल्ट डिजिटाइज गर्ने कुराहरू हाम्रो चाहिँ प्लानमा छ। र यो सेन्ट्रल डेटा सिस्टम चाहिँ सबै हाम्रो प्रोभिन्स कार्यालयहरू समय पुर्याएर अनि सानो इरोरको लागि पनि यहाँ नआउनु परोस्, त्यो चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ कम्तीमा डेटा डिजिटाइज गरेपछि त्यो भिपिएन मार्फत नै हामीले त्यो प्रिभिलेज चाहिँ प्रदेश र शाखा कार्यालय दिन सक्यो भने सानो इरोर पनि त्यहीँबाट चाहिँ मिनिमाइज हुन सकोस्, त्यहीँबाट गर्न सक्नुहोस् भनेर हामी यो प्लानमा छौँ। र हाम्रो इन्टरनल नेटवर्किङ विदिन सिस्टम छ, किनभने चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ एसी र कक्षा 12को डेटा नै तलमाथि भइरहेको देख्छ। त्यसले अनि अस्ति कुरा पनि भएको छ, त्यसैले यो चाहिँ हाम्रो यो प्लानमा छ, हामी कसरी एकअर्कामा चाहिँ इन्टरलिङ्क गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ हाम्रो प्लानमा छ। र हाम्रो अनलाइन सर्भिस यो सर्टिफिकेट भेरिफिकेसनको लागि धेरै लाइन हामीसँग बस्नेहरूले कसरी अनलाइन सर्भिस दिन सकिन्छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा यहाँलाई अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। र केही क्वेरी छ भने म चाहिँ एक्सेप्ट गर्छु। धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु।
थ्याङ्क यू डिरेक्टर जनरल युवराज सर एन्ड सुभाष शिवागटी सर फर your detailed and comprehensive presentation. I think of course there are some queries to the supplementary of your presentation. But now it's 1:07. So being late for lunch, I request to enjoy the lunch. Before this, I would like to request a co-focal Shivaniji. Would you like to add something before the lunch as yesterday or nothing? Or just enjoy your lunch? Yes, we will sharp begin 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
After the lunch break, let's resume the session. So for this, before the discussion regarding the previous two presentation, we will discuss together with the ERO presentation. Yes, these three presentation related to each other. So please take a note if you have any queries or concern to be clarified. So let's welcome our Director General Jairam Adhikari sir from ERO and his entire team regarding to the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair, co-chair, all the representatives from development partners, all the participants, good afternoon, namaskar. We have three presentations. Education Review Office. We have presentations related to early learning and development standards, school readiness. Basically, study about students' readiness, those who are studying at grade 1, national assessment of reading and numeracy, related to reading related to Nepali language and numeracy related to mathematics. Grade 3, this is the draft report. We are sharing draft report and finalizing it. NASA grade 10 2023 summary was already published before a year in our annual report. Now it is in the press to publish. We have some publications and we can visit all those documents in our websites. Regarding to these presentations, we shifted our study methodology and ELDS. We used ANCOF method to determine the proficiency level. About 5% students strongly need support system to catch up their progress, and about 45% students need moderate level of support. Regarding to proficiency related to reading is slightly increased and numeracy is increased by 13-14 point. The criteria related to that comprehension would that 45 minute word per second fluency and about 80% of comprehensions related to that benchmark, that progress we will share. Although it is a draft report. Regarding to grade 10 NASA, that English and math science related achievement are more that increased than the Nepali and mathematics. In regarding to mathematics, due to anchor items, we did not compare that score with the previous study. I just want to clarify some that limitations related to student assessment. This is the national level student assessment system. In globally there are international assessment system like PISA or TIMSS or PULSE. Regarding to UNESCO, there is a separate provision for assessment that the World Bank is now initiating in Nepal. that in the name of AMPLE, Assessment for Minimum Proficiency Level, to report to SDG 4.1. Regarding to our assessment framework, we have aligned our all the studies on global study framework like PISA, TIMSS and GPF, Global Proficiency Framework, although it is not fully aligned, and we generally follow the national system of curriculum. That's why our study is more based on national curriculum, and it has a certain purpose related to that policy lessons, policy feedback. That's why it more serves to the system and less to the students. Generally, it is different tasks from our public assessment system, public examination system, or classroom-based assessment. It is generally this assessment focus on whether the system is capable to deliver all the competencies in students or not. That is the primary purpose of this study. So our colleagues will share. First of all, we will share about ELDS, then NAN and NASA. I request my colleagues to present our research. Yeah.
Thank you, Gigi sir. At first, I am going to present ELDS report. Namaste to all. सबैमा नमस्कार. म चाहिँ विशेष गरी ELDS प्रारम्भिक बाल विकासमा पढ्ने विद्यार्थीहरू कक्षा 1 को लागि कतिको तयारी भएर आउनु भएको रहेछ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा शैक्षिक गुणस्तर परीक्षण केन्द्र एजुकेसन रिभ्यू अफिस ERO ले 2017 बाट सुरु गरेको यो स्कुल रेडनेस असेसमेन्ट यो टेस्ट हो र यो चाहिँ 5th राउन्ड असेसमेन्ट. अहिलेसम्म ERO ले 5 वटा चाहिँ असेसमेन्ट सम्पन्न गरेको छ. त्यो मध्ये यो 5औं हो र यो 2023 मा चाहिँ यो असेसमेन्ट गरिएको थियो र यसमा विशेष गरी यो असेसमेन्ट 7 प्रोभिन्स लाई कभर गरिएको थियो र 280 वटा स्कुल 29 जिल्ला र 3978 विद्यार्थीमा टेस्ट भएको थियो. विशेष गरी यसमा दुई खालको क्वेसन सोधिएको थियो. एउटा ECG सेन्टरसँग सम्बन्धित ब्याकग्राउन्ड क्वेसनयर 68 क्वेसन सोधिएको थियो र त्यसै गरी स्कुल रेडनेस टेस्ट फर स्टुडेन्टको लागि 21 मेजर आइटम्स मेजर टास्क र त्यो अन्तर्गत 36 सब टास्क सोधिएको थियो र कट अफ स्कोर चाहिँ फाइन्ड आउट गर्नको लागि एङ्गअप मेथड प्रयोग गरिएको थियो र यसको मेनली यसको दुईटा चाहिँ अब्जेक्टिभ थियो. टु फाइन्ड द चिल्ड्रन्स डेभलपमेन्टल एन्ड लर्निङ स्ट्याटस एट ग्रेड 1 इन रेफरेन्स टु ELDS एउटा पहिलो थियो. दोस्रो चाहिँ टु एक्जामिन द रिलेसनसिप बिट्विन क्यारेक्टरिस्टिक्स अफ ECD प्रोग्राम्स एन्ड चिल्ड्रन्स डेभलपमेन्ट एन्ड लर्निङ स्ट्याटस यो दुईटा मेन थियो र
युवराज सर जस्ट वेट.
ओके. र यो चाहिँ विशेष गरी यो असेसमेन्ट टेस्ट चाहिँ ECD करिकुलम 2020 सँग सम्बन्धित पनि छ. यसमा यो करिकुलममा ECD करिकुलममा 6 कम्पिटेन्सीहरू छ र बेसिकल्ली 2 टाइप्स अफ स्किल चाहिँ यसमा समावेश छन्। बेसिक स्किलको लागि 6वटा यसमा चाहिँ स्किलहरू छ भने सब्जेक्ट स्पेसिफिकको लागि 5वटा स्किलहरू यसमा रहेका छन्। र बेसिकल्ली यो स्कुल रेडनेस टेस्ट गर्नको लागि यो नेसनल मिनिमम स्ट्यान्डर्ड अफ इसिटी सेन्टर 2010 अपडेटेड 2018 चाहिँ अनुसार टेस्ट गरिएको थियो। यसमा 2टा करिकुलम गोल छ र 4वटा अब्जेक्टिभ छ। र यो चाहिँ हाम्रो कट अफ स्कोर यो एङ्गअप मेथडबाट कट अफ स्कोर कम्पोजिट फर्ममा र डोमेन वाइज रूपमा डिटरमाइन गरिएको थियो। र त्यसमा 0 to 30 बिलो 34 स्ट्रगलिङ र 34 to बिलो 74%लाई प्रोग्रेसिङ र त्यसपछि 74 र त्योभन्दा माथिकोलाई अन ट्र्याक भनेर त्यसरी क्याटेगोराइज गरिएको थियो। र विशेष गरी यसमा स्ट्रगलिङको कन्डिसनमा विद्यार्थीहरू स्टुडेन्टहरू चाहिँ त्यो ELDS स्ट्यान्डर्डभन्दा फार बिलो भएको र रिक्वायरिङ सिग्निफिकेन्ट सपोर्ट चाहिँ चाहिने भनेर त्यसरी स्ट्रगलिङ चिल्ड्रेनलाई डिफाइन गरिएको छ। प्रोग्रेसिङको हकमा स्लाइटली फल बिलो द स्ट्यान्डर्ड्स बट क्यान प्रोग्रेस विथ सम सपोर्ट, यो चाहिँ प्रोग्रेसिङ क्याटेगोरीका स्टुडेन्टको लागि थियो भने अन ट्र्याक भनेको विशेष गरी डेभलपमेन्टली रेडी फर ग्रेड 1 को रूपमा त्यसरी डिफाइन गरिएको थियो। मेनली यसको चाहिँ मुख्य प्राप्ति भने मेजर फाइन्डिङ भनेको यसको चाहिँ अन ट्र्याकमा भएका विद्यार्थीहरू 49.11% भए र प्रोग्रेसिङमा चाहिँ 45.33%हरू के अरे पर्सेन्टेज रहेको छ भने स्ट्रगलिङ अवस्थामा भएका विद्यार्थीहरू 5.56। स्ट्रगलिङलाई मैले अगाडि नै भनिसकेँ, यो चाहिँ फलिङ फार बिलो द ELDS स्ट्यान्डर्ड बट रिक्वायरिङ सिग्निफिकेन्ट सपोर्टको रूपमा चाहिँ यसलाई डिफाइन गरेको त्यो खालको विद्यार्थीलाई। प्रोग्रेसिङ भनेको चाहिँ स्लाइटली बिलो बट क्यान प्रोग्रेस विथ सम सपोर्ट र अन ट्र्याकमा भने डेभलपमेन्टली मिन्स त्यहाँ चाहिँ फिजिकलको हिसाबले फिजिकल ल्याङ्ग्वेजको हिसाबले र अर्को चाहिँ कग्निटिभको हिसाबले र अर्को सोसियो इमोसनल हिसाबले रेडी भएको अवस्था चाहिँ अन ट्र्याक। यसमा चाहिँ डोमेन वाइज विशेष गरी 4वटा डोमेनमा चाहिँ स्टुडेन्टको रेडिनेस कस्तो छ भनेर हेरिएको थियो। एउटा फिजिकल, कग्निटिभ, ल्याङ्ग्वेज र सोसियो इमोसनल। यसरी 4वटा हेर्दाखेरि सबैभन्दा अन ट्र्याकमा भएका विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ फिजिकलमा देखिए भने सबैभन्दा लेस अन ट्र्याकमा भएको विद्यार्थी स्टुडेन्टहरू चाहिँ सोसियो इमोसनलमा रहेको देखिएको छ। र यसमा मदर टङको हिसाबले हेर्दा नेपाली those students who had spoken in Nepali are more on track than other languages भनेर यसमा देखिएको छ। र यसमा प्रोभिन्स वाइज रेडिनेस कस्तो छ त विद्यार्थीको भनेर हेर्दा सबैभन्दा अन ट्र्याकमा भएको विद्यार्थीहरू गण्डकी प्रोभिन्स र त्यसो सबैभन्दा लेस अन ट्र्याकमा रहेको विद्यार्थी सुदूरपश्चिममा रहेको देखियो। त्यसै गरी यसमा लर्निङ एरियाज चाहिँ छ कि छैन भन्ने पनि सोधिएको थियो ब्याकग्राउन्ड क्वेसनहरूमा। यसमा 6 लर्निङ एरियाज हुनुपर्छ भनेर ELDSले भनेको छ। त्यो अन्तर्गत चाहिँ छ कि छैन भन्ने हिसाबले क्वेसन सोद्धाखेरि 87.3% ले चाहिँ छ भन्नुभएको छ, लर्निङ एरियाज 6वटा छ भन्नुभएको छ र 12.7% इसिटी सेन्टरले छैन भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ देखिएको छ। र यसमा 6वटा लर्निङ एरियाज मैले अगाडि नै मेन्सन गरेँ। ल्याङ्ग्वेज एउटा, म्याथमेटिक्स, क्रिएटिभ, साइन्स, रोल प्ले र कन्स्ट्रक्सन 6वटा यसमा लर्निङ एरियाहरू रहेका थिए र त्यो अन्तर्गत प्रत्येक लर्निङ एरियाजमा चाहिँ यो चाहिँ यस एन्ड सफिसियन्ट, यस बट इन्सफिसियन्ट अनि नो भनेर यसरी डिभाइड गरिएको थियो। ल्याङ्ग्वेजको कुरा गर्दाखेरि 39.4%मा चाहिँ यस एन्ड सफिसियन्ट भन्ने आएको थियो र त्यसै गरी 29%मा चाहिँ यस बट इन्सफिसियन्ट भन्ने आएको थियो भने त्यसै गरी 31.6%मा चाहिँ छैन भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ गरिएको थियो। अर्को एउटा यसमा महत्त्वपूर्ण क्रिटिकल इस्यु चाहिँ यसमा के देखिएको छ भने यसमा जुन कम्युनिटी स्कुल र इन्स्टिट्युसन स्कुल दुवैले चाहिँ बढी प्रायोरिटी दिएको चाहिँ होमवर्कलाई बढी मेन फोकस गरेको, त्यसमा पनि रिडिङ, राइटिङ र त्यसमा चाहिँ रोड मेमोराइजिङ, त्यो लेटरको वर्ड्सको नम्बरमा चाहिँ बढी फोकस गरेको देखिन्छ। र त्यसमा विशेष गरी करिकुलम बेस्ड लर्निङ हुनुपर्ने, ELDS बेस्ड लर्निङ हुनुपर्ने भन्ने कुरा थियो। र त्यसमा कतिको प्रयोग गर्नुहुन्छ, करिकुलम ECT करिकुलमलाई लर्निङमा कसरी प्रयोग गर्नुभएको छ भनेर सोद्धाखेरि 47.9% मात्रै करिकुलम युज गरेको देखियो भने ELDS प्रयोग गरेको चाहिँ 33.1ले मात्रै ELDS प्रयोग गरेको देखियो। र इन्स्टिट्युसन स्कुल र अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो कम्युनिटी स्कुलमा एभरेजमा कति टिचर हुनुहुन्छ भनेर सोद्धाखेरि इन्स्टिट्युसन स्कुलमा चाहिँ एभरेजमा 6 टिचर हुनुहुन्छ र कम्युनिटी स्कुलमा एभरेजमा 2 जना शिक्षक हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने यसमा देखिएको थियो। यसमा क्वालिफिकेसनको कुरा गर्दा ELDS 2010 अनुसारले चाहिँ ग्रेड 10 मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेसन भनेको थियो। त्यो अनुसार हेर्ने हो भने सबै मिट भएको देखिन्छ। तर चारवटै डोमेनमा स्टुडेन्ट्सको चाहिँ कतिको रेडिनेस छ भनेर हेर्दाखेरि ग्रेड 10 क्वालिफिकेसन हुने ECT टिचर भन्दा ग्रेड 12 र त्योभन्दा माथिको क्वालिफिकेसन भएका ECT टिचरले पढाएको सिकाउनु भएकोमा चारवटै डोमेनमा स्टुडेन्ट्सको लर्निङ एचिभमेन्ट चाहिँ हाई अथवा अन ट्र्याकमा देखिएको छ। त्यसै गरी यसमा फिजिकल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर र रिसोर्सेस कतिको चाहिँ एभाइलेबिलिटी छ भन्ने क्वेसन पनि सोधिएको थियो। यहाँ हेर्दा इन्स्टिट्युसनल र कम्युनिटीमा हेर्दाखेरि सबै एस्पेक्टमा चाहिँ इन्स्टिट्युसनलमा चाहिँ एभाइलेबिलिटी चाहिँ बढी रहेको छ भन्ने देखिएको छ। र त्यसै गरी टिचर ट्रेनिङको कुरा, प्री सर्भिस टिचर ट्रेनिङ लिएको र इन सर्भिस टिचर ट्रेनिङ लिएको कुरा चाहिँ कतिको लिनुभएको छ भन्ने कुरा पनि सोधिएको थियो। त्यसमा कम्युनिटी स्कुलमा चाहिँ 55.66ले चाहिँ लिनु यस हामीले लिएका छौँ भन्नुभएको थियो र त्यसै गरी 44.34%ले चाहिँ लिएको छैन भन्नुभएको थियो। त्यस्तै गरी इन्स्टिट्युसनलमा हेर्दाखेरि कम्युनिटीको भन्दा चाहिँ हामीले ट्रेनिङ लिएको छौँ भन्ने पर्सेन्टेज चाहिँ यसमा बढी देखिन्छ। त्यसै गरी इन सर्भिस ट्रेनिङको कुरा गर्दाखेरि कम्युनिटीमा स्कुलमा चाहिँ 81% ECT टिचरले चाहिँ ट्रेनिङ लिएको र 18.50 टिचरले चाहिँ ट्रेनिङ नलिएको भन्ने यसमा देखिन्छ। त्यसै गरी इन्स्टिट्युसनलमा चाहिँ 66.5 र 33.5%ले लिएको र नलिएको भन्ने यसमा देखिन्छ। सजेसनको कुरा गर्दाखेरि यसमा विशेष गरी मुख्य रिकमेन्डेसनको लागि 6-7वटा हामीले यसमा रिपोर्टमा देखिन्छ। विशेष गरी पहिले नै हामीले थाहा पायौँ कि 49.1% मात्रै अन ट्र्याकमा छन् विद्यार्थीहरू र 45% चाहिँ प्रोग्रेसिङ अवस्थामा छन् र 5.6% चाहिँ स्ट्रगलिङ अवस्थामा छन् भने त्यो प्रोग्रेसिङ अवस्थाको विद्यार्थीहरू र स्ट्रगलिङ अवस्थामा विद्यार्थीहरू पहिचान गरेर सहयोग गर्नुपर्ने देखिन्छ। त्यसै गरी हाम्रो कक्षा कोठाको लर्निङ इन्भाइरोमेन्ट सबैभन्दा महत्त्वपूर्ण हो भन्ने कुरा भएको कारणले ECT करिकुलम र ELDS मापदण्ड छ स्ट्यान्डर्ड, त्यो अनुसारको कक्षा कोठामा चाहिँ सिकाइ हुने गरी टिचरलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने यसमा देखिएको छ। त्यसै गरी अर्को चाहिँ विशेष गरी सामुदायिक विद्यालय इन्स्टिट्युसनल र कम्युनिटी दुईटै स्कुलले चाहिँ बढी होमवर्कमा बढी फोकस गरेको, रोड मेमोराइजेसनमा बढी फोकस गरेको, ह्यान्ड राइटिङ, रिडिङ, न्युमेरेसी त्यसमा चाहिँ बढी जोड दिएको कारणले करिकुलमले त त्यसो भनेको छैन, ECT करिकुलम र ELDSले त्यसो भनेको छैन। करिकुलम अनुसार र ELDS अनुसार चाहिँ सिकाइ सहजीकरण गर्नुपर्छ, लर्निङ फेसिलिटेसन इन क्लासरुममा गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने अवेरनेस प्रोग्राम सञ्चालन गर्नुपर्ने देखिन्छ। त्यसै गरी यसमा 6वटा लर्निङ एरियाजहरू तोकेको छ, त्यसमा के सामग्रीहरू आवश्यक पर्छ भन्ने कुरा पनि तोकेको छ। त अब यहाँ हेर्दाखेरि धेरै यसो चाहिँ भएकोमा पनि सफिसियन्ट छैन र केहीमा चाहिँ छँदै छैन भन्ने देखेको कारणले त्यो चाहिँ 6वटा लर्निङ एरियाजको लागि आवश्यक पर्ने स्रोत सामग्रीहरूको व्यवस्थापन गर्नुपर्ने म सुझाव यहाँ दिएको देखिन्छ भने अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो ग्रेड 10 न्यूनतम क्वालिफिकेसन भएका ECT टिचरले पढाएको भन्दा ग्रेड 12 र त्योभन्दा माथि क्वालिफिकेसन भएका टिचरले पढाएको चाहिँ विद्यार्थीको चाहिँ सबै चारवटै डोमेनमा अन ट्र्याकमा बढी देखिएको कारणले क्वालिफिकेसन चाहिँ न्यूनतम 12 चाहिँ हुनुपर्छ भन्ने देखिन्छ। यसमा मदर टङले चाहिँ सिकाइमा अत्यन्तै महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रभाव पार्ने भएको कारणले घरमा विद्यार्थीले जुन भाषामा बोल्नुहुन्छ त्यही भाषामा ECD सेन्टरमा बालबालिका सिकाउने हो भने बुझ्ने भएको विश्वव्यापी मान्यता भएको कारणले यहाँ चाहिँ त्यो पक्षलाई चाहिँ जोड दिनुपर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ यसमा छ भने अन्तमा चाहिँ विशेष गरी यो बच्चाको सिकाइमा प्यारेन्ट्स र कम्युनिटीको महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका हुन्छ त्यो सम्बन्धमा चाहिँ आवश्यक चाहिँ प्रोग्रामहरू सञ्चालन गर्नुपर्ने देखिन्छ र यो चाहिँ हाम्रो रिपोर्ट हो। यसको लिङ्क पनि छ हाम्रो वेबसाइट ERO को वेबसाइटमा रहेको छ र यसपछि नान र नासाको लागि ऋतु श्रेष्ठजीलाई म रिक्वेस्ट गर्छु।
थ्याङ्क यू सर। नमस्ते एन्ड गुड आफ्टरनुन टु अल। स्पेसल्ली मैले चाहिँ यहाँ चाहिँ नासा र नानको चाहिँ नान अथवा नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट फर रिडिङ एन्ड न्युमेरेसी जुन चाहिँ हामीले 2024मा चाहिँ कन्डक्ट गरेका थियौँ र अनि अर्को चाहिँ हाम्रो छ नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट अफ स्टुडेन्ट्स एचिभमेन्ट नासा जुन चाहिँ ग्रेड 10मा चाहिँ मा चाहिँ सञ्चालन भएको थियो र त्यस पछाडि यो चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ 2023मा चाहिँ सञ्चालन भएको थियो। त्यो दुईटाको बारेमा चाहिँ समग्रमा छलफल गर्नेछु। सुरुमा चाहिँ नान 2024को बारेमा यो चाहिँ हाम्रो इनिसियल ड्राफ्ट हो। यो ड्राफ्टिङकै रूपमा रहेको छ र इनिसियल स्टेजमा चाहिँ नानको 2024को चाहिँ फाइन्डिङ्स के रह्यो भनेर चाहिँ म यहाँ सेयरिङ गर्न गइरहेको छु। यो नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट फर रिडिङ एन्ड न्युमेरेसी भन्ने बित्तिकै यो चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ स्पेसली कक्षा 3 को विद्यार्थीको चाहिँ रिडिङ र न्युमेरेसी स्किल कस्तो रह्यो त कस्तो छ यसको अवस्था भनेर चाहिँ हेर्नको लागि चाहिँ गर्ने एसेसमेन्ट हो र त्यसैको आधारमा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ पोलिसी र अथवा सम्बन्धित स्टेक होल्डरहरूलाई चाहिँ यस्तो रह्यो अवस्था है भनेर चाहिँ फिडब्याक दिने काम चाहिँ यसैबाट गर्न सकिन्छ र स्पेसली नानमा चाहिँ कक्षा 3 कम्प्लिटर अथवा भनौँ हामीले स्पेसली कक्षा 3 का विद्यार्थी पनि भन्ने गरेका छौँ। कम्प्लिट कक्षा 3 चाहिँ पार गरेका विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ यस एसेसमेन्टमा चाहिँ सहभागी हुने गर्छन् र स्पेसली यो नानमा चाहिँ दुईवटा विषय हामीले नान भन्दै गर्दा चाहिँ रिडिङ र न्युमेरेसी भनेका छौँ। रिडिङ भन्दाखेरि रिडिङ चाहिँ नेपालीसँग रिलेटेड र त्यस पछाडि न्युमेरेसी भन्ने बित्तिकै म्याथमेटिक्ससँग चाहिँ रिलेटेड हुन्छ। यसरी दुईवटा विषय चाहिँ यसले कभर गर्छ र यो एउटा पनि एउटा चाहिँ स्याम्पल बेस एसेसमेन्ट हो र स्पेसली हामीले चाहिँ रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ स्कुल अथवा विद्यार्थीहरूलाई चाहिँ एसेसमेन्ट गर्ने गर्छौँ, एसेसमेन्ट सञ्चालन गर्छौँ र ओभरअल यसको फाइन्डिङ्सलाई चाहिँ टार्गेट पपुलेसनमा चाहिँ जर्नलाइज गर्ने काम चाहिँ यसमा गर्छौँ। स्पेसली एउटा नान भन्ने बित्तिकै चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ 3 इयर्स साइकल चाहिँ लिने गरेको छ। थोरै म नान 2024को चाहिँ फेचरको बारेमा चाहिँ अलिकति चर्चा गर्न चाहेँ। स्पेसली अगाडि पनि मैले भनिसकेँ हामीले नानमा चाहिँ दुईवटा विषयहरू चाहिँ लगाएका थियौँ। एउटा रिडिङ जुन चाहिँ नेपाली र न्युमेरेसी भन्ने बित्तिकै म्याथमेटिक्ससँग रिलेटेड थियो र दुईटै विषयको चाहिँ हामीले टु सेट अफ क्वेसन्सहरू चाहिँ बनाएको थियौँ। दुईवटा चाहिँ सेट क्वेसनहरू चाहिँ प्रत्येक विषयको चाहिँ हामीले बनाएका थियौँ र एउटा बुकलेटमा चाहिँ दुईवटै विषयका आइटमहरूलाई चाहिँ एउटै सिङ्गल बुकलेटमा चाहिँ हामीले राखेका थियौँ र यसरी हेर्दा हामीले नानमा चाहिँ दुईवटा बुकलेटहरू चाहिँ परीक्षणमा लग्यौँ र एउटा विद्यालयमा जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ एउटा बुकलेट चाहिँ एउटा विद्यालयमा जाने तरिकाबाट चाहिँ हामीले परीक्षणमा लगेका थियौँ र हामीले ग्रुप एसेसमेन्ट र अन टु अन एसेसमेन्ट दुई किसिमका एसेसमेन्टहरू चाहिँ यसमा चाहिँ प्रयोग गऱ्यौँ। ग्रुप एसेसमेन्ट भन्ने बित्तिकै हामीले चाहिँ मल्टिपल स्टुडेन्ट्सहरू चाहिँ एउटा सेम टाइममा चाहिँ समावेश हुने खालको चाहिँ एसेसमेन्ट भन्ने बुझिन्छ र अन टु अन एसेसमेन्ट भन्ने बित्तिकै हाम्रो चाहिँ सिङ्गल इन्युमेरेटर र यो सिङ्गल विद्यार्थी बिचको चाहिँ एसेसमेन्ट भनेर हामीले बुझ्छौँ र स्पेसली 15जना विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ एउटा विद्यालयबाट ऱ्यान्डमली सिलेक्ट गरिएका थिए र 15जना विद्यार्थीमध्ये चाहिँ 5जना विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ हामीले अन टु अन एसेसमेन्टमा चाहिँ सिलेक्ट गरेका थियौँ। सुरुमा चाहिँ हाम्रो ग्रुप एसेसमेन्ट चाहिँ सञ्चालन भयो र ग्रुप एसेसमेन्टको कम्प्लिसन पछाडि चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ अन टु अन एसेसमेन्ट चाहिँ सञ्चालन गरेका थियौँ र 7531जना विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ यस एसेसमेन्टमा चाहिँ पार्टिसिपेन्ट भएका थिए र हाम्रो कम्युनिटी स्कुल चाहिँ 579वटा कम्युनिटी स्कुलहरू चाहिँ 33 जिल्लाबाट चाहिँ सहभागी भएका थिए। थोरै मेजर इस्युको बारेमा म छलफल गर्न चाहेँ। सुरुमा चाहिँ स्टुडेन्ट एचिभमेन्ट स्कोरको बारेमा छलफल गर्न चाहन्छु। लेफ्ट साइडमा देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ त्यो फिगरले चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ स्टुडेन्ट एचिभमेन्ट स्कोर चाहिँ रिडिङमा कस्तो रह्यो भनेर देखाएको छ। यसरी हेर्दा नानको यो 2024को चाहिँ एभरेज स्कोर चाहिँ 44.9% रहेको देखाएको छ भने यदि हामीले प्रिभियस साइकलसँग कम्पेयर गर्ने हो भने चाहिँ थोरै इन्क्रिमेन्ट चाहिँ भएको छ कि भनेर यसले चाहिँ देखाउँछ। 1.4% 4 पोइन्ट चाहिँ इन्क्रिमेन्ट यसमा देख्न सकिन्छ। त्यस्तै गरी यो स्टुडेन्ट्स यतापट्टिको राइट साइडको फिगरलाई हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ स्टुडेन्ट्स एचिभमेन्ट स्कोर चाहिँ न्युमेरेसीमा भनेर देखाएको छ। यसमा चाहिँ जस्तो नान 2024मा न्युमेरेसीको एभरेज एचिभमेन्ट स्कोर चाहिँ 50.16% भनेर देखाएको छ भने र यदि हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ प्रिभियस साइकलसँग कम्पेयर गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ सिग्निफिकेन्ट इन्क्रिजमेन्ट नै देखिएको चाहिँ छ। त्यस्तै गरी रिडिङ सब टास्कको आधारमा हेर्ने हो भने स्पेसली वर्ड आइडेन्टिफिकेसन, त्यस पछाडि भोकाबुलरी र रिडिङ कम्प्रिहेन्सनमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखिएको छ भने यो पिक्चर डिस्क्रिप्सन र डिक्टेसनमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ लो देखिएको अवस्था छ। त्यस्तै गरी यो न्युमेरेसी सब टास्क वाइज न्युमेरेसीको हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ आइडेन्टिफिकेसन अफ करेन्सी र रिडिङ सिम्पल ग्राफमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखिएको छ र स्पेसली फ्र्याक्सन अझै पार्टिकुलरली भन्ने हो भने क्लक रिडिङमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ लो रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ। प्रोभिन्स वाइज रूपमा स्टुडेन्ट्स एचिभमेन्ट हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ गण्डकी, कोशी र बागमतीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखेको छ अरू प्रोभिन्सको तुलनामा र मधेस र कर्णालीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ अलिकति कमजोर रहेको चाहिँ पाइएको छ। त्यस्तै गरी न्युमेरेसीमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ गण्डकी, कोशी र मधेसको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ नेसनल एभरेज भन्दा पनि राम्रो देखिएको छ भने बाँकी प्रोभिन्सहरूको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्सहरू चाहिँ एभरेज लेभलभन्दा कम छ। यसमा पनि कर्णालीको चाहिँ अझै कमजोर रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ। जेन्डर वाइज रूपमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ गर्ल्सको चाहिँ रिडिङमा चाहिँ गर्ल्सको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ बोइजको तुलनामा चाहिँ बेटर रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ। त्यस्तै गरी न्युमेरेसीमा हेर्ने हो भनेपछि चाहिँ बोइजको तुलनामा चाहिँ गर्ल्सको तुलनामा चाहिँ बोइजको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ। त्यस्तै सब टास्क वाइज न्युमेरेसीमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ सबै टास्कहरूमा चाहिँ बोइजको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ स्लाइटली राम्रो देखिएको छ गर्ल्सको भन्दा चाहिँ। इथनिसिटीलाई हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ ग्रुप फ्रम द पहाडीको चाहिँ अन्य ग्रुपको भन्दा चाहिँ राम्रो पर्फर्म रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ। त्यस्तै गरी न्युमेरेसीमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ इथनिक ग्रुप तराई र पहाडको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ हिमालीको भन्दा चाहिँ राम्रो देखेको छ न्युमेरेसीमा चाहिँ। थोरै ग्रेड लेभल रिडिङ प्रोफिसिएन्सीलाई चाहिँ सेयरिङ गर्न चाहेँ। यसरी हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो 2024को रिजल्टले चाहिँ र त्यस पछाडि हाम्रो 2020को रिजल्टलाई चाहिँ कम्पेयर गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ रिडिङ प्रोफिसिएन्सी मिट नगर्ने विद्यार्थी चाहिँ अलिकति डिक्रिज भएको चाहिँ देखेको छ भने यतापट्टि मिनिमम रिडिङ प्रोफिसिएन्सी चाहिँ मिट गर्ने विद्यार्थीको पर्सेन्टेज चाहिँ केही चाहिँ बढेको देखेको छ। लेभल अफ रिडर हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ नो रिडरमा चाहिँ 20को तुलनामा 24मा चाहिँ डिक्रिज भएको देखिन्छ भने इनिसियल रिडरमा चाहिँ बढेको देखिन्छ। त्यस्तै गरी इमर्जेन्ट रिडरमा पनि केही स्लाइडली चाहिँ बढेको देखिएको छ र फ्लुएन्ट रिडरमा चाहिँ केही घटेको देखिएको अवस्था चाहिँ छ। यहाँसम्म चाहिँ मैले नानको चाहिँ इनिसियल फाइन्डिङ्सको बारेमा सेयरिङ गरेँ। अब थोरै नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट अफ स्टुडेन्ट्स एचिभमेन्ट नासा 2023को बारेमा चाहिँ छलफल गर्न चाहन्छु। नासा भन्ने बित्तिकै हाम्रो लार्ज स्केल एसेसमेन्ट यो चाहिँ हाम्रो विद्यार्थीको चाहिँ एक्जिस्टिङ अवस्था के छ त पर्फर्मेन्स भनेर चाहिँ स्पेसली कक्षा 5, 8 र 10लाई फोकस गरेर चाहिँ सञ्चालन हुने एसेसमेन्ट हो र यसले चाहिँ 4वटा विषयहरू नेपाली, इङ्ग्लिस, म्याथमेटिक्स र साइन्स 4वटा विषयहरूलाई चाहिँ समावेश गर्ने गर्दछ र यो पनि स्याम्पल बेसको कुराहरू अगाडि आयो। मैले नानमा भनेको जस्तै यसमा पनि रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभ स्कुल र विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ एसेसमेन्टमा सहभागी हुन्छन् र हामीले पछि जनलाइज गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ टार्गेट पपुलेसनको रूपमा चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ जनलाइज गर्छौँ। यो नासाको साइकल 3 वर्ष साइकल भने अगाडि मैले नानमा, त्यस्तै गरी नासा पनि यो 3 वर्ष साइकल हो र यसमा प्रत्येक वर्षमा के गरिन्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ यो फिगरबाट देखिन्छ। मैले यसलाई स्किप गर्न चाहेँ। स्याम्पल सिलेक्सनको कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो 9550 मल्टिस्टेज स्याम्पल लिङ्क मेथडको चाहिँ हामीले प्रयोग गरेका थियौँ र 9585वटा स्कुलहरू चाहिँ हाम्रो स्याम्पल फ्रेममा रहेका थिए र त्यसमध्येबाट हामीले सुरुमा चाहिँ 7वटा प्रदेशलाई चाहिँ स्टार्टअपको रूपमा चाहिँ लियौँ र त्यस पछाडि 1800 विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ पिपिएस अर्थात् प्रोपोर्सनल टु स्याम्पल साइज स्याम्पलिङ भएको माध्यमबाट हामीले चाहिँ 1800 विद्यालयहरू चाहिँ छान्यौँ र त्यस पछाडि 43,219 विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ सिम्पल ऱ्यान्डम स्याम्पलिङको मार्फतबाट चाहिँ छानेका थियौँ र यसरी हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो नासा ग्रेड 10 2023मा चाहिँ 23,219 जना विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ सहभागी भएका थिए। स्पेसली हामीले नासा 2023मा चाहिँ 4वटा विषयहरू चाहिँ परीक्षणमा लगेका थियौँ र त्यो एउटा विषयमा चाहिँ हामीले प्रत्येक विषयको चाहिँ 3वटा सेट आइटमहरू चाहिँ विकास भएका थिए र एउटा विषयमा चाहिँ एउटा स्कुलमा चाहिँ एउटा विषय चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ परीक्षणमा लगेका थियौँ र एउटा स्कुलबाट चाहिँ म्याक्सिमम 25 जना विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ छनौट भएका थिए। यो टेबललाई हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी के देख्छौँ भने प्रोभिन्स वाइज रूपमा हामीले चाहिँ सबै विषयलाई चाहिँ समेटिङ गरेर चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ स्टार्टअप भनेको कुरा चाहिँ योबाट चाहिँ थाहा हुन्छ। अब थोरै फाइन्डिङ्स को बारेमा छलफल गर्न चाहेँ। सुरुमा चाहिँ ओभरअल हाम्रो विद्यार्थीको प्रोफिसियन्सी स्टुडेन्ट्स रिजल्ट चाहिँ इन प्रोफिसियन्सी लेभलमा चाहिँ कस्तो छ भनेर छलफल गर्न चाहन्छु। नासामा चाहिँ हामीले कक्षा 10मा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीलाई चाहिँ 6वटा प्रोफिसियन्सी लेभलमा चाहिँ क्लासिफाइड गरेका थियौँ। बिलो बेसिक, प्रोफिसियन्ट 1, प्रोफिसियन्ट 2, प्रोफिसियन्ट 3 र एडभान्स गरेर 4वटा प्रोफिसियन्सी लेभलमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूलाई चाहिँ वर्गीकरण गरेका थियौँ र यदि विद्यार्थी चाहिँ प्रोफिसियन्ट लेभल 1मा अथवा त्योभन्दा बिलो उसको पर्फर्मेन्स रह्यो भने चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ एभरेजभन्दा तल रहेको भनेर बुझ्यौँ र यसले चाहिँ विद्यार्थीले चाहिँ मिनिमम एक्सपेक्टेड गोल चाहिँ करिकुलमको चाहिँ पुरा गर्न नसकेको भनेर डिफाइन गर्यो र यदि विद्यार्थी चाहिँ प्रोफिसियन्ट लेभलभन्दा चाहिँ माथि छ भने चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ एभरेजभन्दा माथि रहेको विद्यार्थी भनेर डिफाइन गऱ्यौँ र यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ विद्यार्थीले चाहिँ गोल चाहिँ एचिभ गरेको भनेर चाहिँ व्याख्या गऱ्यौँ। यसरी हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ एराउन्ड 40% विद्यार्थी जुन चाहिँ म्याथमेटिक्समा चाहिँ गोल्स एचिभ गरेको देखिन्छ र त्यस्तै गरी नेपालीमा चाहिँ एराउन्ड 46% रहेको छ भने र साइन्समा 50% विद्यार्थीले चाहिँ करिकुलमको गोल्स एचिभ गरेको र 50%ले चाहिँ नगरेको भन्ने देखिन्छ र त्यस्तै गरी इङ्ग्लिसमा चाहिँ विद्यार्थीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखिन्छ अरू विषयको तुलनामा। एराउन्ड 70% विद्यार्थीले चाहिँ एक्सपेक्टेड गोल चाहिँ पुरा गरेको भन्ने देखिन्छ इङ्ग्लिसमा। यो चित्रमा यो फिगरमा चाहिँ हाम्रो एभरेज स्केल स्कोर चाहिँ कस्तो रह्यो भनेर देख्न सकिन्छ र प्रत्येक विषयमा चाहिँ फरक फरक रकाल दिएको छ। यसरी हेर्दा यदि हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ अघिल्लो नासासँग कम्पेयर गर्ने हो भने चाहिँ अघिल्लो नासा भन्नाले जुन चाहिँ हामीले कक्षा 10को 2019मा चाहिँ कन्डक्ट गरेका थियौँ त्योसँग कम्पेयर गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ इङ्ग्लिसमा चाहिँ मेजरेबल इम्प्रुभमेन्ट रहेको देखिन्छ, नेपालीमा नो रिमार्केबल चेन्ज भन्न सकिन्छ र त्यस्तै गरी साइन्समा चाहिँ केही प्रोग्रेस देखिन्छ भने हामीले म्याथमेटिक्सलाई चाहिँ कम्पेयर गर्न सकेनौँ किनकि क्यालिब्रेट आइटमहरू चाहिँ अलिक कम भएको कारणले गर्दा त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले कम्पेयर गर्न सकेका थिएनौँ। त्यस्तै गरी प्रोभिन्स वाइज रिजल्ट हेर्ने हो भने म्याथमेटिक्समा चाहिँ बागमतीको चाहिँ अन्य प्रोभिन्सको तुलनामा चाहिँ राम्रो रहेको देखेको छ। त्यस्तै गरी गण्डकी र मधेसको पनि पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रै देखेको छ भने अन्य प्रोभिन्सहरू स्पेसली कर्णाली र सुदूरपश्चिम को पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ कमजोर रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ म्याथमेटिक्समा। त्यस्तै गरी नेपालीमा हेर्ने हो भनेपछि चाहिँ बागमती यसमा पनि बागमतीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखेको छ। त्यस्तै गरी गण्डकी र लुम्बिनी र कोशी प्रोभिन्सको पनि पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखेको छ र कर्णाली र मधेसको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ एकदमै कमजोर रहेको चाहिँ देखेको छ यो नेपालीमा। त्यस्तै गरी इङ्ग्लिस प्रोभिन्स वाइज रूपमा चाहिँ इङ्ग्लिसको रिजल्ट हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यसमा पनि चाहिँ बागमतीको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो देखेको छ अन्य प्रोभिन्सको तुलनामा। गण्डकी, कोशी र लुम्बिनीको पनि राम्रो देखेको छ भने यसमा पनि कर्णाली र सुदूरपश्चिम चाहिँ को पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ कमजोर रहेको देखिएको छ। त्यस्तै गरी साइन्समा हेर्दाखेरि पनि बागमतीले नै राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स गरेको देखेको छ र गण्डकीको पर्फर्मेन्स पनि राम्रो देखेको छ र बाँकी प्रोभिन्सहरूको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ एभरेज लेभलभन्दा चाहिँ नेसनल एभरेजभन्दा चाहिँ कम रहेको देखिन्छ। त्यसमा पनि कर्णालीको चाहिँ एकदमै कमजोर रहेको चाहिँ देखेको छ अन्य प्रोभिन्सको तुलनामा। स्कुल टाइपको आधारमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ कम्युनिटी स्कुलको भन्दा प्राइभेट स्कुलको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ राम्रो रहेको चाहिँ देख्न सकिन्छ। त्यस्तै गरी जेन्डर वाइज रूपमा चाहिँ कम्पेयर गर्ने हो भने नेपालीमा चाहिँ गर्ल्सको पर्फर्मेन्स स्लाइटली बोइजको भन्दा राम्रो रहेको देखिन्छ र अन्य विषयमा चाहिँ बोइजको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ गर्ल्सको भन्दा चाहिँ राम्रो रहेको चाहिँ देखिएको छ। थोरै रिकमेन्डेसनको पार्टलाई मैले छलफल गर्न चाहेँ। अगाडि स्लाइडहरूमा छलफल भइसकेको छ, मैले छलफल गरेको थिएँ। जस्तो प्रोभिन्स वाइज रूपमा चाहिँ केही प्रोभिन्सहरूको चाहिँ स्पेसल्ली कर्णाली र सुदूरपश्चिमको चाहिँ पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ कमजोर देखेको थियो अन्य प्रोभिन्सको तुलनामा समग्र सबै विषयमा। यसरी हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ लो पर्फर्मिङ प्रोभिन्सहरूको लागि चाहिँ केही स्पेसिफिक एक्सन प्लानहरू बनाउन चाहिँ आवश्यक रहेको कुरा चाहिँ गर्नुपर्ने देखिएको छ। र त्यस्तै गरी यो लोकल कम्युनिटिज अर्बन विद्यार्थीहरूको भन्दा रुरल क्षेत्रबाट आएका विद्यार्थीहरूको पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ कमजोर रहेको देखाएको छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ लोकल कम्युनिटीहरूको इन्गेजमेन्ट बढाउने अथवा अवेरनेस प्रोग्रामहरू मार्फत चाहिँ पेरेन्टल इन्भल्भमेन्टहरूलाई चाहिँ इन्करेज गर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा देखिन्छ। त्यस्तै गरी हामीले सबै विषयमा हेर्दाखेरि स्पेसली नेपालीमा अलिकति फरक देख्यो, तर हामीले जेन्डर डिस्प्यारिटी चाहिँ देखेका थियौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ जस्तो जेन्डर सेन्सिटिभ टिचिङ प्रोग्रामहरू चाहिँ इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्न चाहिँ आवश्यक देखिन्छ। त्यस्तै गरी विद्यार्थीहरूको चाहिँ एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिभिटिजमा पार्टिसिपेसन, त्यस्तै लेजर टाइमको युटिलाइजेसनका कुराहरू भए र रेगुलर फिडब्याक इन्हान्स गर्ने र इफेक्टिभ क्लासरुम म्यानेजमेन्टहरू गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ विद्यार्थीको सिकाइ चाहिँ राम्रो हुने हुँदा यसलाई चाहिँ इन्हान्स गर्न आवश्यक देखिएको छ। र त्यस्तै गरी कन्टिन्युस प्रोफेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट पनि मानि फोकस गर्नुपर्ने कुरा चाहिँ सजेस्ट गरिएको छ। यति चाहिँ मैले यहाँसम्मको कुराहरू सेयर गरेँ। बाँकी हजुरहरूको केही कमेन्टहरू भए र थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you, Director General from ERO and your entire team for a detailed and comprehensive presentation. Yes, of course, regarding this presentation and the presentation before our lunch break that led by our Director General CDC. So the floor is open. If you have any concerns or supplementary, but don't forget to be specific rather than history telling.
थ्याङ्क यू सर। मैले चाहिँ हाम्रो सिडिसीको प्रेजेन्टेसनमा अलिकति रिफर गरेर मैले गर्न खोजेँ। सरले इन्ट्रेस्टिङ फिगर्सहरू जुन अचिभमेन्ट्सहरू पनि छ, एउटा चाहिँ जस्तै प्रिन्ट रेडी कपिजको कुरामा सरले एउटा पोइन्टमा चाहिँ प्रिन्ट रेडी कपिजहरू आर अभाइलेबल अन सिडिसी वेबसाइट भन्ने जुन कुरा छ नि, त्यसको पर्सपेक्टिभमा अन टु नो द स्कोप हामीले के पर्सपेक्टिभमा चाहिँ प्रिन्ट रेडी कपिज राखेका छौँ भन्ने, किनभने नर्मली हाम्रो कपिराइटमा हुन्छ टेक्स्ट बुक्स। सो डज दिस मिन द्याट now all these learning material, the textbooks are now open access ma, open license ma aera. So is it right to understand that now the textbooks are free to print, redistribute को लागि हो कि के पर्सपेक्टिभमा चाहिँ हामीले पिआरसीलाई चाहिँ सिडिसी हामीले वेबसाइटमा अभाइलेबल गरेका छौँ भन्ने। थ्याङ्क यू।
Nevin sir?
No, thank you so much. I will definitely try to be specific. So on the ELDS presentation, I think it was very good. It was a well-designed, nationally representative sample. I think what wasn't shown in that presentation was that showed a 7% increase in the proportion of children who were developmentally on track over a period of 1 year from the previous assessment. So that just shows some really great gains being made because of the strategies being implemented. by the government. I know that there have been some discussions about this, but for those 5% who are struggling and even those who are progressing category, there are effective kind of accelerated learning strategies for the first 3 months of grade 1 that can be targeted to helping those children get on track. But you do need to have then formative assessment tools for grade 1 teachers to help that. And I know that Deepu is following up on this and will continue to follow up on this as well from our side with CHRD. On the NASA and NARN, my question there would have been if you had, so that was an interesting, I'm a bit confused by some of the data in that presentation. So in most of the slides you showed for grade 3, I think it was, children having improved reading outcomes at expected proficiency levels is how one would read that data. And then similarly for numeracy, a 13% increase. But then all of a sudden you have a subsequent slide that says only 90% of children are not meeting expected minimum proficiency levels. Those don't speak to each other. That data is contradicting. So which is it? Are 37% of children, whatever the figure was, reading, or is it 90% not meeting minimum proficiency levels? Now, the reason I also ask this is because with the National Statistics Office, we're just in the process of finalizing and validating the mixed survey data, multiple indicator cluster survey data, and a couple of the indicators that are looked at there is grade 3 reading. And that data shows that the reading proficiency levels have stayed constant, increased marginally at grade 3 compared to 2019. So the mixed data with NSO does not correlate with this minimum proficiency level, and it's also internally inconsistent. So if you could explain that, that would be good, but it seems to me there's a bit of a disconnect there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
धन्यवाद सर अवसरको लागि। यो म सोझै विषयवस्तुमा प्रवेश गरेँ। संयोगले कस्तो परेछ भने पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रको डिजीको काम गरेर आउनुभएको, पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रमा काम गरे हरि सर पनि यतै हुनुभएको हुनाले त्यताको मर्म थाहा भएको, युवराज सर पनि यतै हुनुहुन्छ। त्यस सिलसिलामा मैले एक दुईवटा कुरा राखेँ। सायद जनार्दन सर यता डिजी हुँदाखेरिको कुरा होला जस्तो लाग्छ, उता हरिबोल सर चाहिँ उताको इडी हुनुहुन्थ्यो। त्यतिखेर 1 महिनाको सघन करिकुलमको ट्रेनिङ चलेको थियो। त्योभन्दा यता चाहिँ त्यो करिकुलमसँग सम्बन्धित जो करिकुलम डिजाइनर हुन्छन्, टेक्स्ट बुक राइटरहरू हुन्छन्, तिनीहरूको लागि सघन किसिमको ट्रेनिङ चलेको देखिँदैन। त्यो करिब 5-6 महिना लगाएर त्यो म्यानुअल तयार भएको थियो। त्यतिखेरको ट्रेनिङ डिजाइन भएको थियो। यो शिक्षा अलिकति जोगिने भनेको कम्तीमा करिकुलम एसेसमेन्ट असाध्यै महत्त्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रहरू हुन्। त्यस अर्थमा ती एरियामा स्पेसलाइज्ड गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था हुन्छ। अनि अर्जुन भण्डारी सर हुँदाखेरि ल हुन्छ डिजाइन गरौँ भन्ने कुरा भएपछि त्यो सुरुवात भएको थियो। त्यो ट्रेनिङ पछि मान्छेहरूमा निकै निखार आएको थियो। करिकुलम डिजाइन गर्न, टेक्स्ट बुक राइटिङ गर्न त्यो एकदम निखार आएको अवस्था थियो। कम्तीमा मोहन सर पनि यतै हुनुहुन्छ। कम्तीमा यो जेआरएम भनेको खालि गत वर्षको समीक्षा मात्रै होइन कि आउने वर्षको लागि हामी डिजाइन पनि गर्छौँ नि प्रोग्राम। डिपिजको तर्फबाट फन्डिङ कमिटमेन्टको कुरा पनि होला। यहाँ त डिएलआई इत्यादि भयो हुनाले अलरेडी कमिटेड पनि छ। त्यो कस्तो किसिमको विगतको अनुभवको आधारमा चेन्ज कसरी गर्ने भन्ने कुरा हो। एक्सेसभन्दा क्वालिटीमा जाने बेला भएको छ। त्यसो हुनाले कम्तीमा सिडिसीमा काम गर्ने विशेषज्ञहरूलाई पनि त्यो करिकुलम डिजाइन कसरी गर्ने, टेक्स्ट बुक राइटअप कसरी गर्ने, त्यो टेक्स्ट बुक लेख्ने मान्छे पनि अब काठमाडौँभित्र बाहेक बाहिर चाहिँ हुँदैनन्। एकजना संयोगले यतै हुन्छ साइन्सको टिचर, उहाँहरू भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो भ्याली बाहिरका मान्छेले त्यो टेक्स्ट बुक करिकुलम कसरी डिजाइन हुन्छ, टेक्स्ट बुक कसरी लेखिन्छ भन्ने थाहै नहुने हामीलाई भन्ने गुनासो भन्छ। असाध्यै राम्रो ढङ्गले हामीले पर्फर्म गरेका छौँ। त्यसमा इन्क्लुड गर्न हामी कहिले समावेशै नहुने, नेपाल भनेको काठमाडौँ मात्रै हो त भनेर एकदम कडा किसिमको सुझाव राखेको देखिन्छ। त्यसो हुनाले यो बिचमा भर्चुअल हिसाबले जान सक्ने र असाध्यै राम्रा टिचरहरूलाई इनरोल गर्न सक्ने किसिमको एउटा विधि सोचौँ र त्यहाँ जानुभन्दा अगाडि करिकुलम र टेक्स्ट बुकसँग जोडिने कुरा हो भने सर्टिफाइड गरौँ। कम्ती 1 महिना ट्रेनिङ लिएको मान्छे हो भने त्यहाँ इन्भल्भ हुन सक्ने भनेर चाहिँ गरौँ, स्पेसलाइजेसनमा मद्दत पुग्ला 1 नम्बर। दोस्रो, अहिलेसम्म ओरिएन्टेसन प्रपर ढङ्गले हुन सकेन। जेनेरिक किसिमको करिकुलमको ओरिएन्टेसन भयो, निकै लामो समयदेखि बहस हुँदै आएको विषय छ। नयाँ करिकुलम बन्छ, टेक्स्ट बुक बन्छ, अनि अङ्ग्रेजी विज्ञान गणितका 2-3 जना मान्छे जिल्लाबाट पठाउनु पर्यो भनिन्छ, जेनेरिक किसिमको चाहिँ ओरिएन्टेसन हुन्छ। त्यो विषयगत हिसाबले मर्मै बुझ्न सक्ने किसिमको अवस्था रहेन। त्यसो हुनाले अघि एउटा सरले प्रेजेन्ट गर्नुभएको छ, कम्तीमा हामीले त्यो अडियो भिजुअल किसिमका सामग्री बनाएर राख्ने गरेका छौँ भन्नुभएको छ। सायद त्यसलाई सबै विषयसँग सम्बन्धित नयाँ विषय बन्यो भने त्यसको मर्मसँग जोडिएरै जानुपर्ने किसिमको अवस्था होला। दोस्रो, तेस्रो, ट्रेनिङ र स्कुल लेभलको करिकुलमको बिचको लिङ्केज के त? मैले मेरो स्टडीको सिलसिलामा गरी 200वटा जति साप्ताहिक रुटिनहरूको फोटो खिचेर ल्याएँ होइन। त्यतै जाँदाखेरि अहिले के छ भने साप्ताहिक कार्यतालिकाभित्र धेरै फरक छ। कसैको 30 मिनट, कसैको 35 मिनट, कसैको कति त राखेर देखिन्छ भने लर्निङ आवरसँग जोडिएको कुरा पनि स्कुलमा डेलिभरी नभएको अवस्था छ भने त्यसलाई एसुरेन्स कसरी गर्ने? त्यो क्वालिटी एजुकेसनसँग अलिकति जोडिएर जाने कुरामा अलिक सोचौँ। अनि अब फन्डिङको हिसाबमा के गर्न सकिने होला भने ठ्याक्कै टाई अफ गरिदिउँ। जस्तो हामीले धेरैचोटि एक्सन प्लान बनायौँ, इआरओले प्रस्तुत गरेका कुरालाई पनि। अझ यो जिपिईको सिस्टम क्यापासिटी ग्रान्टमा पनि के भनिएको थियो भने डिजाइनै गर्दा कुनै पालिका कमजोर छन्, हामी यसरी चेन्ज गर्छौँ भन्ने किसिमको कुरो गर्छन्, राम्रो छन् अझ राम्रो गर्छौँ भन्छन् भने प्रपोजल बेस्ड ढङ्गले फन्डिङ किन नगर्ने भन्ने कुरा त ओरिजिनल डकुमेन्टमा पनि राखिएको थियो। त्यसो हुनाले कतै न कतै यो अरू सपोर्टिभ कुराहरू त हाम्रा अनगिन्ती छन्। त्यो ठ्याक्कै स्टुडेन्टलाई लाभ हुने क्वालिटीसँग जोडिने किसिमका कुरा छन् भने केही इन्टरभेन्सनको कुरा चाहिँ सोचौँ। धन्यवाद।
थ्याङ्क यू जया सर। एन्ड देन माया म्याडम।
मैले है हस्, नमस्कार, म दिपु साक्य युनिसेफबाट। आज चाहिँ मैले नेपालीमा राखेँ, अस्ति अङ्ग्रेजीमा राखेको थिएँ अलि सहज रूपमा। अनि बिहानदेखिकै प्रस्तुतिहरूसँग जोडेर अलिकति कन्स्ट्रक्टिभ रूपमा राख्न चाहेँ मैले। एकदमै राम्रो प्रस्तुतिहरू भएको छ हाम्रो स्थानीय तहबाट, त्यसपछि हाम्रो प्रदेश सरकार, स्थानीय सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार, त्यसपछि हाम्रो अहिले लाइन एजेन्सी केन्द्रीय हिसाबको लाइन एजेन्सीबाट पनि भएको छ र धेरै उपलब्धिहरू भएका छन्। त्यो चाहिँ एकदमै ओभरअल तिनै तहको सरकारले यो सङ्घीयतामा धेरै काम गरेको छ, धेरै लगानी भएको छ, जसबाट चाहिँ हामीले कङ्क्रिट रिजल्टहरू हासिल चाहिँ गरिरहेका छौँ। सो त्यसको लागि सबैलाई धेरै धेरै बधाई छ। तर सँगसँगै हामीले चाहिँ एज रिजल्ट पनि हेर्दै जाँदाखेरि हाम्रो बालबालिकाको भौतिक पूर्वाधारको हिसाबले हो पक्कै पनि राम्रा विद्यालयहरू, मोडेल विद्यालयहरू पनि छन्। अघि सरले 1-2 सरहरूले पनि राखिसक्नुभयो। तर चुनौतीको रूपमा अझै पनि धेरै ठाउँमा मिनिमम इनेबलिङ कन्डिसन, प्रायोरिटाइज मिनिमम इनेबलिङ कन्डिसन 5वटा कुरा पनि नपुगेको अवस्था छ। त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि त्यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी हामीले चाहिँ आक्रामक रूपमा चाहिँ एड्रेस गर्दै जाने हो, अहिले त तिनै तहको सरकार छ, त्यसलाई चाहिँ कसरी स्ट्रेन्थन गर्न जाने हो भन्ने चाहिँ पहिलो प्रश्न हो। भनेदेखि चाहिँ अब प्रारम्भिक बाल शिक्षाको हकमा भन्नुपर्दाखेरि यहाँ एकदमै राम्रो कुराहरू आइसकेको छ, धेरै काम पनि हुँदैछ, रिजल्टहरू हेर्दाखेरि अचिभमेन्टहरू पनि देखिएको छ। र एउटा कुरा चाहिँ अब नेभेनले पनि भनिसक्नुभयो, हामीले अलिकति इन्टेन्स रूपमा काम गऱ्यौँ भनेदेखि 8% को रिजल्ट त हामीले हासिल गरेका छौँ नि नेसनल्ली, त्यो चाहिँ देखिएको छ। र मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो लागिरहेछ भन्दाखेरि जस्तै अघि सर जय सरले पनि भन्नुभयो, पाठ्यक्रम हामीले एकदम राम्रो बनाएको छौँ पक्कै पनि। अब त्यो अलिकति सुधार त धेरै ठाउँमा हुन्छ, तर मेरो विचारमा पाठ्यक्रम एकदम राम्रो बनाएको छ। इसिडीको पाठ्यक्रम पनि राम्रो बनाएको छ, कक्षा 1 देखि 3 को इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलम पनि राम्रै बनाएको छ, तर त्यसको इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा चुनौती छ। अहिले हामीले डेटाबाटै हेऱ्यौँ भनेदेखि चाहिँ अहिले इसिडीमा 54% बालबालिका संस्थागत विद्यालयमा छन्। उहाँहरू 30 महिनादेखि संस्थागत विद्यालयमा जोइन भइराख्नु भएको छ। अहिले हामीले अन्डर एजको पपुलेसन हेऱ्यौँ भनेदेखि अन्डर एजको पपुलेसन एकदमै हाई छ इसिडीमा। भनेपछि हामीले 4 वर्षको करिकुलम लागू गरिरहेछौँ, मतलब कि 4 वर्षको बालबालिकाको लागि करिकुलम लागू गरिरहेछौँ। तर इसिडीको हामीले सामुदायिक विद्यालयमा उहाँ हाम्रो सहजकर्ता भनिरहेछौँ होइन, एउटा चाहिँ शिक्षक पनि भनेका छन्, एउटा सबभन्दा न्यून तलबमा चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ स्याहारकर्ता आया पनि बनाछौँ र शिक्षक पनि बनाउन खोजिरहेछौँ। एज शिक्षा हामीले गर्न खोजेको के हो, यदि हामीले सामुदायिक विद्यालय बनाउने हो भनेदेखि त जगबाट इन्ट्रीबाटै बनाउनुपर्छ होला। 54% बालबालिका संस्थागत विद्यालयमा भइराख्दाखेरि चाहिँ एउटा हामीले चाहिँ त्यो स्ट्यान्डर्ड कसरी मेन्टेन गर्ने हो। 54% जुन संस्थागत विद्यालयमा भएका बालबालिकाले पनि राष्ट्रिय पाठ्यक्रमको प्रारूप अनुसार, जुन राष्ट्रिय पाठ्यक्रम त एकदमै एज अप्रोप्रिएट छ, डेभलपमेन्ट अप्रोप्रिएट छ, तर त्यो पाठ्यक्रम चाहिँ हाम्रो संस्थागत विद्यालयमा लागू भएको छैन। त्यही भएर अलिकति यो हामीले यो अहिले विद्यालय शिक्षाको गुणस्तरको कुरा गरिराख्दाखेरि हामीले निजी विद्यालयमा पनि राष्ट्रिय पाठ्यक्रम लागू हुने गरी चाहिँ कसरी गर्ने, किनभने अहिलेको अवस्था कस्तो छ भन्दाखेरि हामीले मोडल स्कुल भनेका छौँ। अब यहाँ अघि सर्टन प्रस्तुतिमा पनि आयो, अब 147 जना विद्यार्थी चाहिँ एउटै कोठामा हुनुहुन्छ भनेदेखि 4 वर्षका बालबालिका अथवा 3 वर्षका बालबालिका पनि त्यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ होला। त्यो चाहिँ कसरी म्यानेज गरेका छौँ क्या, सेक्सन खडा गरेका छौँ कि जम्मा दिएछौँ एकजना शिक्षक पनि भन्न मिल्दैन भन्नुहुन्छ फेरि। भनेपछि हामीले इन्ट्री पोइन्टदेखि जगदेखि नै त्यो बनाएको छैनौँ भनेदेखि हामीले त्यो माथिल्लो तहमा कसरी क्वालिटी एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सक्छौँ। र जुन अहिले साना विद्यालय मर्ज गर्ने कुराहरू आइरहेछ, अब त्यहाँ पक्कै पनि पपुलेसनको इस्युजहरू छ, तर सँगसँगै चाहिँ त्यो बालबालिकाहरू कहाँ गइरहेछन्, उहाँहरू संस्थागतमा सायद सामुदायिकमा जाने 4 वर्ष 48 महिना पछि होला, उहाँहरूलाई त 30 महिनादेखि नै यता संस्थागत विद्यालयमा लग्नुहुन्छ होला सायद। किन त भन्दाखेरि नेपालमा हाम्रो बाल स्याहारको व्यवस्था छैन, हाम्रो प्रे स्कुलमा बाल स्याहारको डिमान्ड गरिएको छ। भनेपछि त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले कसरी स्ट्राटेजिकली डिल गर्ने हो। अलिकति हामीले चाहिँ यो राष्ट्रिय प्रारम्भिक बाल विकास रणनीतिमा चाहिँ के भनिएको छ भन्दाखेरि यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति हाम्रो महिला बालबालिकासँग पनि छलफल गरौँ, सङ्घीय मामलासँग पनि छलफल गरौँ। हामीले चाहिँ बाल स्याहार केन्द्रका विभिन्न मोडलहरू बनाउनु पर्छ कि त्यो चाहिँ अलिकति हामीले यो इसिडीमा चाहिँ त्यो कुरालाई डिल नगरिकन अलिकति अगाडि बढाउनु गाह्रो हुन्छ। त्यही भएर यो जुन एकदमै राम्रो हाम्रो उपलब्धिहरू हुँदैछ त्यसलाई चाहिँ अलिकति वास्तविक रूपमा इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा कसरी लग्ने हो, त्यसमा हाम्रो तिनै तहको सरकार यहाँ भइराख्दाखेरि अलिक गहन छलफल चाहिँ त्यो विषयमा पनि गर्न पाइयो भनेदेखि एकदम राम्रो हुन्थ्यो होला। हाम्रो साथ त पक्कै पनि सँगसँगै छँदैछ। हस्, धन्यवाद।
मैले पनि छोटो राखेँ, टु द पोइन्ट। अगाडि भनेको साथीहरूको कुरालाई पनि समर्थन गर्दै पहिलो क्वेसन चाहिँ हाम्रो सिटिसीको डिजी सर युवराज सरलाई, हजुरले अब यो इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलम पनि रिभिजन हुँदैछ होइन भन्नुभएको छ, यसको रिभिजनको टाइमलाइन खास डिफिकल्ट क्वेसन त होइन, टाइमलाइन चाहिँ के छ। अनि अर्को चाहिँ अब सिम्प्लिफाइड फर्मेटिभ असेसमेन्ट्स टुल्सहरू पनि डेभलप हुने क्रममा छ भन्ने खालको प्रस्तुति आयो होइन। यो डेभलप भइसकेको हो कि द्याट क्यान बी इम्प्लिमेन्टेड एन्ड वी क्यान सपोर्ट इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन, यसको पनि अपडेट पायो भने त्यो दुईवटा हजुरलाई सजिलो क्वेसन टाइमलाइनको हिसाबले। अनि हाम्रो एनइबीको सरलाई चाहिँ जुन हाम्रो स्ट्यान्डर्डाइज टेस्ट आइटम्स लोकल गभर्मेन्टहरूले युज गर्छन् भन्नुभएको छ नि तपाईँले, अब 60% जति लोकलले युज गर्न सुरु गरिसके भनेर। अब हाम्रो रिमेनिङ 40% त्यो ग्याप चाहिँ कसरी भर्ने त, त्यसमा प्लानिङ छ कि छैन होइन नेक्स्ट इयरको बजेटको लागि। जय सरले भने जस्तै यो चाहिँ लास्ट इयरको के भन्छ उपलब्धिको यो मात्रै होइन, असेसमेन्ट मात्रै होइन कि अब फरवर्ड लुकिङ पनि कसरी हुने। हामीले 60% त अचिभ गऱ्यौँ भनेपछि 40% अझै बाँकी रहेछ, त्यसको लागि हामीले कसरी प्लानिङ गर्ने त, त्यसमा पनि केही सोच राख्नु भएको छ कि छैन। नेक्स्ट इयरको बजेटको लागि कसरी प्लानिङ गर्नुभएको छ, अलिकति 100% पुऱ्याउने टाइमलाइन के हो हाम्रो होइन, त्यो पनि अलिकति आयो भने। थर्ड कुरा चाहिँ हाम्रो इआरओ सरलाई, जयराम सरलाई, हाम्रो हजुरहरूले प्रस्तुतिमा रिडिङको चाहिँ मिनिमम प्रोफिसियन्सी देखियो होइन, तर न्युमेरेसीको चाहिँ छुट्या हो कि हामीले बेन्चमार्कै बनाएको छैनौँ, त्यो पनि एकचोटि आइदियो भने। किनभने नार्नको हामीले 2020देखि सुरु गरेको यो सेकेन्ड राउन्ड हो होइन, नार्नकै बेसिसमा हामीले फाउन्डेसन लर्निङको बेसलाइन बनाएर बोथ रिडिङ र न्युमेरेसीमा बेसलाइन बनाएर हामीले त्यसलाई नै त्यसको प्रगति ट्र्याक गर्दै जान्छौँ थ्रु द एसएसपी पिरियड एन्ड बियोन्ड भनेका छौँ होइन। 5औँ वर्षमा अब नेक्स्ट इयर हुने नार्नमा त हामीले डिएलआई पनि यो पनि डिएलआई हो, नेक्स्ट इयरको पनि नार्नमा पनि डिएलआई छ र त्यसमा चाहिँ इम्प्रुभमेन्ट देख्नुपर्छ है, बोथ न्युमेरेसी र लिट्रेसीमा एटलिस्ट 3 percentage point एकदमै के भन्छ हामीले धेरै ओभर यो पनि राखेको छैन, ओभर टार्गेट पनि राखेको छैनौँ। 3% इम्प्रुभमेन्ट बोथ न्युमेरेसी र रिडिङमा भनेका छौँ। रिडिङको त बेसलाइन आयो, न्युमेरेसीको पनि बेसलाइन यही नार्नबाट आउनुपर्छ होइन सर, त्यसको पनि अलिकति केही अपडेट छ भने। एउटा चाहिँ हामीले बेन्चमार्कै राखेको छैन न्युमेरेसीको लागि र छैन भने कसरी राख्ने कहिलेसम्म आउँछ त्यो डेटा भन्ने हिसाबले, किनभने यसलाई हामीले बेसलाइनले मान्नुपर्छ नेक्स्ट इयरको लागि हामीले इम्प्रुभमेन्ट हेर्न खोज्ने हो भने। अर्को चाहिँ नारायणको स्याम्पलिङ गर्दाखेरि हामीले कम्युनिटी स्कुल मात्रै छाने हो, त्यसमा प्राइभेट स्कुल पर्छ कि पर्दैन सर? पर्दैन। त्यो चाहिँ किनभने हामीले नासा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ बोथ पब्लिक एन्ड प्राइभेट स्कुल लिन्छौँ होइन, कम्युनिटी स्कुल र त्यो चाहिँ इन्टेन्सनली छुट्याएको हो कि त्यो स्याम्पलिङ फ्रेम किन डिफ्रेन्ट भयो त? यो सबै लार्ज स्केल असेसमेन्ट्स हो। हाम्रो इसिडीमा पनि हामीले प्राइभेट इसिडी सेन्टर छाने छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई होइन। सो त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ हामीले नारायणमा चाहिँ किन छुट्याएको त्यो जिज्ञासा। थ्याङ्क यू।
थ्याङ्क यू मायाजी। शङ्कर सर
सर धन्यवाद। यसमा चाहिँ थोरै अब मेरो क्वेसन त छैन होइन, मेरो चाहिँ कमेन्ट के छ भने अब हिजो हामीले स्टाटस रिपोर्ट प्रेजेन्ट गर्दाखेरि पनि हजुरको इनपुट वाइज इन्डिकेटरहरूमा एकदम राम्रो भनेर हामी हेरिरहेछौँ होइन। म पनि मन्त्रालयमा बसेको लगभग 3 वर्ष हुन लागिसक्यो। यो जेआरएम बिआरएममा हरेक पटक यही लर्निङ आउटकम्सका विषयमा छलफल हुन्छ, अनि कम भयो भनिन्छ, अनि त्यसको सोल्युसन अब यताउता कमेन्ट गर्यो, यता गऱ्यो उता गऱ्यो, नेक्स्ट इयर प्लानिङ गरौँला यस्तै भन्यो, यसलाई अलाइन गरौँला भन्यो, तर कहिले पनि सुधार देखिएन होइन। अब टिचर वाइज हेर्नुहुन्छ भने स्थायी टिचर भर्ना भएको छन् प्रतिस्पर्धाबाट होइन, त्यो टिचर वाइज पनि त्यो राम्रो हुनुपर्ने देखिन्छ। अब हामी इन्टरनेट एक्सेसका हिसाबले पनि स्कुलहरू एकदम राम्रो हुँदै गएको देखिन्छ डेटामा, त्यो पनि छ। इलेक्ट्रिसिटीको एक्सेस पनि राम्रै पुगेको छ भनेपछि सबै राम्रो इनपुट देखिरहेछ, तर लर्निङ आउटकम सुध्रेको छैन। देखियो नि त धेरै सुधार भएको छैन। इन्कन्सिस्टेन्सी अनि के भन्ने कुरामा त अहिले एआरओको सरहरूले रेस्पोन्ड गरिहाल्नुहुन्छ। अब यो चाहिँ के गर्नुपर्ने जस्तो लाग्यो भने अब एआरओलाई अर्को एउटा काम पनि थप्नु के पर्ला जस्तो लाग्यो भने हामीले वार्षिक कार्यक्रमहरू चाहिँ डिजाइन गरिसकेपछि एआरओलाई अडिट गर्न लाउने, वेदर दे आर एज पर द रिकमेन्डेसन्स अफ द असेसमेन्ट रिपोर्ट्स आर नट होइन। और हामी जो मान्छे जहाँ जहाँ बसिरहेछौँ प्रस्ताव गर्दाखेरि अब त्यही रिकमेन्डेसन्समा के भनेको छ त्यही गर्ने। अलि फन गरे जस्तो त हुन्छ, तर टिभी हेर्ने विद्यार्थीको पर्फर्मेन्स राम्रो छ भने बरु टिभी किन्नतिर लाग्ने हो कि त होइन। अब कहाँनेरि छ त प्रब्लम? त्यो रिकमेन्डेसन्सहरूलाई चाहिँ समातेर हामीले कार्यक्रम प्रस्ताव गर्नु पर्यो होइन। अब शाखा इन्गेजमेन्ट हुने एउटा कुरा भयो, अर्को कुरा त्यो भयो। अब हामीले सिडिसीलाई के रिकमेन्डेसन छ त्यो अनुसारको हाम्रो वार्षिक कार्यक्रममा आउनुपर्ने देखियो क्या। नभए त नेक्स्ट जिआरएममा पनि हामी यसै गरी लर्निङ आउटकम्स कम भयो कता के भयो भनेर सधैँ छलफल मात्रै गरिरहनु भयो। सिएचआरडीको कार्यक्रम पनि त्यसै गरी आउनु पऱ्यो। अब मन्त्रालयबाट राख्ने कार्यक्रमहरू पनि त्यसरी पोलिसी गाइडलाइन गर्ने गरी के छ त्यहाँ त्यही अनुसार रिकमेन्डेसन्समा गर्नु पऱ्यो। अनि अर्को चाहिँ यहाँ एउटा सङ्घ संस्थाको समन्वय गर्ने काम पनि प्लानिङको हुन्छ कि, त्यो मिटिङहरू म कहिलेकाहीँ आउँछु। यो एनजिओ आइएनजिओको कार्यक्रमहरू हेर्दाखेरि त्यो पनि अलाइनमेन्ट छैन है। फेरि एट द सेम टाइम प्रब्लम गभर्मेन्टमा मात्रै छैन है, एनजिओ आइएनजिओको पनि देखाएको छौँ हामीले, त्यो पनि अलाइनमेन्ट गर्नु पऱ्यो। अब उहाँहरूले यस्ता कार्यक्रम प्रस्ताव गरेर ल्याउनु पऱ्यो जो चाहिँ तपाईँको हाम्रो असेसमेन्टको रिकमेन्डेसन्स फलो भए हुनु पऱ्यो क्या। नभए त अब किर्तिपुरमा हामी दिवा खाजामा टपअप गर्छौँ भन्दै आउनुहुन्छ, अब त्यसलाई एक्सेप्ट गर्ने कि होइन यहाँ चाहिँदैन भन्ने कि होइन। मतलब त्यसको समस्या त कर्णालीमा रहेछ त, समस्या त मधेसमा रहेछ त, समस्या त सुदूरपश्चिममा रहेछ त, अहिले देखियो त त्यहाँ। मतलब समस्या भएर न त्यहाँ लर्निङ आउटकम कम भयो। अब तपाईँको सधैँ यसै गरी अब कम भएर भनेर बस्नुभन्दा पनि डिपिजहरूले पनि टेक्निकल असिस्टेन्स गर्ने प्रोग्रामहरू छन् नि, तिनलाई पनि त्यो रिकमेन्डेसन्समा अलाइन गरौँ। हाम्रा कार्यक्रम हामी छँदैछौँ, हामी पनि टुडे अनवर्ड्स त्यतातिर अलाइन गर्छौँ होइन। अनि एनजिओ आइएनजिओका कार्यक्रमहरू पनि त्यतातिर अलाइन गऱ्यो भने चाहिँ नेक्स्ट टाइम हामी बस्दाखेरि अलि बढी सुधार भएर रहेछ कि भनेर देख्न सकिन्छ कि जस्तो लागिरहेछ। थ्याङ्क यू, धन्यवाद।
रमेश सर।
I would also use the translation facility in line with what Shankar sir has said. म अब यो क्यापेसिटीको कुरो हामीले गरेको धेरै भयो होइन। हामी फेडरल ट्रान्जिसनमा गइसके पछाडि अब हिजो अस्ति हामीले एमटिआरमा पनि रिगरसली डिस्कसन गऱ्यो कि एउटा रोबस्ट क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ प्लान चाहिँ हामीसित हुन आवश्यक देखिन्छ। यो क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ फर द टिचर्स एज वेल एज फर द एजुकेसन अफिसियल्स एट अल 3 लेभल्स अफ द गभर्मेन्ट। अब हामीले जतिसुकै यहाँ स्ट्यान्डर्ड बनाए पनि करिकुलम बनाए पनि डकुमेन्ट हाम्रा छन्, पोलिसी फ्रेमवर्क वी अलरेडी ह्याभ, वी आर भेरी रिच इन टर्म्स अफ पोलिसी फ्रेमवर्क एन्ड द रिक्वायर्ड डकुमेन्ट्स प्रोसिजर्स त्यो बच्चाहरूको फर्मेटिभ असेसमेन्टको पनि सिडिसीबाट चाहिँ गाइडलाइनहरू अझ सिम्प्लिफाइड हामी डकुमेन्टलाई मात्र इन्क्रिज गरेर भएन कि त्यसको इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा हाम्रो जोड पुग्नु पर्यो। म लामो समय ट्रेनिङ सेन्टरमा बसेँ र टिचर कम्युनिटीसँग म एकदमै क्लोजली काम गर्दाखेरि मेरो एउटा इन्साइटले के भनिरहेछ भने अन्टिल एन्ड अनलेस वी चेन्ज द क्लासरुम, म सुर्खेत बसेँ, म जाजरकोटहरू हिँडेँ, त्यहाँ गर्दाखेरि विद्यार्थी चाहिँ तपाईँको लड्यो भने शैक्षिक सामग्रीमै पर्छ, भुइँमा पर्दैन, तर पनि बच्चाले पढ्न सक्दैन। अघि अहिले नासा नानको रिपोर्टमा पनि 90% विद्यार्थीहरू चाहिँ मिनिमम लर्निङ चाहिँ प्रोफिसियन्सी रिडिङमा छैन भनेपछि त यो त सिचुएसन त हामीले एकदमै इट इज नट द्याट मच सेटिस्फ्याक्ट्री, वी हेभ टु थिङ्क इन अ वे। त्यसै कारणले गर्दाखेरि क्यापेसिटी बिल्डिङ चाहिँ एकदमै ग्याप भइरहेको देखिन्छ। अस्ति एमटिआरमा पनि हामीले धेरै छलफल गऱ्यौँ। त्यसै कारणले गर्दा यो ग्यापलाई हामीले कसरी एड्रेस गर्ने भन्ने विषयलाई पनि हामीले अलिकति रिगरस डिस्कसन आवश्यक पर्छ भन्ने जस्तो लाग्छ। अहिले टिचर ट्रेनिङको कुरा गर्दाखेरि ट्रेनिङ 7वटा प्रोभिन्सियल ट्रेनिङ सेन्टरमा आएर लिमिटेड भएको छ। त्यत्रो नेटवर्क हाम्रो डिस्कनेक्ट भयो। हामीले टिचर प्रोफेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्कमा विभिन्न अल्टरनेटिभ 10वटा चाहिँ त्यहाँ अल्टरनेटिभ मतलब मोडालिटिजहरू राखिएको छ। मेन्टरिङ केही पाइलोटिङको रूपमा अगाडि बढेको छ, तर पनि त्यो ग्याप छ कि हामीले सिम्पल इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलमलाई राम्रोसँग बुझाउन सकेका छैनौँ भने हामी क्लासरुममा चेन्ज कसरी एक्सपेक्टेसन गर्छौँ। त्यसै कारणले गर्दा अघि हाम्रो इडिसियूबाट आउने सुदीप सरले पनि इडिसियूको हामीले जुन अहिले पर्फर्म गरिरहेको रोललाई हामीले रेकग्नाइज गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने जस्तो लाग्छ हैन। अब तपाईँको शिक्षक सेवा आयोगदेखि लिएर इआरओको अन्य एनइबीसँग सम्बन्धित कामहरू लगायत चाहिँ एक प्रकारले टेक्निकल एउटा हबको रूपमा, कोअर्डिनेसनको हबको रूपमा, रिपोर्टिङको हबको रूपमा यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले रिस्ट्रक्चर गर्ने डिजाइनमा पनि जान सकिने हो। अथवा यो टिचर ट्रेनिङलाई र अन्य 3 लेभल अफ जुन गभर्मेन्टको एजुकेसन सेक्टरको एजुकेसनल पर्सनल्सहरूको चाहिँ क्यापेसिटी बिल्डअपलाई हामीले जोड दिएनौँ भने हामीले जतिसुकै राम्रो पोलिसी बनाए पनि यसको रिजल्ट चाहिँ आउँदैन। र यो इयर बाई इयर स्टडी रिपोर्टहरूमा पनि एकदमै नोमिनल इन्क्रिमेन्ट देखिन्छ जुन प्रोग्रेसमा। सो द्याट इज द फिगर द्याट इज स्ट्राइकिङ अस भेरी भेरी सिरियसली। आई थिङ्क वी सुड अल्सो need to think about that. Thank you.
Naveen sir?
Just a brief follow-up. So thank you. I mean, I think it would be good that we do have, as has been suggested, a follow-up, in-depth, focused technical discussion on this. And so, I know that with ERO, the World Bank, and UNICEF have been collaborating on a few things. We have resources available also from our regional offices, and we have been proposing to have a dedicated capacity assessment needs, if you will, of how to strengthen the assessment system so that they're more consistent and more reliable as well, and identify what needs there are to help move that forward. But I think what would be useful is starting that off by looking at some of the different data we have available as well. So the data you presented earlier, some of which is good and shows some gains and some inconsistencies as well, to unpack that and also compare that with the mixed survey data that is coming out with the National Statistics Office very shortly, that UNICEF has done nationally as well, which paints a more positive picture, but does show this concern about potential stagnation in terms of learning outcomes. And also potential lagging effects at grade 8 in terms of the impacts of COVID and some learning losses that still haven't been covered by that age cohort. But I think it would be a good follow-up discussion. And I think if we can note that in the aid memoir, because that is something we have been agreeing and I think is a priority moving forward, and we're happy to support that with the World Bank as well.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. 2-3 कुरा एउटा त हामीले पहिला एडिबीले 2014मा एसएसआरपीलाई सपोर्ट गर्दाखेरि त्यति बेला पनि यो नासाको फाइन्डिङ्सको आधारमा एउटा टिचिङ लर्निङ इम्प्रुभ गर्ने भनेर एउटा एक्सन प्लान बनाएको थियौँ हैन। अब अहिले हामीले जस्तै नासा पिरियोडिक रूपमा गरिरहेछौँ, इभन अब एससीकै रिजल्टहरू हामीले हेर्दाखेरि पनि नासाको फाइन्डिङ्स र एससीको फाइन्डिङमा खासै फरक देखिँदैन, किनभने त्यो कोर सब्जेक्टहरूमा कन्सिस्टेन्टली पुवर पर्फर्म गरिरहेछन्। सो त्यो सेन्समा अब यता एनइबीले पनि यो वर्षदेखि अलिकति यो स्ट्यान्डर्डाइजेसन युज अफ स्ट्यान्डर्डाइज टेस्ट आइटम सँगसँगै हामीले विद्यार्थीहरूले त्यो आइटम्सहरूमा कसरी पर्फर्म गरिरहेछन् त्यो पनि एनालिसिस गर्दैछौँ भन्नुभएको छ होइन। नासाले त अलरेडी गरिरहेछ, जस्तै म्याथभित्र पनि अब कुन चाहिँ डोमेनहरूमा कुन चाहिँ एरियाजहरूमा पर्फर्मेन्स चाहिँ अलिकति पुवर छ, कता चाहिँ राम्रै गरिरहेछन्, त्यो एनालिसिस त हामीले राम्रै गरिरहेछौँ। अब खालि हामी कहाँनिर चाहिँ ग्याप रह्यो भने त्यो एनालिसिसले हाम्रो करिकुलम र टेक्स्ट बुकमा फिट गर्नु पऱ्यो होइन। सो हाम्रो स्टुडेन्टहरूले म्याथको सर्टन कम्पिटेन्सी एरियाजहरूमा कन्सिस्टेन्टली पुवर पर्फर्म गरिरहेछन् भने त्यो टेक्स्ट बुक करिकुलम नै अलिकति हाई स्ट्यान्डर्डको भयो कि उनीहरूले त्यो एभरेज स्टुडेन्टलाई भन्दा त्यो करिकुलमको स्ट्यान्डर्ड चाहिँ हाई भयो कि, अथवा टेक्स्ट बुकहरू अलिकति सजिलो बनाउन सकिन्छ कि। र इभन अब टिचर्सहरूलाई पनि त हामीले त्यही अनुसार सब्जेक्ट टिचर्सहरूको प्रिपेयर गर्दाखेरि के अरे म्याथको अथवा साइन्सको यो एरियाजहरूमा चाहिँ यस्तो किसिमको रिमेडियल प्रोग्राम्स अथवा भनौँ न एडिसनल सपोर्ट एक्टिभिटीहरू हामीले आइडेन्टिफाई गर्नुपर्ने होला। र त्यसको लागि हामीले इभन त्यो सिकाइ चौतारीमा पनि त्यस्तै किसिमको सामग्रीहरू डेभलप गरौँ है, जुन चाहिँ विद्यार्थीहरूले आफ्नो पेसमा लर्न गर्नको लागि। सो लेट्स आइडेन्टिफाई एरियाज विच आर डिफिकल्ट फर स्टुडेन्ट्स, र त्यो डिफिकल्ट एरियाजहरूमा टिचरहरूलाई पनि त्यसरी ट्रेन गरौँ, करिकुलमलाई पनि त्यसरी एडाप्ट गरौँ, र यो सिकाइ चौतारीको लर्निङ कन्टेन्टहरूलाई पनि अनलाइन कन्टेन्टहरूलाई पनि त्यस्तो त्यो एरियाजहरूमा हामीले टार्गेट गरौँ जसले गर्दाखेरि विद्यार्थीहरूले विभिन्न किसिमले सिक्न सक्छन् भन्ने हो। त्यसैले अब यो एक्सन प्लान बनाउँदाखेरि यो अलिकति कोअर्डिनेसन एनइबी सिएचआरडीको टिचर ट्रेनिङ अनि सिडिसी र इआरओ होइन, यो चारवटाको अलिकति कोअर्डिनेसन बढाएर त्यतातिर जानु पर्ला। हस्, थ्याङ्क यू।
Thank you, Pramod sir. It's turn to welcome the people in the screen. Anna?
नमस्ते सबैजनालाई, म केशव भट्टराई सर र म सामर्थ प्रोजेक्टमा काम गर्छु प्लानमा। र मेरो खास दुईटा कुरा चाहिँ छ। यो सर एम आई अडिबल?
Yes sir.
ओके, दुईटा कुरा चाहिँ छ। यो खास गरी चाहिँ लर्निङको जुन चाहिँ आउटकम्सहरू छ र यो असेसमेन्टसँग सम्बन्धित कुराहरूमा यसमा चाहिँ फिल्डमा बसेर काम गर्दा दुईटा कुरा रिफ्लेक्सनमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो डिसेमिनेसनको पाटोमा अलिक बढी चाहिँ हेर्नुपर्छ होला। खास गरी चाहिँ अहिले अब यो सेकेन्डरीसम्मको स्कुल सेकेन्डरीसम्मको एजुकेसन चाहिँ यो लोकल गभर्मेन्टमा भएको र खास गरेर चाहिँ पोलिसी मेकिङमा चाहिँ बढी जस्तो अब यो पिपुल रिप्रेजेन्टेटिभहरूको चाहिँ बढी इन्फ्लुएन्स भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ रेस्पेक्टिभ पालिकाहरूको चाहिँ एजुकेसनको स्ट्याटस खास गरिकन चाहिँ लर्निङ्सको चाहिँ अवस्था कस्तो खाले कुरा चाहिँ रहेको छ भन्ने सन्दर्भमा त्यो कुरा चाहिँ एक किसिमले डिसेमिनेसन अलिक वाइडर रूपमा चाहिँ गर्न चाहिँ आवश्यक छ जस्तो देखिन्छ। अर्को, हामीले अहिले यो विभिन्न ठाउँमा पिआइबीमा पार्टिसिपेट हुँदाखेरि र यो लोकल एजुकेसन प्लानिङहरू हेर्दाखेरि पनि यो क्वालिटी एजुकेसनको जुन पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूले विशेष गरी चाहिँ असेसमेन्टसँग सम्बन्धित कुराहरू र चिल्ड्रेनको लर्निङ आउटकम सम्बन्धित कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ केही पालिकाहरूले त राम्रोसँग चाहिँ प्लानिङहरूमा चाहिँ राख्नु चाहिँ भएको छ। हामीले त्यो लर्निङ पनि चाहिँ भएको छ, तर धेरै ठाउँहरूमा चाहिँ यो कुरालाई चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि अलि राम्रोसँग चाहिँ एड्रेस गर्न सकियो त्यो एलइपीमा भनेपछि यसले पनि लोकल गभर्मेन्टलाई यो किसिमको प्लानिङहरू बनाउन र बजेटहरू गर्नलाई पनि सजिलो चाहिँ हुन्छ। त्यसले गर्दा चाहिँ यो दुईटा रिकमेन्डेसन चाहिँ छ मेरो। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
Thank you, Keshavji. Yeah. Yeah, you may go. Yeah.
No, thank you, and I wanted to come in now because it's related to the assessments, but it is more related to learning outcomes, which we find out through the assessments. No, I think we've been talking and recognizing and acknowledging that learning outcomes are slightly improving, but are still below what they should be. For me, this is the third GRM I participate in. It's the third time we acknowledge this. So I think what would be good is to look now into, rather than just acknowledging that there are insufficiencies, that there are points that need to improve even more, is that we have in the aid memoir a very concrete action. Because if we keep on saying we acknowledge, which is very good, which is the first step, but then I think the time has come to really think about now what needs to be done. I don't think that today is the time we could try to come up with a brilliant plan of what needs to be done, but maybe to give ourselves some time to say, okay, it should be before the BRM, by a certain point, maybe February, we will develop through the working groups, probably technical working groups, an action plan that identify concrete actions which might have an implication on the budget, so therefore it needs to be before BRM 26, to tackle some, if not all, of the issues related to learning outcomes. In that way, we have a concrete step forward, and it can be further discussed through the technical working groups and the thematic committees, and can endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anouk. I think it's already 3:15, so I would like to request both DG sir, if you have any remarks during the comments.
धन्यवाद सम्पूर्ण महानुभावहरूलाई। एकदम राम्रा भ्यालिड जिज्ञासाहरू उठेका छन्, त्यसले हामीलाई एउटा इन्साइट र हामीलाई चाहिँ एउटा सल्लाह सुझाव र हामीलाई एउटा मार्गदर्शन गर्ने मैले त्यसलाई ठहर गरेको छु, त्यो रूपमा लिएको छु। र यसमा रेस्पोन्स गर्ने सम्बन्धमा म हाम्रो कार्यक्रम निर्देशक नवीनजीलाई विगतमा देखि लामो समयसम्म त्यहाँ रहेर काम गरेको अनुभव र विगतमा हामीले गरेका चाहिँ विभिन्न क्षमता विकास कार्यक्रमहरू, त्यसको सञ्चालनको मोडालिटी, त्यो चाहिँ कसको लागि कति उपयुक्त थियो, कति उपयुक्त थिएन, त्यसको के थियो, त्यसको आउटपुटहरू लगायत सामान्य विश्लेषण अहिलेसम्म गर्नुभएको पनि होला। त्यसका आधारमा र भावी मार्ग दिशा के गर्दा उपयुक्त हुन्छ भन्ने बारेमा सरसर्ती एकचोटि बताइदिनु, र केही अन्त्यमा एड गर्नुपर्ने भएछ भने म त्यसलाई फाइनली ऱ्यापअप गरौँला है त। थ्याङ्क यू।
थ्याङ्क यू सर। सर्टमा भन्छु, म पनि नेपालीमै युज गर्छु, नेपाली ट्रेन्ड चलेको छ अहिले। फर्स्ट अफ अल आगत सरले जुन पिआरसीको कुरा उठाउनु भयो, त्यो पिआरसी भनेको चाहिँ फाइनल कपी हाम्रो चाहिँ एजुकेसनल पर्पजको लागि युज गर्न सकिन्छ, प्रिन्टेडको लागि होइन। कपिराइट चाहिँ सिडिसीमै रहन्छ। त्यस कारण त्यो बिजनेस पर्पजले अथवा अरू कुनै अर्गनाइजेसनले विदाउट प्रियर इन्फर्मेसन अथवा प्रियर हाम्रो अप्रुभल बिना त्यो छाप्न सक्दैन, तर एकाडेमिक पर्पज ट्रेनिङको लागि युज गर्न सकिन्छ, त्यो अभाइलेबल छ भन्न खोजिएको हो। यसको कुरा त्यो भयो। अर्को महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा क्यापेसिटी डेभलपमेन्टको कुरा उठाएको छ। ओन्ली द बियरर नोज वेयर द सु पिन्चेज भन्छ होइन। सिडिसीको कुरा जय सरले उठाउनु भयो, हरि सर र हाम्रो डिजी साहबलाई समेत रेफरेन्स राखेर महेन्द्र सरलाई पनि आगामी प्रोग्रामको लागि गर्नुभयो। त्यहाँको करिकुलम अफिसरको दुःख त्यहाँ पुगेपछि मात्रै थाहा हुन्छ। त्यहाँभन्दा बाहिर चाहिँ काइन्ड अफ फन हुन्छ, र कोही टेक्स्ट बुक राइटिङ करिकुलम डेभलपमेन्टमा इन्भल्भ हुनुभएको छ भने उहाँहरूलाई पनि थाहा हुन्छ। त्यो चाहिँ एकदम टटकारो आवश्यकता छ। हामीले चाहिँ त्यहाँको प्रडक्ट देख्छौँ। र अर्को कुरा चाहिँ शङ्कर सरले जुन उठाउनु भएको थियो, त्यो कुरा पनि महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। हामीले चाहिँ साँच्चै हाम्रै प्रोग्राममा दुवै पछि डिपिज जोइन्ट फाइनेन्सिङ पार्टनर प्लस गभर्मेन्ट उसले चाहिँ वेदर हाम्रो चाहिँ जुन प्रोग्रामहरू हाम्रो फिनान्सिङ अथवा हाम्रो लगानी चाहिँ साँच्चै सही ठाउँमा भएको छ त। हाम्रै लगानी पनि धेरै मिसम्याच देखिरहेछ। हामी चाहिँ धेरै ऊहरू चाहिँ जस्तै हामी एडभोकेसीमा कुदिरहेछौँ कि आफ्नै एजेन्डा पो बोकिरहेछौँ कि, त्यो कुरा पनि हेर्नुपर्छ। यदि रिजल्ट बेस कुनै फिनान्सिङ भएन भने जस्तो लायबिलिटी बढाउने कुराहरू पनि भइरहेछन् कि, त्यस कारण त्यसमा हुनु पऱ्यो। अर्को चाहिँ मिसम्याच, करिकुलममा धेरै डकुमेन्टहरू बनेका छन्, तर त्यो डकुमेन्टहरू चाहिँ टिचरसम्म पुग्ने जुन इम्प्लिमेन्टेड गर्नेमा नि फेसिलिटी टिचर प्रोफेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट एउटा भएको छ, तर एटेन्ड करिकुलमको त्यो इन्टेन्डेड लर्निङ आउटकम रिफ्लेक्ट भएको छैन। अभियसली त्यो देखिन्छ रिपोर्टमा, तर त्यसको चाहिँ सतै रिकमेन्डेसन भन्दाखेरि पनि यो फ्याक्टर हो भन्ने आयो भने चाहिँ काम गर्न सजिलो हुन्छ। कम भयो भने त के गर्ने त। अब लेट्स अब आइरोनिकली स्पिकिङ गरौँ न त, टेक्स्ट बुक र करिकुलमलाई ल छोडिदिउँ यसपालि होइन। त्यसलाई चाहिँ एकदमै सिम्प्लिफाई गरौँ, अथवा करिकुलम बेस्ड मात्रै पढौँ अथवा टेक्स्ट बुक मात्रै पढौँ। त्यो गऱ्यो भने अर्कोपल्ट थाहा होला नि त केही। त्यस कारण त्यो एउटै मात्रै फ्याक्टर छैन भन्न खोजेको मैले। त्यसको मल्टिपल फ्याक्टर छ, मोटिभेसनल फ्याक्टरहरू होला, अरू होला। त्यो सबै कुराको अब्जेक्टिभ एसेसमेन्ट नभइकन चाहिँ लर्निङ आउटकम जति डिएलएममा राखे पनि आउँदैन। र यो 1 डिकेड पछाडि पनि हामी यसैमा हामी छलफल गरिरहेको हुन्छौँ लर्निङ आउटकम स्ट्याग्नेन्ट भयो भनेर। त्यस कारण यसको चाहिँ अब्जेक्टिभ एनालाइसिस हुनुपर्छ। अस्तिको एमटिआर रिपोर्ट हेऱ्यौँ फर्मेटिभ एसेसमेन्टको कुरा आयो होइन। फर्मेटिभ एसेसमेन्ट पनि सिडिसीले त अहिले होइन धेरै अगाडि नै गरे हो। त्यसको टुल्सहरू पनि छ, हरेक नगरपालिकाले त्यसलाई छाप्नु भएको छ, हरेक टिचरलाई पुर्याइएको छ, तर किन त युज भएन? फेरि हामीले दुईवटा आइबिएससी र हाम्रो आफ्नै जुन रिसर्चमा पनि देखियो त्यसलाई फेरि एड्रेस गरेर हामीले चाहिँ अब यो मङ्सिर 17 गतेको परिषदमा हामी लान्छौँ र त्यसपछि त्यो इम्प्लिमेन्ट हुन्छ। माया म्याडमको चाहिँ त्यही हो टाइमलाइन होइन। अरू कुरा यथावत रहेमा मन्त्रीज्यूको टाइम 17 गते लिएछ, त्यो परिषदले एप्रुभ गर्यो भने लागु हुन्छ। अनि अर्को चाहिँ सबै कुरा करिकुलममा टेक्स्टबुकमा मात्रै रिफ्लेक्ट गर्न अलिक गाह्रो होला, किनभने धेरै एजेन्डाहरू छन्। यति एजेन्डाहरू छन् कि करिकुलम चाहिँ टु क्राउडेड भनेर सोसल स्टडी लागु भएको 2 वर्षमै हामीले फेरि कन्टेन्टलाई घटायौँ होइन। त्यस कारण करिकुलममा धेरै भएको छ। अरू कुराहरू सुनौँ, क्यापेसिटी डेभलपमेन्टका कुरा सोचौँ, इम्प्लिमेन्टिङ उसमा के अप्ठ्यारो छ त्यतातिर जोड दिउँ, ताकि त्यो रिकमेन्डेसन आयो भने सिडिसी त अलवेज रेडी। फर्मेटिभ एसेसमेन्टको रिपोर्ट आयो, आइबिएससीको रिपोर्ट अस्ति भर्खर 2 महिना अगाडि पब्लिस हुँदैछ, हामीले अलरेडी एड्रेस गरिसक्यौँ इन्टिग्रेटेड करिकुलमको सम्बन्धमा होइन रिफर्मको लागि। त्यस कारण सिडिसी इज ओपन, त्यो कुरा हो। र एकाउन्टेबिलिटी मेकानिजमलाई अलिकति क्लियर बनाउन सकियो भने लर्निङ आउटकम बढाउन सिडिसी मात्रै छ कि अथवा प्रोफेसनल डेभलपमेन्ट मात्रै छ कि टिचर मात्रै छ कि अथवा प्यारेन्ट्सको रोल, त्यो सबै एकाउन्टेबिलिटी फ्रेमवर्क अलिकति क्लियर रूपमा सोचियो भने हाम्रो आगामी जेआरएमहरूको डिस्कसन चाहिँ अलिकति वाइडर र होलिस्टिक रूपमा इम्प्रुभ हुनेछ, नभए चाहिँ यही एजेन्डा नै सधैँ हुनेछ। थ्याङ्क यू।
थ्याङ्क यू नवीन सर।
धन्यवाद महेन्द्र सर। म क्रमशः विषयवस्तुमा गएँ। कक्षा 3 को नानको सम्बन्धमा कक्षा 3 को नानको स्कोर बढेको हो। 2वटा कुरो हो, त्यो डिएलआईमा भएको विषय र त्यो र स्कोर हो। त्यो ल्याङ्ग्वेज रिलेटेड रिडिङमा 1 पोइन्ट अराउन्ड र न्युमेरेसीमा 13 पोइन्ट अराउन्ड बढेको छ। त्यो एउटा त्यो चाहिँ कोरा स्कोर मात्रै हो, र स्कोर। अर्को डिएलआईमा भएको विषय र चाहिँ हाम्रो यो पहिलादेखि नै इजिइआरपीबाटै सुरु भएको त्यो वास्तवमा त्यो बेन्चमार्क विशेष गरी भाषामा हुन्छ। त्यही भएर म्याथमेटिक्समा अहिले नदेखेको होला, सकिएछ भने त्यसमा पनि छलफल गरौँला। यो त हाम्रो ड्राफ्ट रिपोर्ट हो होइन। प्राय आइरहेको चाहिँ त्यो अन्य विशेष गरी अङ्ग्रेजीको सन्दर्भमा मलाई लाग्छ त्यहाँ 60 कि कति छ। एउटा नर्मल डिस्क्रिप्टिभ टेक्स्ट हुन्छ, त्यो कक्षाको लेभल अनुसार एभरेज त्यो 3 ग्रेड पार हुने, र त्यसको सर्टेन विदिन अ मिनट स्टुडेन्ट्स ह्याभ टु रिड फ्लुएन्टली those 45 to 60 words and have to comprehend at least 80%. त्यो हो त्यसको स्ट्यान्डर्ड। त्यो भनेको द्याट्स मेजर 2 थिङ्स, एउटा एक्युरेसी अफ कम्प्रिहेन्सन, अनदर इज द स्पिड अफ रिडिङ। फ्लुएन्ट रिडर, त्यो अघि रिडरको प्रकार छ नि, काइन्ड अफ रिडर, त्यसलाई मापन गर्ने हुनाले त्यो स्कोर बढे पनि त्यो उता नबढेको कुरो त्यो डाटा मिसम्याच होइन, त्यो ट्रु नै हो। स्कोर बढेको हो तर विद्यार्थीले ढिलो गरिदियो, ढिलो बुझ्यो। 1 मिनटभित्र नेपाली भाषामा एउटा सिम्पल वर्णनात्मक डेस्क्रिप्टिभ टेक्स्ट विदिन अ मिनट 45 वर्ड्स पर मिनट रिडिङ एन्ड अबाउट 80% कम्प्रिहेन्सन, त्यसको लिमिटेसनमा त्यो बनेको हुनाले विद्यार्थीले आएको स्कोर त उसले अर्को थपिएको समयमा दियो। वी मेजर टाइम, हामीले त्यहाँ समयभित्र मापन गरेका छौँ, समयभित्र उसले गरेको त्यही हो। त्यही भएर उसको एक्युरेसी त्यो स्पिड चाहिँ बढेन, स्कोर बढ्यो तर एक्युरेसी उसको त्यो पढ्ने शैली बढेन। हामीले त्यसमा एउटा चाहिँ अर्को फ्याक्टर एनालिसिस गर्नुपर्ने, कतै टाइम त्यो बढाउँदा हुन्छ कि नेपाली भाषामा त्यो 45 बिकज अफ इट्स राइटिङ सिस्टम होइन, त्यहाँ त अर्थोग्राफिक फिचर हुन्छ भाषामा होइन राइटिङको कारणले अङ्ग्रेजीमा जति बुझ्छ त्यो फरक हुनसक्छ। तपाईँ मातृभाषी विद्यार्थीको र गैर मातृभाषीकै हेर्नुहुन्छ भने त्यो स्पिड अभियसली तलमाथि हुन्छ नै होइन। हामी कहाँ त लगभग तपाईँको 50% भन्दा बढी विद्यार्थी त गैर मातृभाषी छन् भनेपछि त्यो इट्सेल्फ स्ट्यान्डर्ड इज बाइस्ड अर नट, त्यो पनि एउटा छलफलको विषय हो। नेपाली भाषाको लागि चाहिँ 45 मिनट के अरे 45 वर्ड्स पर मिनट र त्यो कम्प्रिहेन्सनले काम गर्छ कि त्यसलाई अझ घटाउनुपर्छ। इट डिपेन्ड्स अपन दि द्याट डिफिकल्टी लेभल अफ टेक्स्ट होइन, त्यसले पनि निर्धारण गर्छ। तर त्यो स्कोरको मिसम्याच छैन। त्यसैले त्यो हाम्रो डिएलआईमा भएको कुरो चाहिँ त्यो रिडिङको चाहिँ विशेष गरी त्यो हो, त्यसलाई पनि च्यालेन्ज गर्नुपर्छ कि त्यो एउटा पाटो के अरे त्यो नै नेपाली भाषाको लागि ठिक छ कि छैन, त्यो 45 वर्ड पर मिनट त्यो पनि छलफलको विषय हो। त्यो रिसर्चले केही इन्डिकेट गर्ला र त्यसलाई समय घटाउँदा वा बढाउँदा कम्प्रिहेन्सन कति फरक परेको देखियो त्यो पनि हामीले मेजर गर्ने प्रयास गर्नेछौँ। अर्को दोस्रो विषय चाहिँ म्याथको सायद छैन, त्यसमा केही गर्न सकियो भने जेनरल्ली इट डिपेन्ड्स अन डिसिप्लिन होइन। त्यो कुनै खास विषयको ऊ पनि हो, त्यो भाषा र न्युमेरेसीको फरकपन पनि होला। हामी सकियो भने त्यो हेरौँला, त्यसको टेक्निकल पाटो हामीले हेरौँला। अर्को दोस्रो कुरो हामीले गरेको नासा मात्रै लार्ज स्केल हो, अरू होइन है। नासामा चाहिँ प्रत्येक विषयमा 12,150 विद्यार्थी हुन्छ। 12,150 × 4 48,600 विद्यार्थी, त्यो चाहिँ लार्ज स्केल हो, 77 जिल्लाको रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्छ। तर बाँकी इएलडिएस र नान होइन। नानको अघि नै देखिहाल्नुभयो, त्यहाँ अराउन्ड आई थिङ्क 5700 स्टुडेन्ट्स मात्रै पार्टिसिपेट गरे हो, जबकि नासाको चाहिँ 48,000 हो। त्यो लार्ज स्केल एसेसमेन्ट हो। लार्ज स्केल एसेसमेन्ट हेज सर्टेन लिमिटेसन, इट हेज सर्टेन एजम्सन्स। हामीले गर्ने त्यही बेसिसमा हो। तर कहिलेकाहीँ अलिकता छुट्यौँ है। एउटा दुईवटा कुरो मैले यो फोरममा किन पनि प्रयोग गरेँ भने 3वटा कुरा छुट्यौँ। एउटा क्लासरुम बेस एसेसमेन्ट छुट्यौँ, जुन टिचरले प्रयोग गरिरहन्छ, त्यसको प्रयोजन त्यहाँ कक्षा कोठाको सिकाइलाई सुदृढ गर्ने हो। त्यो टिचरको बसमा रहन्छ, त्यसले डे टु डे इम्प्याक्ट पार्छ, तत्काल गर्छ। दोस्रो छुट्यौँ हाम्रो हाई स्टेक एसेसमेन्ट, कक्षा 8 को छुट्याउनुहोस्, कक्षा 10 को छुट्याउनुहोस्, कक्षा 12 को छुट्याउँ। त्यसको प्रयोजन सर्टिफिकेसन हो, ग्रेजुएसन हो। त्यसको करिकुलमको एउटा स्पेसिफिक ग्रिड छ मापन गर्ने, त्यसमा बसेर गरिएको छ। त्यो नतिजा देखिन्छ उस्तै, तर प्रयोजन लार्ज स्केलको फरक हो। 3वटा प्रयोजन हो हाम्रो। नम्बर 1 सिकाइ उपलब्धि कति हो डिटरमाइन गर्ने, एक्ज्याक्ट कति हो विषयगत रूपमा। दोस्रो डिस्ट्रिब्युटिभ नेचर अफ लर्निङ एचिभमेन्ट, जस्टिसको हिसाबले हेर्ने हो। त्यहाँ अघि न गर्ल्स र बोइज भूगोलको हिसाबले, जातिको हिसाबले, भाषाको हिसाबले, आर्थिक हिसाबले हेर्नुको कारण त्यो हो होइन। र अर्को भनेको प्रभाव पार्ने तत्त्व। हामी कहाँ त्यो अब रिजल्ट आउँदा त्यो मसिनो एनालिसिस गरेको हुन्छ, फ्याक्टर एनालिसिस गरेकै हुन्छ, रिग्रेसन एनालिसिस गरेर त्यो कुन फ्याक्टरले कति कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्यो भन्ने आएकै हुन्छ। त्यसमा तपाईँको स्टुडेन्ट रिलेटेड फ्याक्टर, स्कुल रिलेटेड फ्याक्टर, होम रिलेटेड फ्याक्टर आएपछि घर परिवारको आर्थिक सामाजिक परिवेशले अभियसली प्रभाव पार्छ भनेर थ्योरिटिकल्ली भनेको कुरो हो। वी जस्ट मेजर द्याट होइन। त्यो अब त्यसमा चाहिँ टिभी त्यो दे आर प्रोक्जी इन्डिकेटर होइन। वेदर त्यो सोसियो इकोनोमिक स्टाटस कस्तो हो त्यसको प्रोक्जी इन्डिकेटर मात्रै हो होइन। अभियसली सुविधाले प्रभाव पार्छ त्यो कुरो, त्यसको आशय फेरि हामी किनेर दिन सक्छौँ, गरिबीलाई घटाउन सक्छौँ, त्यो हाम्रो बसको कुरो होइन। तर के अरे 1960 देखि 40 देखि ग्लोबल्ली भइरहेको यो यसको प्रयोजन भनेको चाहिँ सिकाइलाई केले प्रभाव पारिरहेको छ त, न्यायिक छ कि छैन भनेर। अभियसली इट बेसिकली सब फर द पोलिसी पर्पज, लेस फर द स्टुडेन्ट्स, मैले अघिदेखि नै भनिरहेको त्यो। अब अर्को कुरो चाहिँ हामीले गरेको परीक्षणको प्रकृतिमा अलिकति ख्याल गरौँ है। 5 को चाहिँ त्यहाँ 4वटा एसेसमेन्टको ऊ छ, ग्रेड छ होइन, प्रोफिसियन्सी लेभल 6 के अरे 8 र 10मा चाहिँ 6-6वटा छ। हामीले के गरिरहेछौँ भने 1 नम्बर त्यो प्रोफिसियन्सी चाहिँ करिकुलमको त्यो कक्षाको भन्दा पनि तल हो। जब दोस्रो लेभल स्टेप बढाइ चाहिँ करिकुलमकै प्रोफिसियन्सी हो, त्यो त्यो विद्यार्थीले त्यो प्रोफिसियन्सीमा कति प्रतिशत विद्यार्थी पर्छ भनेर हामीले हेरेको हो, त्यो धेरै पर्छ। तर हामीले छुट्याउन चाहिँ के गरेका छौँ भने अभियसली त्यो चौथो र छैठौँ त्यो लेभल चाहिँ करिकुलमले खोजेको भन्दा पनि क्रिएटिभली प्रस्तुत गर्ने विद्यार्थीको हो। त्यो किनभने त्यसको प्रयोजन भनेको स्कुलिङले हाम्रो 21st सेन्चुरी लर्निङ स्किल र ग्लोबल च्यालेन्जेसहरूलाई कति कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्न सक्छ भन्ने कुरो। अब हामी कहाँ चाहिँ नलेज इकोनोमीसँग त्यो जोडिन्छ बेग्लै कुरो, नभएदेखि त्यसले चाहिँ त्यसको चाहिँ अभिष्ट अलिकता माथि भएको हुनाले कहिलेकाहीँ त्यसले डे टु डे उसको लागि दिन सक्दैन जस्तो लाग्छ। म भित्र हाम्रो परीक्षण प्रक्रियामा नि हेरेँ, अहिले हामीले निकालेको रिपोर्ट भनेको चाहिँ यो चाहिँ सेलिब्रेटी रिपोर्ट हो, जस्ट फर सेलिब्रेसन होइन। एउटा आयो सक्यो, यसमा त अनन्त डेटा छ होइन। 48,000 विद्यार्थीको धेरै खाले डेटा छ। हामीले केही चाहिँ ब्याकग्राउन्ड इन्फर्मेसनमा पोलिसी इन्फर्मेसन पनि ल्याएको छ, अझ अहिले नानको छ, दिवा खाजादेखि लिएर केही हाम्रो सिस्टमको प्रायोरिटीकै पनि त्यो पनि केही हामीले बटुलेका छौँ। नभएदेखि यसको यसलाई चाहिँ कति मसिनोसँग विश्लेषण गर्ने हामीले गर्न सकेका नहौँला होइन। त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो लिमिटेसन होला। त्यसलाई भित्र कन्टेन्टभित्र जाने, करिकुलमको कुन कुन विषय सिकाइमा कति रह्यो भन्ने कुरो, त्यो कुरो चाहिँ क्रमशः सानो सानो विश्लेषण गरेर हेर्न सक्छौँ है। मैले त्यो भने त्यो गरियो भनेदेखि चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ करिकुलमको टेक्स्ट बुक राइटिङमा, त्यो भोलि टिचर ट्रेनिङमा, करिकुलम इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा पनि त्यसले चाहिँ केही सजेस्ट गर्न सक्छ। तर यस्तो सेलिब्रेटी रिपोर्टले चाहिँ मोटामोटी बोल्ने हो, त्यसले मसिनो पक्कै बोल्दैन, यो कुरो त सत्य नै हो होइन। अब अर्को हाम्रो टेस्ट आइटमको प्रकृति चाहिँ के भइरहेछ भने हाम्रो प्रयोजनै बेग्लै भएको हुनाले हाम्रो कथात्मक लामो लामो त्यो व्यवहारिक समस्या समाधान छ। केटाकेटीले 214 र 512 त जोड्न जान्छ, तर हामीले वर्ड प्रब्लम बनाएर रियल टेक्स्ट गरेर त्यो हामीले चाहिँ उसको क्रिएटिभिटी मेजर गर्ने पक्षको कारणले गर्दा त्यसैले ठ्याक्कै यो कहिलेकाहीँ संयोग होला उस्तै देखिएला, तर यो हाम्रो लार्ज यो हाई स्टेक एसेसमेन्ट 8-12 को सँग हाम्रो मिल्दैन। अब अर्को भनेको चाहिँ स्थानीय तहलाई हामीले पनि सिकाइ उपलब्धि परीक्षणको लागि सहजीकरण गरेका छौँ, तर एकदमै चुनौती चाहिँ त्यो के प्रयोजनको लागि गर्ने र त्यसलाई कसरी उपयोग गर्ने भन्ने चाहिँ बिल्कुल छ। एउटा मैले बोलेँ डिएलआईको विषयमा। डिएलआईमा हाम्रो आफ्नै लिमिटेसन छ। 3 कक्षाको विद्यार्थी अघि देखिहाल्नुहोस् स्याम्पल निकाल्ने तरिका, त्यसमा डिसेबिलिटी भएको विद्यार्थी पर्ने भनेको चान्स फ्याक्टर मात्रै हो होइन, नट पर्पोसिभ। त्यो प्रयोजनको लागि बनेको पनि होइन। दे निड रिजनल एकोमोडेसन होइन, त्यो हामी कुरो न्याय दिनै सक्दैनौँ। त्यसैले त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो 3 को डिएलआईमा डिसेग्रिगेटेड बेस्ड अन स्टुडेन्ट्स विथ डिसेबिलिटी चाहिँ आउँदैन, नम्बर 1। अर्को चाहिँ जिपिएफको विषयमा, जिपिएफसँग अलाइन हुने भन्ने विषय नेसनल करिकुलमको उसमा बसेर नेसनल एसेसमेन्ट सिस्टम बनाउने कि ग्लोबल्ली पनि चाहिँ कम्प्याटेबल बनाउने भन्ने चाहिँ चुनौती छ। अब यहाँ करिकुलमका धेरै अंश छोडेर जिपिएफको अंश समेटौँ भने विद्यार्थीले एक्सपोज गर्ने करिकुलम चाहिँ हाम्रो होइन, अनि ग्लोबल प्यारामिटरमा नापेपछि पुगेन भने त अर्को चुनौती त्यो बेग्लै छ। र अन्तिममा टोटालिटीको सन्दर्भमा चाहिँ यहाँ हाम्रो भइरहेको बहस चाहिँ के हो भने यो टेक्निकल बहस हो, योजनाको बहस हो। त्यहाँ डिएलआई छ, इन्डिकेटर छ, मोर टेक्निकल, मोर डेटा ड्रिभन र त्यो धेरै यान्त्रिक काइन्ड अफ मेकानिकल डिस्कसन। वी निड पेडागोजिकल डिस्कसन एन्ड त्यसमा छलफल गरेर साँच्चै कसरी गर्ने भन्ने विषय चाहिँ छलफलको विषय हो। हस्, धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
म अलिकति जोडौँ है सिडिसीको तर्फबाट। नवीनजीलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद, धेरै जिज्ञासा उहाँले सम्बोधन गर्नुभएको छ। अब यो एकजना सरले कता उठाउनु, जय सरले कहिले उठाउनु भयो, यो विद्यालयमा जाँदाखेरि रुटिन चाहिँ खालका देखियो, कतिवटा रुटिन मैले फोटो खिचेँ भन्नुभयो, दैनिक कार्यतालिका क्लासको भन्नुभयो होला। अब यसमा चाहिँ हामीले साधारण धारतर्फ 6-10 मा 32 क्रेडिट आवर 1024 वर्किङ आवर पढाउने हो। त्यो भनेको चाहिँ 192 दिन चाहिँ नि अहिले कल्पना गरेको 192 दिन लाग्दाखेरि दिनको चाहिँ 320 मिनट समय पाउँदो रहेछ। अब अहिले हाम्रो स्कुल पनि सर त 10 देखि 4 छ। त्यसो गर्दाखेरि पहिले हामीलाई चाहिँ उहिले टिफिन अगाडिको 4वटा क्लास 45 मिनटको हुन्थ्यो, अनि 45 मिनटको टिफिन र त्यसपछिको 3टा क्लास चाहिँ 40 मिनट हुँदा ठ्याक्कै त्यो 6 घन्टा बित्थ्यो। अनि सभा 10दै पहिलो घन्टी सुरु हुन्थ्यो, त्यो बिचमा एसेम्ब्ली हुन्थ्यो, त्यो पनि जरुरी थियो। एउटा संस्कार विकासको लागि पनि होला, राष्ट्रियता जगाउन पनि होला, राष्ट्रियताको भावना मजबुत पार्न पनि होला। त्यहाँ राष्ट्रिय गानहरू, अन्य चाहिँ देशप्रेमका गानहरू त्यहाँ गाउन लगाउनुहुन्थ्यो। त्यो हिसाबले त्यसरी गर्दाखेरि त्यो टाइम पुग्छ। 35 मिनटकै बनाउनु पर्यो, त्यति धेरै खुम्च्याउनु पर्ने त आवश्यकता देखिँदैन। त्यो किन गरे, कसरी भयो त्यो होइन। अब उहाँलाई जान्ने कुरो अथवा फलोअप गरेर नियामक निकायले नियमन गर्ने कुरा रह्यो त्यो। अब अर्को दिपुसाले उठाउनुवाला सम्भवतः यो 54% बालबालिका चाहिँ इसिडीका इन्स्टिट्युसनल स्कुलमा छन्, 46% मात्रै कम्युनिटी स्कुलमा छन्। तर 54% बालबालिकाले सरकारी पाठ्यक्रम पढेका छैनन् भन्ने कुरो गर्नुभयो। अब हामीले राज्यका लागि पाठ्यक्रम बनाउने हो, हामीले राज्यका लागि पाठ्यक्रम बनाउने हो। हामीले बनाएको पाठ्यक्रम सबै स्कुलका लागि बाध्यकारी हुन्छ। ऐनको दफा 8 हेर्नुहोस्, सब विद्यालयले नेपाल सरकारद्वारा स्वीकृत पाठ्यपुस्तक लागू गर्नुपर्छ भन्छ। नियमावलीको नियम 31 हेर्नुहोस्, त्यसै भन्छ। अब नियमावलीको 16 ध हेर्नुहोस्, नियम 16 को खण्ड धमा हेर्नुहोस्, विद्यालयहरूले नेपाल सरकारद्वारा स्वीकृत पाठ्यपुस्तक लागू गरेको नगरेको सम्बन्धमा अनुगमन गर्ने अधिकार शिक्षा विकास समन्वय इकाइ प्रमुखलाई दिएको छ। नियम 36 मा हेर्नुहोस्, नेपाल सरकारद्वारा स्वीकृत पाठ्यपुस्तक लागू गरे नगरेको नियमन गर्ने अनुगमन गर्ने अधिकार चाहिँ सम्बन्धित निर्देशक र शिक्षा विकास समन्वय इकाइ प्रमुखलाई दिएको छ। 37 को 1 नम्बर हेर्नुहोस्, नियम 37 को उपनियम 1 हेर्दाखेरि के देखिन्छ त्यहाँ भनेदेखि इकाइ प्रमुखले विद्यालयहरूलाई नेपाल सरकारद्वारा स्वीकृत पाठ्यपुस्तक लागू गर्ने आदेश दिन्छ भनेको छ। आदेश दिने काम उसको छ। अब त्यसको उपनियम 3 हेरियो भने त्यो 1 नम्बर अनुसार दिएको, उपनियम 1 अनुसार दिएको आदेश पालना गरेको नगरेको र पालना गरेको नपाएमा कारबाही गर्ने अधिकार भनेर इकाइ प्रमुखलाई दिएको छ। अब त्यो नियमन हुनुपर्ने, त्यसलाई रेगुलेट गर्नुपर्ने कुरा त्यहाँ रह्यो। सिडिसीले चाहिँ राष्ट्रभरिका लागि सामुदायिक र संस्थागत सबै विद्यालयको लागि, सबै संस्थाको लागि पाठ्यक्रम बनाउने त्यो बनाइराखेको छ। अब हामी यहाँ 5 दिन बस्छौँ। अब हामी बस्दाखेरि ठ्याक्कै कक्षा कोठाको गुणस्तरमै सुधार ल्याउने खालको चाहिँ यहाँ एजेन्ट कोही पनि छैन क्या। त्यो चाहिँ टिचरले गर्ने, त्यो एक्टर यहाँ छैन। अब हामीले उहाँहरूलाई सुनाउने होला, हामीले 5 दिनपछि यसरी सुधारका कामहरू गर्नुपर्छ भनेर, यस्तो निर्णय गरौँ, यस्तो छलफल गऱ्यौँ भनेर। अब उहाँहरूका लागि पनि फोकस यस्ता कार्यक्रमहरू हुनु पऱ्यो क्या। जो एक्टर हो नि चेन्ज ल्याउने, त्यो एक्टरले बेनिफिटेड हुने अवसर पाउनु पऱ्यो। अब त्यो कति भएको छ, भएको कतिको त्यो मकसद अनुसार कक्षा कोठामा पुगिएको छ ती सन्देश, त्यो चाहिँ फलोअप गर्ने नियामक निकायले गर्नु पऱ्यो। अब अहिले शिक्षाको अधिकार स्थानीय तहमा गएको छ। स्थानीय तहमा शिक्षाको सेवाको कर्मचारीको आपूर्तिको अवस्था के छ त्यो पनि हेर्न पऱ्यो। उहाँहरूको वृत्ति विकासको अवस्था के छ, उहाँलाई कति क्यापासिटेट बनाउन सकिएको छ र उहाँहरू मार्फत टिचरहरूले कतिको चाहिँ टेक्निकल सपोर्ट पाउन सकेका छन्, उहाँहरू कतिको कक्षा कोठाभित्र पुग्न सक्नु भएको छ र पाठ्यक्रमले चाहिँ अपेक्षा गरेका कम्पिटेन्सीहरू शिक्षकहरू मार्फत विद्यार्थीहरूमा रिफ्लेक्ट हुने अवसर र त्यो बेनिफिट र त्यो लेभलको चाहिँ क्षमता उहाँहरूमा कतिको विकास भएको छ, त्यो मौका हामीले कतिको दिन सकेका छौँ त्यो पनि हेर्नुपर्छ। र आगामी दिनमा पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रमा कार्यरत र समग्र शिक्षा सेवामै हुनु पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्र मात्रै किन भन्ने, किनभने त्यो त मोबिलिटी त आज सिएचडी हुन्छ, भोलि पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्र हुन्छ, आज पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्र हुन्छ, भोलि यारोमा हुन्छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि शिक्षा सेवाका समग्र कर्मचारीहरूलाई पाठ्यक्रमको सैद्धान्तिक र व्यवहारिक सबै पक्षको चिरफार गरेर चाहिँ एकदमै कम्पिटेन्ट नबनाउने हो भने पाठ्यक्रममा धेरै ठुलो सुधारको अपेक्षा गर्न, आशा गर्न चाहिँ त्यो आशा सम्भवतः सबलीकृत हुँदैन कि। अलिकति जेनरलिस्ट मान्छेले मात्रै त्यहाँ काम गर्ने हो भने र जेनरलिस्ट मान्छेले त्यहाँ पठाउने हो भने त्यसको खासै त्यहाँ चाहिँ उत्पादन राम्रो आउन सक्दैन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि मलाई त अझ के लाग्छ भने त्यहाँको निर्देशक पनि विषयको मान्छे हुनुपर्छ। कम्तीमा पाठ्यक्रम अधिकृत र निर्देशक विषयगत मान्छे हुनुपर्छ। अहिले निर्देशक जनरल मान्छे जान्छ, सामान्यतः पाठ्यक्रम अधिकृत छन्, पाठ्यक्रम अधिकृत पनि कुन विषय कति आपूर्ति भएको छन् त्यो जानकारी भएकै विषय छ। तै पनि हाम्रो जनशक्ति र हाम्रो नलेजले भ्याएसम्म हामी प्रत्येक पाठ्यक्रम र पाठ्यपुस्तक डेभलप गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि सम्बन्धित कार्यदलका मान्छेहरूलाई, विज्ञहरूलाई बोलाएर यसको सैद्धान्तिक पक्ष, प्रयोगात्मक व्यवहारिक पक्ष सबै विषयमा चाहिँ हामी लामो ओरिएन्टेसन गरेर हाम्रो नलेज जानेसम्म थाहा पाएसम्म उहाँहरूलाई थप ओरिएन्टेड गरेर मात्रै काममा प्रवेश गराउने गरिएको छ। तैपनि त्योदेखि त्यसका अलावा आएका फिडब्याकहरू, सुधारका लागि आएका सुझावहरूलाई पनि हामीले तत्कालै एड्रेस गरेर त्यसलाई सत्यापन गरेर एड्रेस गर्ने गरेको छ। किनभने विद्यार्थीहरूले भ्यालिड कुराहरू एकदम अथेन्टिक कुराहरू मात्रै विद्यार्थीले पढ्न पाउन्, विद्यार्थीको त्यो अधिकारको संरक्षण गर्न सकियोस्, सम्मान गर्न सकियोस् भन्ने विषयमा पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्र एकदमै सचेत छ। र अब अर्को कुरो चाहिँ अब समन्वय कुरो आएको थियो, संस्थागत समन्वय त्यो हामी गर्छौँ होइन, त्यसमा धेरै चाहिँ उ नगरौँ। अब भइराखेका पनि छ, काहीँ ल्याप्सेस छ भने त्यसलाई हामी प्रमोट गर्छौँ नि। अब अर्को कुरो हाम्रो शिक्षाको बजेट ठुलो बजेट देखिँदाखेरि त्यो धेरै बजेट चाहिँ शिक्षाको पेन्सनको निवृत्त सुविधाको बजेट हो, त्यसले गर्दा ह्युज एमाउन्ट जस्तो देखिन्छ। तर त्यो एमाउन्ट मात्रै ठ्याक्कै क्वालिटीमा स्ट्राइक गर्ने एमाउन्ट चाहिँ कति छ त त्यो पनि एकचोटि हिसाब गरौँ न। त्यो अधिकांश पैसा भनेको त शिक्षकको स्यालेरीमा जान्छ नि। त्यो त्यही बाहेक क्वालिटी इन्हान्स गर्ने प्रोग्रामहरूमा कति बजेट लगानी गरेका छौँ हामीले, त्यो पनि एकचोटि हेरौँ। त्यो अनुसारको प्रतिफल त्यसलाई फुल्ली युटिलाइज गर्दै त्यो पक्षमा अलिकति बजेट चाहिँ एक्सपान्ड गर्दै जानुपर्ने हो कि भन्ने पनि लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ होइन। अब अर्को कुरो यो राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय एक्सपोजरका प्रोग्रामहरू यो अपर्च्युनिटी आउँदाखेरि पनि एउटा समानुपातिक हिसाबले न्यायोचित हिसाबले वितरण गरिएको छ कि छैन। लिमिटेड रूपमा कोटाहरू आउन्, आएकै कोटाहरू पनि कतिको न्यायोचित हिसाबले वितरण भएको छन् त्यो कुरामा पनि एकचोटि मनन गरौँ होला। कतिको सबैले इक्वली बेनिफिटेड हुने मौका पाएका छन् कि छैनन्। अब अर्को कुरो हाम्रो वेबसाइटलाई डिजेबल फ्रेन्डली बनाउने भन्ने एउटा यहाँ च्याट बक्स मार्फत हामीलाई सुझाव आएको छ। अब यो ठ्याक्कै मेरो विज्ञताको क्षेत्र परेन, तर म चाहिँ विज्ञसँग कन्सल्ट गरेर त्यसलाई कुन हदसम्म डिजेबल फ्रेन्डली बनाउन सकिने रहेछ त्यसमा त हामी लागिरहेका पनि छौँ। अहिले हामीले विभिन्न त्यो एडिटी होइन नवीनजी त्यो टेक्स्ट केही बनाइ पनि रहेको छौँ हामीले, त्यो भिडियोहरू त्यसलाई चाहिँ सामग्रीहरू बनाइरहेको छौँ। त्यसलाई सकेसम्म डिजेबल फ्रेन्डली बनाउने, टोटल वेबसाइटलाई नि डिजेबल फ्रेन्डली हिसाबले चाहिँ सञ्चालन गर्न मिल्ने कुन हदसम्म बनाउन सकिन्छ त्यो एक्सपर्ट पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूबाट उहाँहरूले बताउने कुरा त्यसमा पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रले प्रयत्न गर्छ। र पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्र चाहिँ तपाईँहरू सबै पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्र वेल विसर्स हो होइन, शुभचिन्तकहरू हो। तपाईँहरूको सबैको प्रयत्न प्रयास शुभकामना आशीर्वाद सबै भनौँ त्यो सबैबाट पाठ्यक्रम विकास केन्द्रले राम्रो गर्न सक्ने हो। त्यो राम्रोको लागि तपाईँहरूले के सुझाव दिनुहुन्छ, सल्लाह दिनुहुन्छ राम्रो गर्नको लागि, ती दिएका यहाँहरूले दिएका सबै सुझावहरू कन्स्ट्रक्टिभ फिडब्याकहरू चाहिँ हामी सधैँ स्वागत गर्नलाई आतुर भएर बसेको कुरा पनि मैले यहाँ अनुरोध गरेँ र धन्यवाद।
यस सर इफ यु हेभ।
म छोटो हाम्रो माया म्याडमको छोटो क्वेरिज थियो एनइबीसँग रिलेटेड, म एड्रेस गरिहाल्छु। माया म्याडम हजुरको छोटो क्वेरी थियो एनइबीसँग, कहिले चाहिँ 100% पुर्याउनुहुन्छ भन्ने। हामीले गत साल 159वटा पालिकामा पुग्यौँ, त्यो भनेको 20% हो। र यो साल चाहिँ हामी 60मा जाँदैछौँ, हामी पुगिसकेका छैनौँ। यो अलिक मिस्ड भयो जस्तो लाग्यो। हामी यो साल 60% भनेको 452 पालिकामा पुग्छौँ 2026मा, अनि 2027मा चाहिँ हामी सबै पालिकामा पुग्ने बिएलईको स्ट्यान्डर्डाइज गर्न भन्ने छ। यहाँको कन्सर्नको लागि धन्यवाद छ।
Thank you both director. I feel Nepalese language make us comfort to speak. Yes, that's good. Yeah. By saying this, I would like to request Meena madam to present quickly in our cross-cutting theme, because Nilkantha sir yesterday present detail in status report. Please highlight the key issues. Yes, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Chair, co-chair, and other distinguished participants of the meeting. Now I'd like to request to present the soft sector in very brief and the challenges and major achievements and challenges of cross-cutting issues. In ECED, we talked much here about the ELDS and other achievement as well. So I think we need not to go through all the point-wise point. 68.1% of ECED centers meet at least 3 minimum enabling condition standards, which has already been covered by Nilkantha sir's yesterday's presentation. And 76.3% of new entrants in grade 1 have prior experience of ECED. Likewise, school readiness report has been published based on the assessment of grade 1 children's school readiness based ELDS. And I will move to another subject, basic education. As we already talked yesterday, in the presentation of status report, the NER of basic education level reached 97.7%. Teaching support grants were provided to total 3,163 mathematics, science, and English teachers at basic level, grade 6 to 8. 26.2% of students in basic education received scholarships. 100% of students at the basic level received a complete set of textbook within the first 2 weeks of the academic year. And 19,005 community schools made 3 or more basic level learning conditions, representing 72.9% of schools. 68 of basic schools have full complement of mathematics, science, and English subject teachers in grade 6 to 8. 159 local levels conducted basic level examination using standardized test items. 85.9% of basic level teachers received teacher professional development training. Likewise, 500 local governments implemented activities such as teacher guides, teacher training, and additional reading and numeracy materials based on the integrated curriculum to enhance reading and numeracy proficiencies in grade 1 to 3. If we look at secondary education, the enrollment rate at the secondary level reached 59.6%. Teaching support grants were provided to 7,803 teachers of mathematics, science, and English, grade 9 to 10. 6,093 students received proper scholarship at basic and secondary level. Similarly, 11.7% of students at the secondary level, grade 9 to 12, received scholarships. 96.7% of students at the secondary level received a complete set of textbook within the first 2 weeks of the academic year. 86.1% of secondary level, grade 9 to 10 teachers received teacher professional development training, and at the secondary level, 81.8% of schools have an adequate number of subject teachers in 3 core subjects, and 36.8% have adequate teachers in 5 core subjects. If we talk about non-formal education and lifelong learning, 68 districts and 4 provinces have already been declared literate. Condensed curriculum and learning materials were developed for out-of-school children. Based on National Qualification Framework, 66 learning materials for NFE level 1 to 4 were developed. NFE EMIS was developed, and CLCs have continued online reporting through the system. Our national framework for non-formal education and lifelong learning was developed and is being implemented. Networks of community learning centers were established in Gandaki and Lumini provinces to strengthen coordination between CLCs. This has already been covered, so I do not want to go here in curriculum and evaluation section. If we go teacher management and development, the Head Teacher Competency Framework 2024 and Teacher Educators Competency Framework 2025 were approved. A total of 23 certification training curricula other than English, mathematics, and science were developed and approved by CEHRD based on the TPD Framework 2080. 110 newly recruited teachers at the basic and secondary levels received job induction training through the Teacher Service Commission. 44,641 teachers at the basic and secondary levels completed a 1-month capacity development ICT-based online or offline training for learning environment improvement. 450 local governments have established and implemented the teacher professional support system. In equity and inclusion, we have completed many interventions like teaching skills, capacity development was conducted for 72 teachers, 28 visually impaired and 44 deaf in collaboration with disability sector organizations. Braille and pedagogical training were conducted for 48 mathematics and science teachers working with visually impaired children. Capacity development activities were carried out for 115 head teachers and stakeholders in multi-grade, multi-level settings. Likewise, inclusive education management and leadership training were provided to 50 head teachers from special, integrated and resource schools. Gender networks were expanded to all 7 provinces and 312 local levels. A total of 1700 Nepali Sign Language vocabulary items were developed for grade 1 to 3. Similarly, 300 sign language charts were developed for deaf children. Approximately 50 tactile communication words were developed for children with deaf blindness. Provincial sensitization programs were conducted on pro-poor scholarships, girls' education and inclusive education network. And early identification and disability screening training were provided to 345 local levels education officer. A total of 1,155 sets of Braille textbooks for visually impaired students were printed and distributed based on approved proposals. If we talk about the cross-sectoral priorities, was health, nutrition and midday meal program. 83.5% of schools have basic quality water, sanitation and hygiene facilities. Comprehensive school safety master plan, which has already been talked in this meeting as well, it is in approval process. Climate smart school safety implementation guidelines are also in approval process. Child-friendly school system framework has been drafted and shared for feedback from the provincial level workshop, and translation of ESMF document into Nepali is in process and not completed yet. Education in emergencies and crisis, all 753 local levels have implemented the recovery and accelerated learning real plan. We provided the conditional grant to all 753. Out of them, 250 were the focused local levels. 20 trainers were prepared through a 5-day education in emergency training of trainers program targeting Sudur Paschim and Karnali provinces. An orientation program was conducted for 60 local level officers on the comprehensive school safety master plan, school physical infrastructure standards, and green school concept. If we talk about school physical infrastructure, school physical facilities development and implementation guidelines approved. More than 1,600 classrooms were constructed with support from federal, provincial, local levels and other NGO, INGOs. Several residential special education schools are under construction through local governments. A total of 101 schools were constructed with water, sanitation and hygiene facilities. The central level project implementation unit constructed 191 classrooms in earthquake affected districts. Likewise, in information and communication technology in education, we have done 54.2% of schools have ICT equipment and infrastructure. 78.2% of schools have access to electricity, including alternative sources. 58.6% of schools have a broadband internet connection. 20,000 students are regularly using the learning portal for teaching learning activities. 700 audio lessons were produced and broadcasted through educational radio programs. Similarly, 44,641 teachers at the basic and secondary levels completed 1 month capacity development ICT-based online-offline training for learning improvement. Under the governance and management of school education, capacity development activities were conducted for 29,000 SMC, PTA, and head teachers members. 1 month administration training for gazetted second and third class officers, and 30-day educational management training for 6th to 8th level employees at the local level. 75 education officers across federal, provincial, and local levels completed capacity development training. Likewise, 22 gazetted second class and 25 gazetted third class education service employees received 30 days of in-service training. 50 local government education officers from 6th to 8th level also completed 30 days of training. Local level education officers received the capacity development training of education plan as well. So here are some challenges in the issues in the subsector and cross-cutting themes. In ECED, nearly 50% of children developmentally on track, Dalit enrollment declined, gender disparity persists, GPI 0.82, the presence of under or overage children in ECED classes, and they are the challenges under ECED program. Basic education, under the basic education, grade 1 repetition, weak foundational literacy and numeracy outcomes, comprehensive school mapping for rationalization and adjustment under the basic education. And likewise in secondary education, net enrollment rate stagnant 55.8%, dropout rising 7.9%, low exam results, survival to grade 12 only 40.6%, insufficient number of subject teachers. In non-formal and lifelong learning, inclusion of disadvantaged groups, weak data reliability, integration with image, and not the development of a robust system for recognition and certification of prior learning. So these are the main challenges under the non-formal and lifelong learning. Curriculum and assessment we have already been discussed. So if we talk about the teacher management, weak links between pre-service and in-service teachers, weak alignment between TPD, classroom practice, and curriculum needs, varying local ownership of teacher management. Likewise, under the equity and inclusion, creating alternative and open learning opportunities for out-of-school children, limited disaggregated learning outcomes data. Under the nutrition, health, wash, and protection, ensuring sustainable financing and technical capacity at school for midday meals and school health and nutrition, wash services, weak coordination between MOEST and MOHP. In ICT in education, connectivity, affordability, rural-urban divide. Oh, I have in laptop, so connectivity, affordability, rural-urban divide is one of the challenges. Developing accessible ICT materials to learners with diverse disabilities is also another challenge under the ICT in education. Education in emergencies and crises, lack of data, information of impact of real implementation. Another one under the school infrastructure, focus on disability friendly and gender sensitive facilities, need for promoting eco-friendly and climate resilient school infrastructure, on monitoring of quality and maintenance week. And another under school safety is still limited to infrastructure. Thank you so much. If you have any queries.
Yes, we clap on your presentation. Thank you, Minaji. Actually, this presentation was covered yesterday status report by Nilkantha sir. Though if you have any urgent queries or something to be clarification, please note down. We will take it later. So we have one presentation remaining that is lead by civil society organization CSO perspective and engagement on the implementation of SESP in fiscal year 2025. So I would like to request NC and AIN colleagues Ram Gaire and SP Kalauni, please over to you.
So एउटा मात्रै comment यो प्रेजेन्टेसनमा. So एउटा चाहिँ thank you Meena ma'am for a comprehensive presentation. A lot of the data presented are actually also DLI targets, right? Normally we used to receive DLI achievement reports prior to the mission, which hasn't happened during this mission, also probably because this is also a mission where we had MTR workshops as well, so there were additional work that needs to be done. One request to the CHRD, I know the CHRD colleagues are working really hard in compiling the achievement reports. For the DLIs that have been achieved and the report preparation is ongoing, we would like to document in the aid memoir deadline for achievement report submission for all the DLIs for year 3 and for year 2 and year 1 as well. I think Pramod Dai has a question on data, specifically on data.
So, I mean, in the status report and in the data that has been shared informally with us on the percentage of basic and secondary schools meeting targets related to placement of science, math, and English teachers. So, I mean, the data that we have received says 42% at basic and 34% at secondary. And what is reported here is like 80% of secondary schools have met the target related to secondary schools, and 60% of basic schools have achieved that target. So that is a huge variation. So we would just like to reconfirm, because this is also going to be documented in the aid memoir. So so we'd just like to reconfirm which is the correct figure. Thank you.
Very brief, Mahendra sir, since we're taking the opportunity to document things in the aid memoir, just also because I know from Vaikunta had mentioned this previously, but in relation to NFE, and building on the discussions we've also been having, Mahendra sir and Nilkantha sir, for strengthening the digitization of some of those resources and use of innovation as well, to make ALP kind of back to school programming and learning more accessible to out of school children, but then also the skills component there. I mean, that's something we've committed to supporting you with moving forward, and it'd be great to have that captured in the aid memoir. But, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Sorry, just very, I know that it's already late. I just wanted to raise a point of, I think, linking to Shankar's about the input versus the output, right? Like, there was a long discussion on the learning outcomes. There was a good justification why things are the way they are, and there's no doubt about the input and the effort. But as we sort of said at the beginning of this, as a festival, we celebrate together, but we suffer together, right? I think for the learning outcomes, I'm going to do something that's a bit scary for me, which is disagree with Anouk, but to say, yeah, it is scary. But just to say that, yes, let's have the working groups look at this. Yes, let's come up with actions. Let's look at the data with the different assessments. But I do think the aid memoir needs to record something more than that, because we have been presented the data, and this is the main indicator that we're being judged on. No, like, this is what we take back, the government to its 90%, stakeholders, us to the 10%. So we cannot discuss this today, but could we request that maybe the CHD and ministry also have a thing together, linking to some of the suggestions that were made by Neil Kanter sir and the team as well. Like, is there anything that we can do different that gives a very clear signal that we can record, and maybe in 2 days, co-focal can sit together with the ministry, just have a discussion, something that shows that we mean business, right? That we are ready to step it up and make sure that the next year we're not looking at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Njemiji. Yes. Yes, be ready for the next presentation. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I am Ram Goire from National Campaign for Education. First of all, chair of the today's meeting and facilitators throughout the day, high-level government officials, development partners, focal and co-focal and other representatives, civil societies, and youth, teachers, we present here. Thank you very much for this opportunity, at least to share the civil society perspectives in this important discussion. We hope the perspective that we gained from the people side, from the civil citizen sides, this will contribute to the planning that we are pursuing for the next year. My presentation mainly will include some of the contributions that what civil society are doing throughout this year, and also some kind of the monitorings, like the review of the budget and some policies that and some kind of the reflections. Some of the reflection we already have in a discussion. So in the interest of the time, I will try to be brief. And also some challenges and recommendations, though most of the challenges from government sides also, Meena madam also discussed. So it is easy for us as a civil society and some further plan that what we want to contribute in this process. This is the NCE. I think it's not need to mention. Just it's a civil society that we do the policy advocacy to improve the public education system in Nepal in partnership with the governments and development partners, other civil society networks, organizations, and teachers, community, and also student youth. Throughout. Just we had one sample did in this process, how and what the civil society are being contributed in this process. So we covered in terms of the local level and district level that I want to present here. Mainly we in our overall advocacy, NCE covered 200 this year's 263 local government in terms of the advocacy. Advocacy mostly in the advocacy for the free and compulsory education, that is the constitutional provisions, improved education financing, domestic resource mobilizations, and others, accountability, equity-based access and quality kind of most of the advocacy issues. And to pursue these issues, we outreached more than 263 local government. And if we see that we contributed in 4 out of within our networks. So out of 4 members contributed in supporting the local education plan in the local level. And if you see that the coverage of the civil society, there was also the discussion that civil society have been tried to align the priority of the governments and try to align the equity where there is a need for the kind of the where there is the low learning outcomes, kind of the need for to maintain the inclusion and equity. So if we see that the most of the civil society, their contribution is centered towards the Sudur Paschim, Karnali, and Madhes, we can see that these areas are a little bit below the average from the government data is also showed. And based on our sample that in our network, 65% civil society responded that they contributed in a way and others in the local education plan. And but 35 they responded that they are not directly in local education plan, but in a way and others they contributed, they engage with the local governments in supporting in different ways, like the mobilizing the their resources to support the technically like capacity building kind of things. And if you see, this is the civil society, I mean, an NC contribution to the member to build the civil society capacity, amplify the civil society members so that they can better contribute to the local education plan. And we contributed in building the capacity of the civil society. It's around 40 plus, and I mean, supported to conduct the local education plan is around 25%, and sensitize and mobilize the civil societies to support the local government to deliver the LEP, local education plan. This is 34.6%. If you see that the civil society contributed in advocacy for the data-driven and inclusive education plan. This is around 43.1% civil society, they are engaged in this sector. And then it is followed by data review, inputs and suggestions. This is mostly the technical support, like they provide the inputs in the local education plan. They support the citizen suggestions, like what is the voice of the civil society. This kind of submission and delegations also support in the local education plan. This is around the 30.8% civil society, they engage in this part. And also support to implement, if there is a local education plan, civil society also engage in implementations to deliver to the commitment of the local education plan. This is 12.3% civil society, they contribute to deliver the local education plan, which is already there, and to engage the local government so that it is well delivered and well implemented. And 6.4% civil society, they conducted mostly on the training workshop, or to empower or to support the local government. And also others kind of the consultation, coordination, networking kind of support also. Around 7% civil societies, 7% contribution was in this sector. And if you see the coverage, so it's by the districts, it is 53 districts that NC is coverage in supporting the local education plan. But if we count the local government level, it is 203 local government that NC member and NCE, they outreach there, they support there through the, like I mentioned, in different ways, like advocacy, technical support, kind of the conducting the training and workshops, and kind of the suggestions and technical support kind of things. This is kind of the data we can see. And mostly, if we say that, Kosi and Bangmati and Lumbini, we can see that there is less contribution, because as I said that most of the civil society's contribution is aligned with the priority of the government, where there is a kind of more Madhes and Karnali and Sudur Paschim. Okay, then there was one, we did we can see that SESP financing, it can be a kind of the eye-opening, but we all know that the commitment of the SESP financing for this year is, if we see the target in the plan, it is 13.9% is the target that we wanted to have, to allocate the budget for SESP in this year. But if we see the budget actually is 10.75, a little bit we are under finance, so maybe we can think that how we can meet the realize a target or SESP's kind of commitment that we collectively have. And in terms of the GDP also, our target was to 4.7, but in a delivery it is 3.57. So this also I think yet to maintain our target. So maybe we need to speed up, or we need to more work on the meeting the commitment of the to meet the target. And brief is a kind of the I don't think it's need to explain more, because it's a current education budget. But in terms of the expenditure, it is it's good that this year's expenditure is better in compared to the previous one. So So it shows that the government's plan are being implemented, and it's still in slightly below the 100%. Province, importantly, in terms of the equity, the NEET or the learning outcomes, so Madhes and Karnali is below the average. But if we see the budget in those provinces, it is low. So there is not kind of the equity-based financing. So there is more need to be more intervention, more effort, but the budget do not support there. So I think we need to have a kind of the advocacy with the province government of in this province also, so that they have adequate financing. In terms of the local budget, so we all know that the majority of the contribution from the federal contribution, mostly the conditional grant. So only 7.74% based on our sample local government is contributed from their internal resource. It's in overall. If we see that in internal revenue in the education, it's around 23% maximum in some local government, but in the below, like there is no internal revenues for education also, but mostly below the 10. In the sample government, it's below the 10. So this also have that. So we need to push that local government. They also allocate the internal revenues for education, so that because we saw that most of the local, all the local government, they have the local education plan, but if they are dependent on the conditional grant or the federal dependency, that do not allow to implement their plan in their context, their need, in their kind of the perspective. So maybe we need to push, or we need to support how that internal resource mobilization can be happen, how they can diversify the resources so that they can allocate the maximum budget from the internal resources. Okay, so in local budget also, just we analyzed from the JC perspective also, and it's a good thing that some of the local government, they allocated some fund from internal resource or from the federal support. They have some budget for the GIN mobilization, GIN activation. So this is good that the local government are doing good. One thing that in the morning also there was some issues raised by the OAG, and one thing is that in the current OAG report there is the issue of some like Beruzu, the OAG report explained this, and like in the midday meal, 2.8 billion, sanitary pad, textbook, teacher salary, scholarship. So these are the cost that the OAG report explain as a Beruzu, what we say in English. And its total is 2.76% of the total 179% budget. So, and in a way or another, somehow it's impact the 12 SESP indicators. That I think we need to think this in terms of the governance, how local government they efficiently manage the fund. Okay, I'm going to conclude. Manage the fund. I think this also is the issue that we can discuss, because most of the expenditure is at the local level. It's an effort that NCE did in the interest of time, so I will not explain. And some of the recommendation and challenges. So mostly, still the participation of stakeholder is a tokenistic at the local level mostly. So maybe we need to, emphasis for the institutionalized participation of stakeholders, including civil society, parents, and other stakeholders. And as I mentioned, that resource diversification for implementation of local education plans is important, because to reduce the dependency of the federal government also, and also because we are implementing the real plan, but real plan need, the local government who are affected from the disasters, so they need to be additionally supported from the resource and technical side also. and still quality is a challenge that we discuss a lot about this. Mainly civil society engagement in terms of, again, building the capacity, supporting the real plan, GIN process, and also engage at the local, in the province, federal government level in the budget making process, so that budget making is more inclusive, transparent, and participatory to ensure this. And also we engage with the evidence-based advocacy and suggestions, so that government and civil society has a collaborations, and it is a more participatory process. And also technical and capacity support as a civil society as a best practices, and they have their own expertise. At least it is reflected in the local education plan. This will be also the continued in this year also. Thank you very much.
So do we continue with the AIN? Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is SP Koloni. We have Uddhav Bhatrai, our Education Working Group Coordinator from AIN. So he will do the presentation, and I'll add a few comments at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for my intro, and good afternoon. Namaskar, Savelai. So, and huge, appreciation for providing us this space to, present on behalf of Education Working Group of the AIN. So we are running out of time, so I won't be taking much of your time. I will try to be as brief as possible. So this is how we have organized our presentation. There will be a slide where I will be basically, explaining our, geographical footprint and the reach. And then I will be directly, jumping into how AIN Education Working Group has been contributing to realize the broader objective of the SESP. And as we implement, different type of programs in education at different geography, we also do have some of the key learnings. At the same time, we also do have a list of challenges that we really want to share in this forum. And then we have some, best practices, or say the initiatives that we have been implementing. So we really feel that sharing those, initiations would be worthy to this forum. And I will be concluding my presentation with a slide showing how we have been contributing financially. And there will be a slide named Annex that will be part of this document, but I will not be presenting on that. So in terms of our footprint, we are in 7 provinces, covering 58 districts, reaching to 213 local government and 4,139 schools. And ultimately, we are directly, reaching to 1.6 million children. So in terms of our presence, province-wise, we are 10 in Bagmati, 4 in Gandaki, 11 in Karnali, 8 in Koshi, 7 in Lumbini, 14 in Madis, quite a high number of, INGOs in Madis, and 9 in Sudur Pasim. So under this access and participation, these are some of the very key interventions that we have been doing. You can see the numbers there, and hope you will take the privilege of reading those numbers. So we have been supporting, classroom to make it more child-friendly setting. 1,144 classrooms are supported for that. We also, support schools in creating print and literacy-rich environment in the classroom, so that the children will have an opportunity to interact with the learning content and the materials. So we have supported 818 classrooms. Likewise, 358 construction, repair, and renovation of the classrooms have been done. 168 wash facilities and toilets were constructed. And to support, this priority minimum enabling conditions, we also have been supporting schools with the classroom corner library, and the number is 1,887. We also support schools in establishing labs and the ICT technologies equipments. Number is 168. And altogether, 8,332, children from the marginalized community were provided scholarship support through different organizations. And the learning under this access and participation is, by doing so, these are very much helpful, especially in creating a very joyful environment in schools that to the greater extent is the access of children to school as well. So under quality and relevance, you can see that we have been supporting the local government and the schools to develop teachers' capacity. When I say teachers' capacity, mainly the trainings and the workshops on integrated curriculum, inclusive pedagogy, use of ICT, and joyful learning approaches, and so on. We also, organize mobile meetings as a learning sharing meetings to give, the extended learning opportunities for teacher. 719 events were carried out. We also provide mentoring and coaching support to the teachers. You can see 139 teachers were provided this mentorship support. Likewise, we also, to extend the learning opportunities for children beyond school, we also collaborate with the parents and offer them positive parenting sessions. So we have reached, as of this reporting period, we have reached to 18,334 parents. And for the struggling reader and the underperformer, we also conduct this remedial education. The reach is 4,223. We also support households to create, reading and learning corner at home. The number of households supported is 1,523. And basically, we also, offer this learning material support to the children from the most marginalized community. Around 12,414 children are directly supported through these learning materials. This is under quality relevance, and if we refer to the assessment and the evaluations done by different organizations, we can say that by doing so, we have to the greater extent been able to support schools in increasing the learning performances of the children. Under this alternative learning, we conduct bridge class for out-of-school children. Huge number, you can see 3,715 out-of-school children were provided this bridge class support with counseling and bursary support, and significant number of children have been re-enrolled in school as well. We also support local government in conducting this school enrollment campaign. 599 events were carried out. We also do disability screening, and we have, as of this reporting period, we have done this sort of screening among 32,253 children. We also support CLC strengthening. 33 CLCs were supported. And based on the disability, we also offer them the assistive devices support so that they can continue their learning. And we also organize, reading and math camp to provide additional learning opportunities for children at community setting. 527 reading camps are established, and they are, functional at the community level. 35,649 children were provided with counseling and life skill session, and 71 children are directly supported for this Earn to Learn program. Under resilience and school safety, we have been collaborating with the schools, and as of now, 184 schools, they do have DRM plan in place. 188 events of simulations on various type of hazards and disasters are carried out. 51 TLCs were supported. And in terms of developing the capacity on DRR, 922 school personnel were capacitated. We don't have the number there figure, but there are some of the organizations really doing good in terms of promoting this green school concept through eco clubs, mainly promoting greeneries and kind of promoting this climate smart practices in schools and out of school as well, in the community as well. And I already mentioned that we have supported to construct 354 classrooms. So these are some of the contributions under resilience and school safety. Moving forward, for this, governance and management, you can see the numbers there. We closely work with the local government. We have supported 50 local governments in developing education plans, policies, strategies, etc. And we also, collaborate with the local government to provide kind of leadership and the leadership training to, especially to the school management committee. And the number is 6,963. And 280 schools are supported to upgrade to develop the SIP. So these are some of the achievements under governance and management. Moving forward, we also do have very interesting learnings and the insights. So if we really want to, extend the learning opportunities for children beyond school, we need to make investment in their parents. So these parenting educations have been very much useful in terms of, preparing them to support their children's learning at home. So this is one of the key insights that we have. We really want to share in this forum. And this use of ICT is very much useful in terms of diversifying learning. It's fun as well. At the same time, it will help to engage students in the learning process so well. And we initiate, some of the projects, some of the ideas, but if we really, co-create those ideas together with the local government and the community, the likelihood of ownership and the sustainability would be, very high. And this providing, especially this mentoring and coaching support to the adolescent children would be very much helpful to minimize the school dropout. So this is the another learning. And if we are really, working with the girls and we really want to increase their participation, very targeted interventions like girls education project, counseling, life skill sessions, these targeted interventions would result into, high girls participation in school. And another learning is if we really, adopt this co-financing approach with the local government, that would help to leverage the resources, particularly in education. And in the morning sessions also, we have been talking about this GIEN, and this network has been very much useful in terms of this popularizing and promoting this inclusive education at municipal as well as at school level. So these are some of the insights. And in terms of challenges, yes, we are highly dependent on school. Beyond school, there are very limited opportunities for children to learn and grow. So this is one of the areas that we as a development organization should be mindful on. The second one is if we go to the schools in terms of learning materials, infrastructures, and the teachers, they are under-resourced. Most of the schools in plain land as well as in hill. So that is something that stands out as one of the key challenges for quality education. And we all in earlier discussion also we tried to touch upon the limited capacity at the local level, at school level, especially when it comes to integrated curriculum. We piloted this back in 2019, and now we are in 2025, but still a significant number of teachers they lack this training, integrated curriculum. So they are teaching it, but nobody knows how they ensure the intent that this integrated curriculum carries with it. And if you look at the teacher support system at local government level, they are already under resource and they have dual mandate. So many administrative stuff as well as kind of technical role to provide monitoring and follow-up support to the schools. And there might be around 30 schools in a municipality, one human resource already overloaded by the administrative tasks, and he is also accountable to provide the technical support to the school. So this is pretty ambitious, and the teacher support system is really lacking at the local government level. And out migration, is very high, especially in the hills, and that is something, you know, lowering the level of teachers' motivation and the morale. In the plain land, the classes are overcrowded, and in the hill they are almost empty. So this has been one of the factors for teachers' dissatisfaction as well as demotivation as well. And still these harmful, you know, social norms and practices exist in our community that limit, you know, girls to pursue education. And children's attendance and regularity has been a big question. So children are not regular in the schools. Their regularity is very poor, attendance is very poor. That has also, you know, kind of contributed not achieving the level appropriate proficiency of our children. And due to, you know, disaster, protest and local conflict, the children's education is disrupted. So, and this is something that we also need to consider as we move forward. So this is my nearly I'm you know, very close to the end of my presentation, but still there are few slides. I will go very quickly. In terms of financial contribution, so plan for 2025 was 22.2 million, out of which we are well spent 18.3 million, and for 2026 the plan is 16.2 million. So here are some of the initiatives from different, you know, organizations. So this comes from Good Neighbors. It's kind of, you know, initiatives that is around disability inclusion. So it basically offers a different sorts of intervention. You can see there as a package and implement it at a different level. So this has been very much, you know, useful in terms of enrolling children with disabilities in school, also, you know, increasing their school attendance and also ensuring their participation as a child club member. Okay, the second one is civic action. It is being implemented by a consortium which include European Union, People in Need, NC Nepal, and 2 more other organizations. This is basically, you know, advocacy intervention, which has a lot of space for this, you know, community feedback, dialogue, and also, you know, increase voice platforms. And the main objective of these initiatives is to provide, you know, access to the most marginalized children to education. So this is in the pilot, and the initial, you know, results are a bit quite promising. Third comes from CARE. It's the UDAN project, basically targeted to out-of-school girl children. They have a set of intervention, kind of 3 months bridge class, and they also offer counseling sessions and also the bursary support. And it has been very much impactful in terms of bringing out-of-school adolescent girls back to schools and also, you know, ensure their retention. So this is something initiated by CARE Nepal. And here comes Blink Now. They really have been promoting this local organic farming in midday meal program. They also, you know, provide this physical and mental health care and counseling support to the student, to the children, and they make investment in the very sustainable infrastructure in terms of in energy, water, etc. And they you know, are promoting these co-curricular activities as part of curriculum, and they also do have maker space for this, you know, and learning lab as part, as to innovate, you know, some kind of innovation to further support the learning of children. And they also, you know, provide support for the children for their career in higher education. Here are some of the photos of, you know, illustrating that how this sustainable infrastructure looks like. It also comes from Blink Now. And finally, joy in learning is something they have been promoting very deliberately. So I think I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we really appreciate your very constructive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very comprehensive presentation. So I think it's 4:38. Yeah? Till 9 a.m. We are continue to discuss. Some of the agendas to be discussion are again left. So Jamie ji, would you like to something?
Very quickly, thank you so much, and it's always good to see all of the achievements. I think just linking it back, just the same like we said, this is for all of us, not just the AIN, but our goal should no longer be to have a good progress report or a final report. Our goal should be to change the stats in the ERO report, right? Like, so how can we, maybe with the AIN, but also with other partners, how can we start designing programs in a way that they also measure and report against the same, let's say, proficiency of students in grade 3? Because we just did a quick calculation, but if you look at the percentage of increase that ERO reported on, and you take average number of grades 3 students, you end up with 490 students increase their proficiency or meet. There are more reading clubs, for example, in the AIN. So it doesn't mean it's not happening. It also means that we're maybe not measuring it, right? So can we find a way that this enormous resource of these 28 organizations that are doing all this work is also focusing on reporting into targets and results in the PRF of the SESP and into targets of the ERO? Because it looks like there's a lot happening. Between us, I just checked with UNICEF as well, right? This is not at AEM. We support a lot of foundational learning. How come it's not reflected in the ERO reports, right? So can we have a look at that? My only request. Thank you.
Thank you for the detailed presentation, this time in English. So just linking to what Sankar said earlier, my simple question, like definitely I think there is a lot of good job being done, but whose role is in coordination? Who should coordinate that there is no duplication of programs? Because I think the question came to all of us that we need to coordinate. Yes, we need to coordinate, but when we go to field, I can confirm that there are multiple agencies working on similar things. So is it government's role to confirm that there is no duplication happening? Or is it local government's role? Because basically what happens is that local governments do want more investments from different agencies on different programs. So they are welcoming different agencies for similar programs as well. I'm just back from the field and I saw in same Palika, there are multiple agencies also highlighted there, like particularly in Madhes, in some other priority provinces. There are similar agencies on similar projects. So how we reduce and whose role is it? Thank you.
Thank you for the two presentations. First question for Ramji. There were a lot of discussion during MTR as well in terms of how do we go about capturing local government's contribution. NCE does this budget analysis every year. So it'd be good to hear from NCE sort of if they have any suggestions in terms of how local government's contribution can be captured in a more systematic way. Also, I think you showed data for about 90 plus LG's budget. Was it a sample selection or was it a lack of resources to go to all 753 local government? Just a clarification on that. Not necessarily a clarification, but just trying to understand, right, your sort of a data collection process. For the AIN one, on the coordination, something that we did during implementation of REAL, maybe that's something we can try to do it again, right? I think when the REAL plan was developed and the first year of implementation, really there was a lot of coordination among the donors, government, and also INGOs in terms of how we go about implementing it, because we all needed to come together for implementation of real plan. There, the idea was, if an INGO covers a LG, let's try to cover all the schools in the LG and not duplicate, right? Can we have, of course, it's difficult for us to say how INGO should be operating, but can we have some coordination mechanism like that? I think from a thematic perspective, right? If the themes are different, then maybe more than one INGOs can work in an LG or school, but from a thematic perspective, can we sort of at least ensure the duplication doesn't happen? And the second question is on, a lot of good things happening through the INGO's work. How do we go about reporting it through the system, right? On the teacher training part, school infrastructure, there are a lot of support being provided. Are they being reflected in the status report or in the EMIS, the screening, disability screening that you do, the assisted devices that you provide to children with disability? I think those should be captured within the national data ecosystem as well. So how do we go about doing that as well? Not really a question to you, but I think a question to the floor, right? In terms of how do we sort of capture that contribution? Thank you.
Okay, just a reflection as well, and completely echo with Jimmy on the engagement of AIN and how can we better streamline and coordinated efforts. I think after the local education plan is something that was very well harmonized. Through the conversations and sessions we've had over the last 2 to 3 hours, one of the things that have come pertinently high is learning outcomes. Madhesh was highlighted quite a lot. And I'm looking at the data of AIN and comparing it with something very similar exercise we did with the gender. A lot of agencies are there working for development of Karnali, Madhesh. Yet we see performance lagging behind. Something for us, and this may not be pleasing for everyone to digest, but something for us to really take away, and something that we discussed on for strategic direction way forward, and for us to really realign the way we work. If not now, it might be a bit too late. Because when we did the GESI mapping with a lot of other agencies, we see a lot of overcrowd in Sudur Pashchim Karnali Madhesh. Very similar situation. And we know because of the grant agreement procedures, it's also because looking at the socio-equity index, socioeconomic indicators, a lot of effort is being done. Yet, with the crisis we are having at the moment globally, it is high time that the government and development partners together really look at the way we work. I think we have a great example at SWAP in terms of how we work together. But I think it is time to be a more constructive and critical analysis in terms of what are the key areas perhaps that AIN can really explore on. I'm just reflecting from last year's review meeting that you shared, and it is an indication, as you mentioned 2 things which are repeated from the last year's review meeting. Parental education, and then there was another on Girls and Inclusive Education Network. So that's come repeatedly. So what is it that AIN can collectively perhaps do together to really put that as a targeted support so that perhaps education service delivery is more prioritized from other actors? I think it's a high time, so just sharing it out loud as well. But for me, and this is me saying as a Nepali citizen, it ponders upon me, there's so much development interventions are being done, and yet we are failing to achieve results. Doesn't look good on the government side, doesn't look good on the DP side. And as we've said, right, it's on us. So how do we work differently to reassure that end of the day it caters to children of Nepal? And suggestions on the AIN team and the presentation, and maybe just a clarification. 2 things that I wanted a bit of clarity on. First was the child-friendly seating arrangement, which you've mentioned about. I really hope that following a lot of circulars recently and reflections, particularly from that early grade learning perspective, we used to have carpeting done for child-friendly seating arrangement. But now that has come across as something that may affect in terms of breathing and not necessarily child-friendly at all. So just a suggestion that maybe when you do child-friendly seating arrangement, do look into that aspect of parketing and not parketing flooring and not necessarily carpeting flooring. Or indigenous materials. It would be interesting to maybe unpack what exactly you support in scholarship, because from the government there is already that Propor targeted scholarship that is being rolled out. We saw a huge increment in terms of number of scholarship, and it would be good to clarify whether the scholarship is at private schools or at public community schools to ensure that it's not duplicated, and rather complements on the reporting, because then we see that there was a huge discussion in terms of how 6,000 has already increased to almost double, triple the number of scholarship reported. So it would be good to maybe clarify on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both INGN and AIN, for your very clear and concrete presentation. One thing you have been working very much in the teacher professional development, teacher training, and capacity development also. So I think because we in the teacher professional development working group also, we are trying to improve the harmonization and coordination among the members, and also how to harmonize or collaborate with CHRT so that our collective efforts goes collectively through government system. That is something we are trying, and we have drafted this template for the donor mapping, TA mapping for teacher professional development related thing, and circulated among the TPT, TWG members. So some of the colleagues from AIN, Education Working Group, are already part of that group, and we hope those members would be responsible to collect the information from rest of the AIN member and feedback provided to the TWG members. So let's try our effort based, and let's go collectively to finalize it and make it more useful and helpful for the government and us also. Thank you very much, all of us. Thank you.
No, thank you. Very briefly, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. A lot of different NGO and INGO partners collectively doing some significant work. But I think tying to Anamika's point a moment ago about the global crisis, that we're all aware of, many of us are increasingly being asked to focus our dwindling resources on areas where we will have greater impact for children. And from our side, a lot of that, of course, is through government. But I think the presentation earlier also relates to some aid memoir actions that were identified in the MTR SESP revision, and one of the weaknesses was around TA mapping, technical assistance mapping. So I think this would be a really good opportunity to help align some of the work of the partners here to specific SESP priorities, because I think if we are going to get any sustainable impact, it has to be in collaboration with government and to strengthen government programming rather than parallel to government. So that might be something to look at moving forward. And I think this also relates to another one of the SESP MTR aid memo actions that was drafted. Just trying to get all my words together correctly today. But that was around strengthening local coordination swap kind of mechanisms, right? Because I hear a lot of colleagues, and I've heard this many times, and I know some of our team have tried to work on this in some of the provinces as well and made some interesting progress, but the need is still there to really strengthen the role of the provinces, to have their kind of provincial swap mechanism like this, to bring all of the partners together to really coordinate action effectively, and that might be a good action moving forward as well, building on some of the aid memo actions already listed. I do think, though, the question about impact is questionable, and maybe, and I would disagree slightly with something that my colleague Jimmy had said a moment ago, and Jimmy's going to raise it. He's smiling now, I know, but I think I would disagree insofar as even if you weren't aligned fully with the government, even if you weren't reporting into coordinated TA and so on, the impact of your work would be seen in the ERO assessments, because those learning improvements would be there, right? And when ERO goes to do its assessment in different locations, it's covering locations you're working in. So the fact that maybe we're not seeing improvements, or we're seeing some level of stagnation, and I think the results are a little bit better than what the ERO data showed based on our mixed data, but it's still stagnant. So what it means is that we need to, I think the message earlier was, we need to collectively rethink, refocus, prioritize on those interventions or those strategies that will lead to those impacts that we all hope for. And I think I would just that would be the last major takeaway from my side. But it is, again, wonderful work, of course. And there is such an important space that the NGO and INGO partners play. And we, of course, partner with many of you often as well. And so we highly value your work. But I think my message to even the partners we're working with within the NGO space is this as well. Because I don't think we as UNICEF, speaking for UNICEF only now, we are going to be able to justify continuing work as usual moving forward unless we see improvements, right? And this is one of the things we're also looking at the moment. But anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let welcome the people who is waiting in the screen. I think this will be a last input. Baishaliji, over to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll keep it very short. 2 points. The first one on early screening. I mean, I think there are various initiatives different organizations are doing to support the early screening of children. We have CHRD programs as well, different organizations, which shared in the couple of previous slides as well. We also train teachers on early screening. We train education officers on early screening. We also have a mechanism that all LGs are recommended to form student assessment technical committees who are also responsible for early screening. I think the recent report that we got from the LIFE research that we had done in collaboration, Innocenti team had done in collaboration with CHRD, there was a finding that the stakeholders in the field are confused about whose responsibility it is to actually do the early screening because it is something technical. Maybe the teachers aren't really the ones to be doing that, but we do have programs. So maybe it would be worth assessing these different avenues we have for early screening and come up with clear ways of ensuring whose responsibility it is so that it actually happens, because it kind of feels very confusing, and that is what the report has suggested as well. The other point is on foundational learning. I thought maybe it's worth mentioning this so that it comes up as an action that we can document in the aid memoir. As a follow-up to the regional foundational learning workshop we had last year and the recent national foundational learning workshop led by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with UNICEF and World Bank, the follow-up action is that we were planning to have a follow-up meeting anyway, but after the results and existing gaps that was identified in the MTR meeting as well, and all the current gaps that we have identified around foundational learning, the action is that DAX is planning to arrange for a follow-up meeting where probably the outcome of that meeting will most possibly be a position paper on what foundational literacy actually means for Nepal, what could be our targets, and also an action plan on how we can meet our learning outcome targets. So a deeper dive into the learning assessment data and actually coming up with an action plan. So that is in discussion. It will probably happen sometime in December, but I thought it's worth mentioning here. So at least that comes up an action point in the aid memoir that the government is planning to do something around this area. Over.
Thank you, Baishaliji. I think now it is 4:56. So it will take about 10 minutes. Yeah. So from co-focal, focal, and our Director General is still waiting for their turn. So before this, I would like to take 1 minute. So I would like to congratulate all the presentation. You did really well. Then in regard to your insight, thought, or feedback, whatever so we call, we really appreciate and try to incorporate in the aid memo as we discuss after the team. And I acknowledge the fruitful discussion. Really, we get a very insight from the discussion. One message, we need to sit for next time with NCE and AIN to discuss how can we go jointly. Yes, some of the issues that rise here, we will settle down in that meeting. By saying that today, 25 November, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against the Women, the government, government of Nepal campaign 16 days. So by saying that, I would like to request
Should we also do a quick response to the comments, questions earlier, or is that not required?
The floor decide whatever.
So I'll be very quick if it's allowed. Maybe 2 minutes. All right. So thank you everyone. So yeah, after the time was announced, I wasn't thinking there's going to be so many comments, but thank you everybody. That's well done. So I think once about alignment. So there's no question on the intention. We want to be better aligning with our priorities. So what we've done internally is that the working group is actively working on getting all the data consolidated towards our SESP goals. Well, one of the things that we acknowledge is that all of the INGOs did not do the planning as per SCSP because the programs have been running for years, right? So what we need to do is bring those plans into the SCSP format. So it's been, of course, challenging journey for the members, but there are efforts put in place. At least we're bringing these reports here in this format, which is the first step. Second, what we're trying to do is get all the new projects that are coming in education sector to be fully aligned with the SCSP goals and targets. One of the recommendations at MTR, if you remember, many of you were there, I was suggesting was that let's share these recommendations to Social Welfare Council, to Women, Children Ministry, because that's where our process of project proposal and design start from, so that it comes with that design of SCSP rather than us giving feedback once that is implementing, right? So we can do that. So of course, I fully agree with this real local education, all the plans that we did in the past in alignment with each other, we can continue doing that. We do want to invest in the high impact areas. One of the things I think we should also self-reflect, it is, because you all said this is for all of us. I'm taking these questions not as AIN, but all of us. So our investments in these 3 provinces, for example, Far West, Madhya, Karnali, did we always invest or prioritize these provinces? Probably not. Did we put good amount of resources as compared with other places? Probably not. But now we know that the problems, the challenges there are high, and we need to put our efforts. We have high concentration, but we also need to look at what is the resource allocation. Is it the number of organizations working there? Is it the efforts that we are listing as part of the activities, or both the government and our non-government sector resources, are we allocating them in those areas in order to achieve the targeted goals? Or is it time for us to show self-critique? We need to be very, very critical to what we need to achieve, but also I think we need to put a timeline in terms of what we can achieve, what we can do together. I will just state a final statement. I really love the idea and the concentration on what actually works and should work, what we need to do to solve these, because we've always been talking about, how do we improve? So what has worked, if I may report from ground zero, is that when we were talking about learning outcome improvement, we put a lot of efforts in providing extra classes, coaching classes. It wasn't working. This is a reiteration of thing I shared in the last forum. We had to do the students' counseling, which was we never thought about doing. I think we need to think out of the box in these areas. And also, I guess what actually was very helpful was that we were not only thinking about, holistic development of the child, but not able to integrate the co-curricular activities into curriculum. One big struggle, it may be, seen as a very insignificant thing, but we were really, really struggling with how do you match curricular and co-curricular activities? All the teachers would say, I cannot finish my course on time if you take my kids outside of the classroom. That's what happens. I think I really appreciated earlier, I think, sir, you said about we do not have stakeholders on the table. We need to have the teachers around the table and talk about this. And then if you really want the kids to learn these through these extracurricular activities, we need to make them a part of our process, day-to-day activities. So our significant efforts into putting the curricular and co-curricular activities together and working on it has produced good results. I, for example, will share that our kids have produced birds of Surkhet Kupila, and that's a good resource for any students willing to learn in that area. So they have a high potential, but we really need to figure out a resource how we can match together. So let's talk about the possible solutions we can generate and move forward from there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we are at the end of this program. So I would like to request DP's co-focal Shivaniji for her observation and remarks. I saw she's quite silent today, yeah?
No, not really, sir. I mean, FCDO as an organization is quite young to swap, right? So I think it's not appropriate. I mean, we try. It's appropriate to speak and put interventions where it's required, but we also get a very robust training on how to engage with the government. So as much as possible, I try to avoid taking up too much space where it's not appropriate, and also just being proportionate in our comment, considering that we just completed Inception. So if we say too much, it might not be appropriate. But yeah, just one quick reflection on what we did learn from being like just having completed our Inception is that, and maybe relevant to our overall conversation here, is that there is a tension in systems level work and what's happening on the ground, right? And I think Hari sir mentioned that there is a certain irritability around we're working too much on policies and planning, but we also know in Nepal that until and unless we address that, there is no way forward to actually implement things on the ground, right? So in our own programming, we've felt that tension, but maybe for future conversations on how we can address that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivaniji. Yes. Likewise, I would like to request co-chair DP's focal Anukji for our observation, reflection, as well as the closing remarks from DP's side.
Thank you, Chair. Normally we say I stand between you and your lunch. I'm going to say now I stand between you and your home, hopefully, for those of us who have the luck to go home and who don't have to work further in the office tonight. No, so let me be very brief, because tomorrow morning we will also have a session on the recap of today. But once again, thank you for the very open discussions. I think we made quite some progress as well for the action points for the 8 memoir. I know that the team has taken very good notes, so from tomorrow onwards we will start sitting together to write the 8 memoir. So these discussions were not only helpful to advance the topics, but also to advance the writing of the 8 memoir. Also very much appreciated the space that the government has created for civil society and for presentations by civil society. Very much appreciated that. I fully agree that, as Jimmy and Nevin already mentioned, I think if we can better capture and monitor what is going on so that it can feed into government reports, then without any additional effort for program implementation, the figures can be improved. So it's a win-win for everybody. So let's sit together, let's think together how this can be done. And apart from that, as you can hear, I'm losing my voice, so I'm going to hand the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Anukji. Yes, it is final. Yes. May I request our Director General for his observation, reflection, as well as closing remarks with vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are being here from about 7.5 years, so I do not want to talk more longer. First of all, I would like to thank you all for your active participation. Your contributions are noted. In this meeting, we have discussed on different agendas. We got a lot of feedbacks from more than 48 times, from different colleagues. Our colleague will recap the today's activities in the tomorrow's session. Then I would like to request head memory team to include tomorrow's feedback, today's feedback on agreed action as where is necessary. Once again, I would like to thank you for your passion. Thank you.